Chapter 360. Yun Nuoshing sighed and wiped away the cold water dripping from his bangs. He took the towel from Xian and wiped his face. Then he took the cup from Yuan Qian, drank some water, took a deep breath, and spat it out. Have you calmed down? The beautiful woman touched his wet head and smiled softly. Have you gone crazy? The water god king raised his eyebrows and asked. You're not going to blow up the eternal weapon, right? Jin Jinwang asked, holding a small golden array in his hand. You're not going to play the zither, right? Huizhu also unfolded a small red array in her hand, as if she was facing a great enemy. You're not going to blow up half of the area, right? Lei Tian crossed his arms and asked with two arrays floating in front of him. Can we leave the lunar platform behind? Qing Feng asked, holding the lapis lazuli pagoda in the air. You're not going to set off fireworks, right? Everyone asked in unison. Yun Nuoshing sighed and looked at the chains circling around his body. Then he looked up at the lapis lazuli pagoda hanging above his head and saw the dozens of arrays operating under his feet, making him unable to move. He smiled bitterly and said, It seems that there is no other choice? No. Everyone said in unison and shook their heads. Okay, then I'm not going to blow it up. Yun Nuoshing sighed and nodded. If he took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword, these things would not be able to control him. He knew that everyone wanted him to calm down, so he could only suppress those crazy thoughts. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and hesitated for a while. After all, once the restrictions were removed, Yun Nuoshing, who had the purest light element, would not be able to capture him again. Okay, you can't restrain me. If I really wanted to go, I would have gone long ago. Blow up the eternal weapon? I cultivate the divine body of spiritual acceptance and still rely on the eternal weapon. Wouldn't it be a waste to blow it up? It's not easy to find an eternal weapon. Yun Nuoshing sighed and smiled. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. They unlocked a bunch of restrictions but did not completely remove them. They kept them in their hands so that they could use them at any time. You don't have to be so vigilant. If I say I'm not going, then I'm really not going. Yun Nuoshing smiled and gathered all the water elements on her body before dissipating them in the air. She smiled and said, What we should do now is to find that evil spirit and clarify things for me. That's right. Everyone nodded. That's easy. We just need to find a seer. Yun Nuoshing smiled. It's not that easy to find. Jin Jinwang smiled bitterly. If seers could be found so easily, they wouldn't have been stuck here for so long. Instead, they would have gone out to search for them. Does the Nine Deities Palace have any relationship with the Divination Pavilion? Yun Nuoshing asked. The secret pavilion is very mysterious. No one knows where they are located. They will only show their faces occasionally. Not a single power would dare say that they know someone from the secret pavilion. Jin Jinwang said helplessly. No one even knew the location of the Divination Pavilion. It was a completely hidden power. It was difficult to find them, let alone know who they were. Only those who were fated would know one or two seers. Then how did you get someone from the Divination Pavilion to find me? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. She still remembered that the Nine Deities Palace had searched for them for a long time during the Taiyuan Goddess incident. Well, we used up all the divinations back then. There were only 3 divinations. 3 divinations to your location, and the result was. Jin Jinwang smiled awkwardly. Back then, they had the divination token, which allowed the Divination Pavilion to make 3 divinations. They had never used it. They had only used it 3 times when they were searching for Yun Nuoshing. Sigh, if I had known, I would have become a seer myself. Yun Nuoshing sighed when he heard that. He was a little disappointed by the news. The heaven-defying ultimate god seemed to know him. If he could find the location of the Divination Pavilion, he might be able to get the old man to explain. Now, he could only regret that he was not a seer. Otherwise, the problem would have been solved easily. Now, let's solve the problem at hand first. The Golden God King spread out his hands and said, Right now, many forces are looking for you. Although this place won't be found for a while, you can't always hide here and not come out. I think someone has already calculated this place. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the entire manor tremble. Then, a cold roar filled with endless killing intent resounded in the sky. Jin Jinwang, hand over the divine body of spiritual reception. Is the Nine Deities Palace trying to shelter an evil spirit? Boom! The shout was heard and Jin Jinwang's expression instantly changed. Everyone suddenly stood up and looked outside the manor with cold eyes. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Jin Jinwang took a deep breath and looked at the others with a solemn expression. He nodded and said, "The signal has been sent. The Nine Deities Palace might be coming to support us soon." Why do I feel that you don't have any confidence at all? Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Aren't there too many uncertain words? Jin Jinwang laughed dryly and gave the Water God King a look. The latter nodded knowingly and stepped out slowly. The seal in his hand changed and the space in the courtyard suddenly distorted. The barrier in the sky fluctuated and ripples spread out. The space shook for a moment and after it stabilized, the situation outside clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hiss! When the crowd saw the scenery outside, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, the sky above Lihuan City was already surrounded by an overwhelming number of people. Cold frost permeated the entire city, and not far in the sky in front of them, nearly 100 figures stood in the void. Their cold eyes seemed to penetrate the boundary and saw the crowd. Qi Su, Qi Wen, Qi Yu, Qi Sha, 4 old acquaintances. At a glance, Yun Nuoxing saw the few people at the front of the crowd. Immediately, his face darkened as he sneered. Only the people from the Qi family came. There are no other forces. Jin Jinwang frowned and said in a deep voice. Do we have to evacuate? Yun Nuoxing asked. Not for now. The Nine Deities Palace is not to be bullied. If there is a problem, we will bring you back to the Deities Palace. I want to see who dares to behave atrociously. Jin Jinwang said in a deep voice, and a sharp glint flashed in his golden eyes. It's been a long time since I fought. It's not a bad choice to stretch my bones with my true strength. Lei Tian clenched his fists and sneered. It's a little strange. The battle for the spiritual godly physique seems to be too early. It shouldn't be so early. The previous battles only started when the spiritual godly physique stepped into the initial deity level. The Qi family seems to be in a hurry. The beautiful woman frowned, not understanding the meaning of the Qi family's actions. Little Star has too many divine weapons in his hands. He hasn't reached the level of the previous divine physiques, but his essence is almost there. Now, he can almost sweep away all the gods at the divine underworld level. The Qi family can't sit still. This matter is just adding fuel to the fire. Even without the matter of the divine glaze Earth Palace, it will only be delayed a little. Moreover, the Qi family's main purpose is probably to stir up the situation and make the world move. Jin Jinwang frowned and said, All right. In short, the Qi family is asking for a beating. I haven't demolished a city in a long time. Yun Nuoxing nodded and took out the Nethervoid sword and Ling Hongjian, which made everyone speechless. Every time he fought, he would tear down a city. First, it was the Divine Weapon City, then the Underworld Flame City, and then the Divine Sky City. He was given the title of City Demolisher by the world. If he fought this time, there was an 80% chance that Lihuan City would be destroyed as well. You don't have to fight. Just wait at the side. If there's anything wrong. Jin Jinwang shook his head. Before he could finish his sentence, Yun Nuoxing snatched it away. Then I'll play the zither directly and let them hear what the true roar of 10,000 daos is. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands indifferently. Everyone was speechless. They recalled that outside the Tana's Water God Palace, when the silver-blue zither was played, the illusion of the Taotai directly died. They trembled in fear. It's a waste of talent. The beautiful woman knocked him on the head and said, "If there's something wrong, you guys should leave first. I'm afraid that someone will take the risk out of desperation. We're fine, they're very unyielding, but they won't dare to casually touch our 9 divine halls. We're an iron plate, their temporary wooden bucket isn't that hard. Moreover, if something happens, the 9 hall masters will also come out." "All right, then I'll watch from the side." Yun Nuoshing pouted and nodded sullenly. "Brother." Little Purple Soul tugged Yun Nuoshing's arm worriedly, and called out softly. Although she was still young and didn't know what was going on, she could feel that the atmosphere was not right. "It's okay. Brother will protect you." Yun Nuoshing patted her head lovingly and smiled. "Chi-Yu is so troublesome. Let me give him a hand." Yun Nuoshing frowned and looked at Chi-Yu. She then looked at Jin Jinwang and the others worriedly. Chi-Yu was an emperor of the Netherworld. He was 1 level higher than the Divine Kings. Even if they worked together, they couldn't resist him. The gap of 1 level was too big. The Divine Kings frowned. Apparently, they also thought of this problem. They didn't want Yun Nuoshing to take action because the situation would be too complicated in a chaotic battle. Although they knew that this guy had a lot of trump cards, they were afraid that he didn't have enough battle experience. It would be fun if he was tricked. No matter how strong he was just an immortal grade cultivator. That's not appropriate. The Gold God King shook his head and refused. Hey, what's wrong with your eyes? Other than me, who can kill that old man?" Yun Nuoshing put her hands on her waist and said, "Don't worry. The moment the enchantment is broken, I'll kill him with the light element. It's okay. Chi-Yu has already suffered once. I'm just afraid that he has some countermeasures to guard against your extreme speed." Jin Jinwang shook his head and said, "Then, do you have any plans?" Yun Nuoshing sighed and looked at Jin Jinwang. "No." Jin Jinwang was startled, but admitted it honestly. "That's right. There's no other way. As for what kind of problems will arise, we'll talk about it when the problem arises." Yun Nuoshing spread out his hands, and as soon as he finished speaking, light essence surged all over his body. Even half of his light purple hair turned into a dazzling golden color. One of his pupils also turned into a dazzling golden color, making him look very bewitching. Everyone was shocked. They knew that this was the result of her pushing the light element to the extreme. They had already seen it once. The light element enveloped his entire body, and a terrifying aura surged out of the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Its overwhelming battle intent was tinged with a hint of excitement, which shocked everyone. This sword already had its own emotions, and combined with the words it had spoken last time, they immediately had some guesses about what was going on. Could it be the most mysterious and terrifying sword on the Divine Weapon ranking, Divine Sword record? It was born for destruction, has its own soul, and is said to be a different kind of life form. The Netherworld Sword? Jin Jinwang murmured. Then, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Yun Nuoshing with a burning gaze. His soft words made everyone swallow their saliva. Yun Nuoshing casually nodded his head, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Motherf ****, he had 2 divine swords in his hands, and they were the first 2. Even if a god came, he would be able to kill them, I thought you knew? Yun Nuoshing looked at everyone innocently and muttered. Everyone rolled their eyes. Chapter 361. Actually, I wanted to see what it would be like to unsheath the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Unfortunately, she wouldn't let me unsheath it. Yun Nuoshing sighed and tightened her grip on the Netherworld Ruin Sword. She wouldn't unsheath it? Everyone was stunned and looked at Jin Jinwang. The latter was also stunned when he saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him. He waved his hand and said, I don't know either. Are they waiting outside for us to come out? Yun Nuoshing looked at Chi-Yu and the others in shock. They were just standing in the sky and did not move after shouting a sentence. It seemed like they were not in a hurry to start fighting. They just stood there quietly and stared at the manor in the sky with thousands of pairs of eyes. They would be crazy if they dared to force us. Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes. The Qi family did not want to force Jin Jinwang and the others to do so. If they angered the 9 divine halls, they would have to bear the consequences no matter how powerful they were. Wait. Don't be in a hurry. I feel a little strange. Jin Jinwang waved his hand and said to Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing blinked and looked at him. She then looked at the sky with her evil spirit eyes. After a while, she did not see anything different. Although she was a little confused, she still trusted Jin Jinwang and the others. She hesitated and suppressed the light element and put away the Netherworld Ruin sword and Linghong sword. Jin Jinwang nodded at the Water God King when he saw this. The latter's hand seals changed and the boundary around the manor trembled and slowly disappeared. As the boundary disappeared, the sky darkened and the frost that covered the sky and the earth appeared in front of everyone at a close distance. Qi Yu smiled coldly in the sky as he looked at the boundary that was gradually disappearing. His gaze pierced through space and looked at the black figure in the manor. His cold voice, which was filled with bone-chilling coldness, resounded in the sky. Spirit receiving godly body, let's see where you can run to this time. Hearing Qi Yu's creepy laughter, Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and elbowed Jin Jinwang, which meant, you said it was a little strange. What is strange? Hurry up and do it. Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes and his figure slowly floated out. Looking at the huge formation, he was afraid that many forces were already paying attention to this place. According to his guess, the Qi family should have already stirred up the situation. Could it be that they were really going to fight? Old dog, your nonsense is still so pleasant to listen to. Have you ever thought of changing your voice? I want more people to listen to you. Yun Nuoxing sat on the chair with one hand supporting her chin and her elbow resting on the stone table as she asked with a faint smile. Your teeth are still so hard. I want to see if you can still talk so freely after I pull out all your teeth, Qi Yu said coldly. Hearing this, Qi Yu's face darkened and he said coldly. The gloominess in his eyes had already reached its peak. However, in the next moment, his eyes were like ice that had melted. He looked at Jin Jinwang indifferently and said, Jin Jinwang, are you indiscriminately protecting an evil spirit who kills people like flies? This time, many young talents of the forces have died. It is a loss for the entire divine prefecture. I think that the wise 9 divine temple will make the right choice. Don't flatter me. Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. He twisted his neck and said, I have already explained clearly enough. Little Nuoxing came out with us. We are the first group to walk out of the underground palace. What happened later was definitely not done by him. Could you please explain why someone sensed the fluctuation of the origin of the divine body? Qi Yu smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, TSK, I haven't even fought with the younger generation. How would they know what my origin power looks like? Isn't it just golden light? Could it be that all of those people were spiritual godly bodies? How could it be that all of them were spiritual godly bodies? Then you might as well look for them. They're definitely softer than me, so you don't have to break your teeth. Yun Nuoxing sneered. Everyone blushed with shame. Weren't you implying that if you bit him, you would break his teeth? That is indeed the origin energy of the spiritual divine body. I am within it and can clearly sense it. Qi took a step forward and said indifferently. Yun Nuoxing raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, Oh, then why were you unable to stop that evil spirit from committing such a crime when you were inside? Could it be that you were condoning such behavior? Qi Yu said, All the major forces have discussed it. This trip is for the young people to come out and gain experience. We can only protect them in secret and can't do anything. Even if something like this happened? Yun Nuoxing didn't believe it. Even if Hao Yu dies in the battle, we won't intervene, Qi Yu said indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the city, silencing everyone. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She couldn't find any fault with Qi Yu's words. The inherited forces valued the cultivation of talents the most. The son of God of each force was the most outstanding immortal seedling. They were very precious. If one was broken, there might not be another one. However, Chi-Yu had the courage to say such words. Chi-Yu took a step forward and said sternly, "Since we have discussed it, we won't intervene. It is the glory of the Chi family's men if they die in the battle." "TSK, so you're allowed to attack me?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and sneered. "Chi Haoyu is a human. Am I not a human? You're not allowed to attack them, but you're allowed to attack me by default? You're too murderous. You've devoured the origin of heroes too many times." Chi-Yu said coldly. "Bah! I'm murderous. I devour the origin. Have you ever felt a strong murderous aura from me? Or the aura of other origins?" Yun Nuoshing gritted her teeth and tried hard not to go berserk. The spiritual divine body devours the energy of all things and merges it into its own. Naturally, it won't sense the aura of other origins, Chi-Yu said. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Indeed, all the energy devoured by the spiritual divine body would be absorbed into its own body and refined. Just like the power of the stars that it once absorbed, it would replace the original divine Qi and become a purer energy. Although it had never tried to devour other people's origins, theoretically, it might really be absorbed into its own energy instead of manifesting other people's aura. What? You don't want to talk anymore? If you obediently bind your hands and feet and follow me back to the Qi family, maybe the Master will be merciful and spare your life, Chi-Yu said with a faint smile when he saw that Yun Nuoshing had stopped talking. However, his words made everyone frown. "I'm afraid I won't be able to survive if I go back to the Qi family," Yun Nuoshing clenched her fists and said lightly. "Then, I'll have to kill you here." Chi-Yu smiled faintly and nodded. Murderous intent surged in his eyes and an extremely terrifying aura slowly emerged, causing the surrounding space to tremble. "Wait, let's go back to the topic. Mr. Qi just said that he sensed the origin of the spiritual divine body in the underground palace, right? Are you telling the truth? Everyone knows that I have a grudge against the Qi family. How do you know if this is a trap set by you to take revenge on me?" Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and said, "Moreover, there's no proof. You keep talking about the golden light, but you didn't see anything. Who knows if you've been talking nonsense for a long time?" "Hey, you're suspecting me." Chi-Wen smiled faintly and didn't explain much. He took out a memory crystal and threw it into the sky. The image that was projected was seen by everyone. In the image, a figure was wrapped in black fog. 2 long swords were wantonly harvesting lives. Every 10 steps he took, he killed someone and swallowed all the corpses. In the black fog, a faint purple light could be seen. Then, a golden light bloomed. More than a dozen weapons shot out from the black fog. Like lightning, they nailed those who were about to jump into the space tunnel to the ground. A silver-blue sword light that was almost 100 feet long covered the image. "That sword light is a bit like Ling Hongjian's, but it's not so slow," Yun Nuoshing muttered softly. Ling Hongjian's sword aura could not be seen at all. It was faster than the speed of light. Thinking of this, he sighed. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him. What was the point of arguing for so long? If the Qi family wanted to make a move, they could just list out the charges. Is it really done by the spiritual divine body? Those methods of dealing with the enemy are very similar. Ling Hongjian's sword light and so many divine weapons. That faint purple light, is it really him? At first, I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it. Is this person really so vicious? He should be punished by everyone in the world. After the image ended, there were many discussions in Lihuan City. At first, many people were still doubtful, but now many people believed it. This made Yun Nuoshing's reputation even worse. Sigh. Yun Nuoshing sighed heavily. His handsome face showed some fatigue. He looked at Chi-Yu and murmured softly, "What is the Qi family trying to do? Can't they just give me a quick death? I'm really tired. Why do they have to find trouble with me? I didn't do anything. Yuan Qian sighed and walked forward. She touched Yun Nuoxing's head and said, "Little boy, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. The Qi family is just a reflection of this sentence. The spiritual divine body is as bloodthirsty as a demon. It is the enemy of everyone in the world. All the practitioners in the world can suppress it. For the future of all the practitioners in the world, the Qi family is willing to be the pioneer." Qi Yu smiled faintly and said slowly, "If you want a quick death, no problem. Just stretch out your neck and accept it." Ha ha! For the future of the whole world. Yun Nuoxing was so angry that he laughed. He suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out the words from between his teeth. "Then what reason do you have that I won't kill you for my future?" The oppressive voice reverberated throughout the entire Lihuan city, causing the discussions to stop. This sentence was actually not wrong. Everyone had the right to choose their own future. There was no need to say that they had to die for anyone. The truth is right in front of you. Don't talk too much. Qi Yu smiled faintly and still looked calm. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yun Nuoxing. "The truth is the truth." "Truth, my ass. How can you talk about a fabricated truth? If that's the truth, I'll just destroy it and nothing will happen." Yun Nuoxing finally couldn't take it anymore and roared furiously. Boom! As soon as Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, his figure appeared in the sky. Surging golden energy swept out, and at the same time, a light purple sea of fire surged out. Dozens of sacred weapons floated around him. The Nether Void sword emitted a bright purple-black light, and the Linghong sword in his left hand also buzzed softly. Before the two swords and all the sacred weapons moved, a great pressure fell on everyone's heads and enveloped the entire city. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but tremble. Jin Wang, Qi Yu, and the rest widened their eyes in shock. This was because they felt that they had lost connection with the power of space at this moment. Linghong's Sword. Chapter 362. The instant they lost their connection with the power of space, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Powerhouses above the god level could control and use the power of space. The reason why gods above this level were powerful was that, aside from their immense strength, they could also use the power of space to attack or defend. But now they had lost their connection with the power of space, which was no different from being crippled by half. When everyone lost contact with the power of space, rings of silver-blue light flowed around Ling Hongjian, gushing out from the void and flowing into Ling Hongjian. This rich energy was the power of space. The power of space in the sky was all under Ling Hongjian's control. Ling Hongjian, also known as the Sword of Spacetime, could not use the power of space and time directly, but could be used to suppress or control them. For example, Qi Yu, Jin Wang and the others could not use the power of space in front of Ling Hongjian. "You said that I am a demon, then I will become a demon," Yun Nuoxing murmured softly. Then she looked up and stared at Qi Yu sharply. She said flatly, "But remember, one day you will pay the price for every word you say." "Nuoxing, don't be rash." Jin Wang frowned. In a flash, he came to Yun Nuoxing's side. He resisted the pressure of the two divine weapons and pulled her behind him. He squinted his golden eyes and stared at Qi Yu. He said in a deep voice, "Qi Yu, you are a famous expert. How can you force a junior?" "Junior?" Qi Yu burst out laughing when he heard that. He held his stomach and sneered. Jin Wang, don't tell me you still think he is a junior. Even if you go against him, I am afraid you will not be able to survive, right?" The Golden Divine King rolled his eyes. Qi Yu was right. As long as he had the Netherworld Ruins sword in his hand, anyone below the level of the Emperor of the Underworld would be killed with a single slash. Moreover, he had two genuine eternal divine weapons. If he didn't take out his own eternal divine weapons, who could resist him? Even if a god emperor came, he wouldn't dare to pat his chest and face him alone, right? "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Since you want to find trouble with me, I can only give you a sword strike. Yun Nuoxing frowned and took 2 steps forward. The condensed light elements overflowed slightly, and she was ready to rush forward to kill Qiyu. However, she was stopped by Jin Jinwang. Why are you so impulsive? Jin Jinwang grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm and pulled her back. He rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Didn't we say that we would take care of this for you? Celestial King, they're already bullying us. How can I not be impulsive?" Yun Nuoxing pouted and pouted, causing Jin Jinwang to lose his temper. Although Yun Nuoxing liked peace and quiet, he couldn't stand being troubled by others all the time. According to his philosophy, if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If others offended him, he would avoid them. If others offended him again, he would directly fight them. He was a person who couldn't stand being wronged. At this point, he had no choice but to do it. He was sick of this kind of disturbance and really wanted to slap the Qi family to death. The Qi family had always been causing trouble for him. From Divine Weapon City until now, it was all because of the Qi family. Moreover, they were insatiable and unforgiving. Even a saint would explode from anger. I know that you feel wronged. I know that you can't wait for the Qi family to disappear from the realm of the gods. However, you don't have that kind of strength now. Just bear with it for a while. When the spiritual divine body reaches the large success stage, no one will stop you even if you turn the realm of the gods upside down. Jin Jinwang sighed and said, I can't stand it anymore. I want to kill. Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth and said hatefully. The Netherworld Ruins sword in his hand became brighter and brighter. It even made people want to destroy it. Everyone was shocked. They quickly suppressed their state of mind and then took a few steps back. What kind of sword is that? It can actually affect my state of mind. Chi Su's face was a little surprised when he felt the churning desire. He hurriedly took a few steps back and took a few deep breaths to calm the inexplicable desire in his heart. He looked at Chi-Wan and asked, I don't know. I've never seen it before. It was rare that Chi-Wan, who saw through Yun Nuoxing and Xian's constitution, actually shook his head and said in a deep voice, It should be a divine sword from the divine sword record. I just don't know which one it is. Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear with it. Jin Jinwang sighed and said, If a fight really broke out today, that would be what the Qi family wants to see. You were impulsive. Doesn't that prove that you are in the wrong? I am in the wrong, The corner of Yun Nuoxing's eyes twitched. He just opened his mouth and couldn't continue. He calmed down and thought about it. His heart trembled. He still couldn't completely prove that he wasn't the evil spirit. If he was impulsive, he would fall into the Qi family's trap. Even if he wasn't the evil spirit, they could still make up a story. They could even make a dead person come alive. When that time came, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. His twitching face slowly calmed down. He put away all the divine weapons behind him, leaving only the Nethervoid sword and Ling Hong's sword in his hands. However, the murderous intent in his eyes didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Although he was easily angered, he could still control it quickly. Qiyu saw that Yun Nuoxing calmed down instantly. His eyebrows twitched. After a while, he sneered and looked at Jin Jinwang, who was beside Yun Nuoxing, and said, The 9 divine temples are protecting the Naling divine body? Jin Jinwang nodded. Yun Nuoxing was the person that the 9 divine temples higher-ups had been looking for. It was the decision of the 9 divine temples to protect him. It represented the will of the 9 divine temples. Even if the 9 divine temples collapsed, they had to protect Yun Nuoxing. Don't tell me that you really believe that the 8 of you can deal with us? Since the Light Yuan King is not here, no one can stop me. Qiyu sneered. On their side, they had him, the Emperor of the Netherworld, and 3 kings of the Netherworld. There were many divine emperors and Shinming experts in the army behind them. On the other hand, Jin Jinwang and the other 7 were only kings of the Netherworld. If the Light Yuan King was not here, no one could stop Chi-Yu. As if to prove Chi-Yu's words, Chi-Su and the other two behind him sneered. Their powerful auras surged to the sky. When they combined, their auras were terrifying. Humph! Seeing the three of them step out, Jin Jinwang sneered and stepped out as well. The seven of them also appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing. Their powerful auras surged out and resisted the auras coming from the other side. An early-stage Netherworld Emperor can withstand it. Yun Nuoxing looked at Chi-Yu in surprise. You can come and try. Yun Nuoxing smiled and pointed the Netherworld Ruins sword at Chi-Yu. Although he could not stop Chi-Yu, he could kill him instantly. The outcome would be decided in an instant. Chi-Yu's face twitched. When he saw the Netherworld Ruins sword, his right hand twitched in pain. The scene and the sword seemed to have happened yesterday. The sound of the blade cutting flesh still lingered in his ears. Although his broken arm was reattached, the aura of the divine weapon had eroded his body. It took him half a year to recover. So what if you are the Emperor of the Netherworld? I can defeat you with a sword. Yun Nuoxing sneered. With a thought, dozens of divine weapons appeared behind him and floated in front of the kings of the Netherworld. With him as a mobile arsenal, the dozens of divine weapons could smash Chi-Yu half to death under the power of the kings of the Netherworld. The faces of Chi-Yu and the other three twitched. What the hell was this? If an expert of the late Netherworld King realm had dozens of high-level divine weapons, even a beginner Netherworld Emperor like him would have to retreat. My friend Chi-Yu, let me give you a hand. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a clear laughter rolled in from the sky like thunder. Then, a few figures flew over like lightning. In a few blinks of an eye, they appeared in the sky. Their aura was as vast as the ocean, and it directly suppressed the aura of Jin Jinwang and the others. Looking at the figures in the sky, Jin Jinwang's face darkened immediately. The Emperor of the Netherworld is at least of the middle Netherworld stage. Feeling the unusually powerful aura, the beautiful woman's face darkened immediately. It would be difficult to deal with two emperors of the Netherworld. Even if they had the help of divine weapons, it would be difficult to suppress them. Above the sky, a green figure stood in the air. On his robe, there was a lifelike green dragon that seemed to be rolling up and down. He looked to be in his 20s. He had a handsome and harmless face. He grinned and looked at the crowd. Then, he led a few people behind him to Chi-Yu's side. A faint dragon's might spread out from him, and it made the legs of the people in the city tremble. The Supreme Elder of the Qinghai Palace. Even such a figure is here. Isn't he in seclusion all year round? Qing Xian also suffered serious injuries in the underground palace. He is here to seek an explanation. As soon as this person appeared, a series of gasps could be heard in the city. Was this year's battle for the divine body of spiritual reception really about to begin? Even such a big shot had appeared. Compared to the gloomy faces of Jin Jinwang and the others, Chi-Yu revealed a smile on his face. He glanced at Jin Jinwang and felt a little relieved. He cupped his hands at the young man in green and said, "Haha, so it's Elder Qing Miao. I didn't expect you to come out this time. If you can help me to capture the divine body, the Qi family will reward you handsomely." "Haha, Elder Qi, you don't have to say too much. I am only here to seek justice for Qing Xian. As for the rest, it's up to you. It's a pity that he is still lying in bed." The young man called Qing Miao also cupped his hands at Chi-Yu and smiled. Come. It would be best if all the 12 constellation palaces or forces that are hostile to me are here. Then, I won't have to waste my meticulous preparation. Seeing Qing Miao coming over, Yun Nuoxing did not panic. She placed her palm on her chest and smiled faintly. She spoke in an extremely soft voice. "Why do I feel that you are looking forward to it?" The divine kings rolled their eyes at her. Was she pretending to be relaxed because she knew that the situation was tense? Or was she really confident that she could kill the emperors of the underworld? Gods were not that easy to kill. Even if Yun Nuoxing had the ultimate speed and attack, The sword of Netherworld, it would still be difficult for her to kill 2 emperors of the underworld. Seeing Yun Nuoshing still staring at her with a relaxed expression, Qing Miao's old eyes lit up. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. You are the divine body? I have a name. Don't call me by my divine body. However, vulgar people like you are only fit to call me by my codename. Yun Nuoshing played with her long hair and smiled faintly. She took a step forward. Haha, you are indeed a young hero. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's indifferent expression, Qing Miao was stunned. She smiled and said, I am not interested in you. I am only here to seek justice for Qing Xian. As for how to deal with you, that is the Qi clan's matter. Hearing Qing Miao's words, Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and said, You emperors of the underworld should know very well whether I was the one who caused the massacre that day. At this moment, you are still using the name of righteousness. Aren't you being too hypocritical? Haha, the young hero is so bold. However, you people are not enough to be your backing. Qing Miao did not mind and smiled. Her gaze swept across Jin Jinwang and the others as she said, If they are not enough, will it be enough with the 2 of us? A lovely bell-like laughter gently reverberated across the sky after Qing Miao's words sounded. After which, a spatial crack line was opened on both the left and right of the Yun Nua planet. The crack lines rippled slightly in front of the many pairs of eyes that did not blink. After which, a delicate and alluring figure appeared from the distorted space on the right. She lifted her leg and slowly stepped out of the space. She appeared under the sunlight in this world. Even the frost aura around her had slightly scattered. The slender golden-clothed girl gently landed on Yun Nuoshing's right under the silent sky. Her golden robes swayed gently and her long golden hair was casually scattered behind her. Her thin feather clothes covered her slender arms and waist. 2 small jade beads hung from her earlobes, making clear jingling sounds as they swayed with the wind. Her robes were not luxurious, but they carried an aura that was above the heavens and the earth, causing the heavens and the earth to pale in comparison. Her elegant and exquisite face lifted slightly and looked at Qi Yu before looking at Yun Nuoshing. She displayed a smile that made one's heart palpitate. On the left side of Yun Nuoshing, a skinny silver-blue figure appeared quietly. The young man's handsome face looked a little indifferent, and his silver-blue eyes looked a little empty. In his robe, there were electric dragons flying around. His grayish-white hair was draped over his shoulders, and his slightly pointed chin was slightly raised, with a little tiredness and arrogance. With just a casual glance, it seemed to make people hear the rumbling of thunder. The thunder elements in the sky quietly increased. The empty eyes glanced at Qi Yu and Yun Nuoshing casually, and then turned to Yun Nuoshing. Only then did the lifeless eyes lit up a little. However, it was this beautiful and slender figure that made Jin Jinwang and Lei Tian's jaws drop to the sky. 2 voices that shook the entire city uncontrollably burst out. Big, 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 great elder. Chapter 363. In the sky, 2 young figures were floating in the air. One of them was looking at Yun Nuoshing with a smile, while the other was looking at him with interest. Judging from their youthful faces, it was impossible to tell that they were people who had lived for a long time. Yun Nuoshing's handsome face turned red as he was stared at by 4 pairs of eyes. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and turn around silently. He wanted to step back quietly, but he was caught by the golden girl. He was stunned and quickly turned his head, only to see a jade-like hand enlarging in front of his eyes. Ear. The girl reached out her hand and pinched Yun Nuoshing's ear. Then, she patted his head, elongating his cheeks and shrinking them back. After a while, she laughed coquettishly, making him feel awkward, and quickly lowered his head. The great elder is here. The moment Jining saw the girl, she quickly shrank her head and hid behind Xian. Even Jin Jinwang felt a little unnatural. He pulled the water god king in front of him and restrained his aura and light, as if he didn't exist. Everyone was speechless. Lei Ming, on the other hand, was very calm. He calmly walked behind Yao Hua and curled up into a ball, looking at the wall of the manor indifferently. Lei Tian's action was similar to his. He hid behind Huozhu and remained silent. The thunder in his body was like a mouse that saw a cat, shrinking in his body and not coming out. Compared to the four of them, the world had become abnormally quiet. The people below did not even dare to breathe loudly. Qi Yu and Qing Miao's faces darkened as they silently took a step back. The smile on Qing Miao's face gradually turned solemn. Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to breathe loudly. The great elders of the 9 deities temple hadn't appeared for many years. Countless years ago, they had already made a name for themselves and retired from the temple. They didn't expect that they would appear today for the sake of Yun Nuoxing. If this news spread out, it would definitely shock many people with evil intentions. After all, at this point, everyone knew that the 9 deities temple was risking their lives to protect Yun Nuoxing. If they continued to cause trouble, they might even drag out the 9 legendary figures. That would be King fun. Little brother, what's your name? The girl stretched out her slender finger and lifted Yun Nuoxing's chin. She asked with a smile, causing the divine king's faces to darken. How could the 9 divine palace not know Yun Nuoxing's name? She was clearly trying to flirt with Yun Nuoxing. Great elder, how old are you already? Why are you still flirting with little fresh meat? The gold god king hid behind the water god king and muttered in an almost inaudible voice. In the end, he felt an indescribable chill and suddenly shivered. He quickly raised his head and, as expected, he saw the girl staring at him with a smile, which made his face turn pale. Yun Nuoxing's face was covered in cold sweat. She turned her head stiffly. In the spiritual world, Ziyi was knocking on the bed and laughing maniacally, making him feel very awkward. Nose. The girl pinched Yun Nuoxing's nose again. She didn't take Qi Yu and the others seriously at all. It was as if they were here to have fun and not to fight. Yun Nuoxing's face was bitter. She looked at Jin Jinwang for help. However, the latter gave her a look that said, "Good luck." Then, he shrank his head back. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. That, sister, you. Yun Nuoxing shivered and laughed dryly. Little brother, you are so sweet. I like it. The girl was inexplicably happy when she heard that. She caressed Yun Nuoxing's face with her delicate hand and licked her red lips with her tongue. Then, she leaned close to Yun Nuoxing's ear and exhaled. Yun Nuoxing's body trembled, and she was about to cry. She was even more flirting than Yuan. Everyone below was speechless. First elder. He is still a child. It is said that his only regret is that he didn't have a good relationship when he was young. But don't worry, he won't do anything to little Star. Jining also smiled bitterly. She didn't dare to be angry with the first elder, so she could only explain in embarrassment. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. The image of the legendary great elder in their hearts had completely collapsed in an instant. When she saw that Yun Nuoxing's handsome face was so red that it was about to bleed, the girl was satisfied and let go of him. Then, she patted his head and looked at Qi Yu and the others, whose faces were dark. She smiled sweetly and said, "I heard that someone was looking for trouble with our little divine child, so I came out to see who had such courage. I didn't expect it to be little Yu Yu." This sounded very intimate, but it made Qi Yu tremble. His hands trembled slightly. He knew that the arrival of these 2 people today had completely ruined their additional mission. However, the main mission was as the Golden God King had expected. They had achieved their goal. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Since when did he become someone else's thing? Also, little Wei beside you, aren't you going to come out and greet your servants? The girl pursed her lips and smiled. She looked to the side and said. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the space in front of Qi Yu quickly split open, and a white figure quickly walked out. As soon as the figure appeared, the cold air behind him completely dissipated within a few breaths' time. The white figure frowned and took a deep breath. He bowed slightly and cupped his fists. He said softly, "Greetings." Princess Jean, seeing the white figure, Yun Nuoshing gasped. He didn't expect the Qi family to have a backup plan. This time, they really came prepared. Even if he could kill Qi Yu quickly, he would be killed by this person in the dark. How long has it been since we last met? Where is Prince Qi? Did he not come out? The girl called Princess Jean said with a smile, as she played with a strand of her blonde hair. Great Elder, he's in closed-door training. The white figure swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his body involuntarily trembling. If not for Yun Nuoshing opening his evil spirit eye, it would be hard to see him trembling, because the trembling was too small. Seeing this person's appearance, Yun Nuoshing was slightly surprised. He looked at the girl beside him, and then looked at the young man. He faintly felt that there was a wave of energy coming from their bodies, but it seemed that there was no energy at all. However, the white figure seemed to be trying his best to resist something. The conflicting senses made him feel baffled. "I want to take the little divine child with me. Do you have any objections?" Princess Jean smiled and said, "What happened today is just a misunderstanding." Qi Wei's teeth were chattering. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. Seeing him like this, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there was always someone to beat. Qi Yu and his people who were so arrogant just now were now trembling in fear. They couldn't even speak properly, which made the crowd sigh. I hope this is just a misunderstanding. I will talk to Prince Qi one day." Princess Jean nodded. Her casual words made Qi Wei's body tremble. "What happened today is the Qi family's fault. Little brother, if we have offended you, please forgive us. I apologize on behalf of Qi Yu and the others." Qi Wei gritted his teeth. Cold sweat kept coming out from his forehead and gathered into a small stream to his chin. He seemed to be under great pressure and it took him a minute to finish his sentence. Yun Nuoshing's face trembled. He rolled his eyes and smiled slightly. He said, "Elder Qi, you must be joking. This was a misunderstanding. Fortunately, we didn't really fight. Otherwise, it would have deepened. Since you have said so, I won't continue to pursue this matter." Yun Nuoshing knew very well that Qi Wei was being polite to him because of the girl beside him. The Qi family was also an ancient family. Although it shouldn't be difficult for the 9 divine halls to eradicate them, he had heard from Jin Jinwang that the 9 divine halls would protect him with all their might. However, it didn't mean that they would destroy the Qi family for him. Therefore, it was the best ending to scare the Qi family away today. No one wanted to fight under such circumstances. Although Yun Nuoshing could fight with the Emperor of the Underworld with the help of the God weapon, it didn't mean that he was very powerful. Therefore, this was the best ending. He would fight on his own in the future and not rely on the 9 divine halls. Hearing Yun Nuoshing's words, Qi Wei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the Jin princess with a complicated expression and then looked at the netherworld ruins sword seriously. Although the former wasn't very powerful, the sword could kill gods. No matter how one looked at it, if they really fought, the Qi family would suffer heavy losses, especially after the Jin princess came. Therefore, no matter how unwilling and aggrieved he had to sneak away to avoid being kicked back. If that happened, he would really lose all his face. "All of us will withdraw now." Qi Wei forced a smile. He waved his sleeve and the space behind him became distorted. His body also slowly disappeared into the distorted space. Behind him, Qi Yu and a large group of people hurriedly followed. They were afraid that they would be killed by a slap if they were a step slower. Seeing the Qi family leave quickly, the Jin princess smiled and looked at Qing Miao and the others. She said, "Where is this little brother?" Qing Miao looked at Qi Wei and the others, who were leaving with their heads and faces covered in dirt, and started to panic. When he heard the words of the girl who had scared the Qi family away, his whole body trembled. He could only laugh dryly at the way she addressed him. Although he was very old, He obviously wasn't as powerful as the fairy-like queen in front of him. He could only bite the bullet and say, "I just want to ask for an explanation. I have no interest in the little son of the deity hall." That matter, after I investigate it thoroughly, I will give the Qinghai Palace a satisfactory answer. The Jin princess patted Yun Nuoxing's head and smiled sweetly. Our little son of the deity is not such an evil person. Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuoxing was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Then I'll have to trouble, Your Highness. Qing Miao heaved a sigh of relief and cupped her hands. She was so nervous that she stuttered. Today's matter. I will apologize to the little son of the deity. If the matter is investigated, and it has nothing to do with the little son of the Qinghai Palace, I, Qing Miao, will apologize to you in front of everyone on behalf of the Qinghai Palace. Okay. You can go now. The Jin princess waved her hand casually. Qing Miao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, as if he had been pardoned. Then, he flew into the sky with his people and hurriedly left. Lihuan City was originally surrounded by an overwhelming army, but in just a few minutes, only Yun Nuoxing and the others were still standing in the sky. At this time, everyone could only say, "What AF** king drama." The Qi family and the Qinghai Palace, who had come with invincible power, were scared away by a girl with just a few words. This really made everyone speechless. "Are you here for a fashion show?" Yun Nuoxing was speechless. From Qi Yu's appearance to the Jin princess's appearance, Qi Wei's departure with his people, and Qing Miao, who had been like an audience, came and left. In the end, damn it, no one made a move. That tense atmosphere was just a background, wasn't it? It was as if they were all here to chat about their daily lives. They all showed their faces and then it was over. However, Yun Nuoxing knew that if the Jin princess and Qi Wei did not come today, a big battle would have been inevitable. However, because of this, everyone who had been watching from the sidelines could only sigh and shake their heads helplessly. Today is just a fashion show day. Chapter 364. In the spacious hall, the bright sunlight shone through the window and fell on the man in golden robes, making him look even more dazzling, like a holy light. The King of Gods is kneeling. He looks so wronged. He looks like a child who has done something wrong. Everything has its vanquisher. He usually scolds us like this. I didn't expect the King of Gods to be scolded like this too. Unlucky old Jean. Fortunately, our great elder didn't come. Outside the hall, Yao Hua, Water God King, and the others looked at the situation in the hall through the crack of the door. When they saw Jin Jinwang like this, they felt a little lucky and mourned for him for a while. At this moment, the Gold God King was kneeling on the ground with his head buried in his chest. His handsome face had two suspicious blushes. His golden hair hung down, covering half of his handsome face. Through the other half, one could see that he was like a child who had done something wrong. His face was full of grievance and shame, causing the group of young elites outside the hall to be very surprised. They never thought that there would be a day when their own God King would be taught a lesson like this, causing them to be very surprised. "Little Stone, what should I say to you? You didn't even bring the golden bell bottle when you went out. You even volunteered to leave the little divine child to us. In the end, if I didn't come today, I don't know what would have happened to the little divine child." The Golden Crown Princess sat on the sofa in front of Jin Jinwang. Her slender legs were crossed, and her hands were supporting her cheeks. She was lecturing him like an adult scolding a child. Yun Nuoxing sat aside awkwardly. When the Golden Crown Princess was scolding the King of Gods, she pulled Xian and quietly moved his butt to the side. He didn't want to come in, but the Golden Crown Princess dragged him in to listen. On the other side, Lei Tian shrunk his head and didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at the man with a face full of disgust and lowered his head. "I was wrong." Jin Jinwang was on the verge of tears. After the incident at the Tana's water shrine, he had put the golden bottle back into the golden shrine. After all, it was impossible for an eternal weapon to be taken out for a walk all the time. He did not expect such a thing to happen in Lihuan City. If not for the arrival of his great elder, he might have been in danger. Although he was prepared to be scolded, he was not prepared to be scolded in front of a group of juniors. This nickname, where would he put his old face in the future? Jin Jinwang's real name was Jin Shi. The elders of the temple found it troublesome to call him by his name, so they just called him Shi too. Only the Empress would add the word little when she called him, which made him suffer unspeakably. Little divine son, what do you plan to do? I'll leave little Shi to you. The Golden Empress smiled sweetly and poked Yun Nuoxing's face, who was unable to move too far away. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. When she came to her senses, she quickly looked at Jin Jinwang, who was still kneeling. She saw the latter looking at her pitifully with tears in his eyes, and could not help but shudder. She laughed dryly and said, "Forget it, it's fine as long as you're fine. Senior Jin Jinwang has helped me a lot along the way. Don't let him kneel." Jin Jinwang heard this and quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he cast a grateful look at Yun Nuoxing, which made the latter smile bitterly. What did it have to do with him? All right, since the little divine son has said so, little Shi, you can get up. The Golden Empress nodded and said, "Oh." Jin Jinwang felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly stood up, rubbed his sore knees, and laughed bitterly. This time, he had lost all his face. "Well, little divine son, why don't you go to the little divine prefecture to train?" Suddenly, the Golden Empress said something that stunned everyone. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. She looked at the Golden Empress, who had a serious expression on her face, and said, What's wrong? Why do you want to go to the little divine prefecture all of a sudden?" The little divine prefecture is located in the middle of the divine prefecture, and also the center of the entire divine realm. There are countless first-rate forces lying dormant in it, and it is very complicated. Some of them are not weaker than first-rate forces like the Qinghai Palace. There are also some strange races that are not seen in other large regions. It is the core area of the divine realm, and it is also the most exciting place in the divine realm. Most of the top experts in the divine realm also come from there. Although the 9 divine temples and the 8 ancient families did not set up their headquarters there, they still send their disciples to the little divine prefecture to train every year. In a place where geniuses gather, even the divine son of a first-rate force would be beaten down to a mortal. However, the most important thing is that the news in the little divine prefecture is very isolated. It is very difficult for news from other large regions to spread there, the Golden Empress said. Isolated? Why? Isn't it the core area? Why is the news so isolated? Yun Nuoxing was stunned and could not help but ask. There are some reasons. You will know when you get there in the future. The Golden Empress smiled and kept him in suspense. She said, "Because the news there is isolated, I want you to go there. There, no one will know who you are, and no one will care about your past. It is equivalent to starting over. There, with strength comes dignity. Moreover, it is said that you want to repair the divine weapon, right?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. The Nethervoid sword and the Ling Hong sword were both broken, and he was determined to repair them. In the little divine prefecture, there are countless strange places of treasure. Moreover, the fragments of the divine weapon will not disappear. There may be many fragments in the little divine prefecture, and it will be easier to repair them there, the Golden Empress said. But Great Elder Yun Nuoxing is still too weak. It is still too early to go there. It is more appropriate to go when he becomes a demigod. Jin Jinwang hurriedly advised. Although there was indeed no one in the little divine prefecture who knew Yun Nuoxing, those who had the strength to go there were not weak. Moreover, there were many very complicated forces there, and if he was not careful, he would be in danger. Moreover, Yun Nuoxing was not scheming at all. That's true. The Golden Empress sighed and nodded. Yun Nuoshing was helpless. He roughly knew why he had to be sent to the Little Divine Prefecture. Now that he had fought with the Qi family to the bitter end, he had inexplicably offended the Qinghai Palace and 5 of the 12 star palaces. Before he could find out who the scapegoat was, there would be a lot of trouble. The 9 Divine Palace could not protect him forever. This time, they had been protected for such a long time, and they would eventually be separated. Although he was holding a divine weapon, to put it bluntly, his strength was still too weak. He would probably be exhausted after using the divine weapon once. Senior, don't worry. I will be careful. I will not go to the Little Divine Prefecture for the time being, as I have other things to do. When I am done, I will jump into the Little Divine Prefecture and experience it. Yun Nuoshing grinned. The Golden Empress sighed helplessly. After a while, she turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing for a long time. When she saw his face turn red, she looked away and said helplessly, "Do as you wish. I can't interfere in the affairs of you young people." After saying that, the Golden Empress put her hand on the jade bead under her earlobe. With a flash of light, a round gemstone appeared. It was colorful, and if one counted carefully, there were exactly 9 colors. After rubbing the gemstone for a while, the Golden Empress put it in Yun Nuoshing's hand and said, "Take this. Once you send out a signal, the people of the 9 Divine Palace who see the signal will rush over and help you." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Jin Jinwang had given him something similar, but he had never used it because he had no use for it at all. If there were any unexpected situations, he could basically escape, although the outcome might be serious injuries. Perhaps he did not want to borrow the strength of others, as he always felt that it would trouble others. Although this was what he thought, Yun Nuoshing still accepted it solemnly. After all, it was a kind gesture from the Golden Empress. "It's been hard on you. You're still so young, but you have to bear so much pressure that you shouldn't have." The Golden Empress sighed and touched Yun Nuoshing's head tenderly. She did not ask him to go back to the Divine Palace with her. After all, she also knew that Yun Nuoshing had his own things to do. Looking at him, he did not look like someone who would quietly stay in one place and slowly cultivate. Moreover, he had to find the broken magical weapons himself. Moreover, the divine body of spiritual reception needed to accommodate countless weapons to forge itself. According to Yun Nuoshing's own specifications, once he absorbed them, he would need weapons that were above the divine level. No matter how powerful the 9 Divine Palace was, they would not be able to afford his consumption. Magical weapons were not cheap things. It was already very impressive for a first-rate force to have more than a dozen of them. Therefore, the road ahead still needed Yun Nuoshing to walk on his own. Although it sounded a little hopeless, this was the only way. The Qi clan is trying to capture the Sword of Spiritual Reception. Although Qi Yu and the others have been forced to retreat this time, they won't give up so easily. There will definitely be a lot of trouble coming to us in the future. Let's be realistic, even the 9 Divine Palace doesn't want to start a war with one of the 8 families. We all came from the remote antiquity era and each of us has something as our foundation. No one knows what our trump cards are. If we attack them casually, it will cause a lot of casualties. I hope you can understand this, Golden Queen said softly. Senior, don't worry. Nuoshing is not an unreasonable person. You have already helped me a lot. Yun Nuoshing nodded with a smile. The Golden Empress was a little unhappy when she heard Yun Nuoshing calling her senior. She pinched his face and said, "Little star, I still hope that you will call me more sweetly." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment and smiled awkwardly. "Just call me that." The Golden Empress rubbed his face and said with a smile. Jin Jinwang was speechless. He covered his face and turned to the side. He could not watch any more. Yun Nuoshing blushed and only managed to squeeze out the word senior after a long time. The Golden Empress was overjoyed. Her smile was like a beautiful rose that bloomed. Everyone outside the door was stunned. How was the talk? Seeing Yun Nuoxing and the Golden Empress come out, everyone quickly surrounded them and asked. Yun Nuoxing looked back at Jin Jinwang and the Golden Empress, who were talking about something. He gently closed the door and looked at everyone. He said helplessly, "Talk about what? What can we talk about? What do you want to talk about?" "We are just curious about what you talked about inside." Everyone laughed awkwardly. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and repeated what he had just said. Little Divine Land, everyone's faces twitched. Almost everyone knew about that place, but it was also difficult to enter. If there were no accidents, with their own strength, they would need to be at least a demigod to be able to take a step in. For other ranks, unless they had some special means, they would not be able to enter. The Yun Nuo planet naturally belonged to the latter. They would probably be able to enter with a divine weapon. Yaohua, Mu Ling, the Divine King and the others asked me to tell you. That's what they said. Yun Nuoxing tapped his palms and then pinched his throat. He imitated Jin Jinwang's tone and said, "Ask the 9 brats outside to return to the temple first. Remember to go to the land of the fallen immortals and quickly cultivate to the demigod level. Then, you can bring them to the little divine land to train." No. Hearing the words, "land of the fallen immortals," the 9 heroes collapsed on the ground. Especially when they heard that they were going to the little divine land, and that Yun Nuoxing was leading the team, they suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. Well, good luck. Yun Nuoxing spread out her hands and looked at the 9 people, who were wailing pitifully. Chapter 365. The 9 heroes wailed for a long time before they were taken away by the Water God King. When they parted, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. Although it wasn't a life and death parting, each of them took a while to sort out their emotions. "Little star, be careful when you're outside. We'll come out to play with you again when we're free." Mu Ling covered her mouth and laughed. She waved her hand and disappeared behind the spatial crack. "Good luck. Don't be surpassed by me the next time you come out." Yun Nuoxing cheered them on with a smile. "That's really a lot of pressure." The 9 heroes rolled their eyes at him. The cultivation speed of the spiritual godly physique was simply like flying a plane. Wasn't this making things difficult for them? "Little brother, come back to Divine Sky City to play when you're free." Lu Yi patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. "Little brother Nuoxing, Jin Heng and Yao Ling both punched him in the chest. Then, they realized that they were speechless. They didn't know what to say with their mouths wide open. "I'll be a guest when I'm free." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Jin Heng followed Yao Hua and the rest back to the 9 deity palace, while Yao Ling and Chu Yilian took a ride back to Divine Sky City. "Little brother Nuoxing, if you're free, Yilian would like to discuss music with you." Chu Yilian smiled and transmitted her voice before she left. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. That time in the Divine Sky City, the rumbling of the 10,000 Tao rhythm was revealed by some big mouth, which made Chu Yilian interested in him. Now, he could only laugh bitterly. "Fairy, please spare me." The Water God King and the rest also left. After all, after such a ruckus, the world knew what the 9 deity palace's position was. If they wanted to touch Yun Nuoxing again, they would have to think twice. Therefore, they estimated that they could spend some time in peace. They also had to go back and torment the 9 heroes. "Little boy, if you're free, come visit the western region. Our Yuan family is there. Big sister will take care of you." Yuan Xian hugged Yun Nuoxing as she laughed and cried at the same time, which made everyone speechless. They could only walk to the side silently, leaving the 2 of them to put on a parting of life and death. Due to the urgent call of the Yuan family's master, they had no choice but to return. After all, they had been separated for a few years. Before the Tana's Water God's palace, they had stayed in Divine Sky City and did not return. Then, they followed Yun Nuoxing to Lihuan City. This time, they had no choice but to return. Her father had been desperately calling for them. If it were not for the fact that the Yuan family was busy, he would have rushed over to catch them. "Young miss, let's go back first. The patriarch has gone crazy from wanting to see you. He hasn't had any appetite for food or drink for the past 3 years." A member of the Yuan family crossed the void and passed through countless teleportation portals before arriving at Lihuan City to pass on this message to Yuan Qian. If it wasn't for this message, she would have definitely chosen to follow Yun Nuoxing. Seeing that Yuan Qian was willing to go back obediently, Yuan Qi and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that their elder sister would make a fuss endlessly. "Mr. Yun, come and play when you're free." Yuan Shui chuckled and waved at Yun Nuoxing. As for Yuan Shi, he still followed Yun Nuoxing on the journey. However, at this time, he was also putting on a parting scene. Yu Xiao was also called back by the Yu family. After such a big thing happened in Lihuan City, everyone related to Yun Nuoxing had been spread by the gossipers. The Yu family also hurriedly called back their goddess. There was competition between the 8 families. If the Qi family did something crazy, the Yu family would suffer a loss. "Be good and go back. Your father must be waiting anxiously. When I am free, I will sneak over to the western regions and visit the Yuan family. At that time, just don't drive me out." Yun Nuoxing touched Yuan Qian's head and said softly. Yuan Qian then smiled through her tears and raised her red lips to Yun Nuoxing's lips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. After that, with a beautiful turn, she followed Yuan Qi and the others into the spatial passageway. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and saw Xian's strange smile. It was somewhat inexplicable. Those who didn't know would think that she felt lonely because of everyone's parting. Qing Feng nodded at Yun Nuoxing and put her arm around his shoulder before softly saying, "Little brother, when will I find you to go underground? With a strong alliance, going through the world's tombs will be as easy as walking on flat ground." Yun Nuoxing's head was filled with black lines. Previously, he had guessed that Qing Feng started out by digging graves. He didn't expect that she would want to pull him along. He wanted to complain a little, but he had already disappeared into the horizon. On the other side, Yuan Shi secretly wiped his eyes and looked back with every step he took. He reluctantly sent Yu Xiao off. When he saw her leaving with the Yu family, he sighed sadly. "Nuoxing, don't be too ruthless." When he walked back to Yun Nuoxing's side, Yuan Shi patted his shoulder and smiled bitterly. Yun Nuoxing's head was filled with question marks. He didn't know what he was going to do, and he didn't want him to be too ruthless. Lan Xen suddenly appeared and hugged Yun Nuoxing's neck from behind with her soft jade arms. She smiled tenderly and said, "Little she is asking Brother Nuoxing not to torture him." Yuan Shi nodded while Yun Nuoxing was puzzled. After everyone had left, the group of 5, Yun Nuoxing, Xian, Yuan Shi, Lan Xen Ming, there was also the little girl that they found back as Zihan. They all stood in the courtyard blankly and looked at each other. Although they felt that the world had suddenly quieted down, they also felt a little lonely. Little Purple Soul directly rushed into Yun Nuoxing's arms and rubbed her little head against his chest. Her cute and innocent appearance diverted everyone's attention and diluted their mood. Seeing that Little Purple Soul had made the first move, Ming pouted her little mouth but couldn't complain. She could only crawl into Yun Nuoxing's windbreaker and tug at his clothes with her little hand. Her little face full of resentment made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly and put Little Purple Soul on his shoulder. Then, he picked up Ming and rubbed the little girl's head. "Little Star has become a professional nanny," Xian said with a smile and took Little Purple Soul in his arms. It was quite tiring to take care of 2 children alone. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and couldn't help but lament in his heart, "Bear with it, little Ming is already 11 years old. After 2 or 3 more years, she will be a big child and won't need me to carry her anymore. Little sisters will hate their older brothers when they grow up. Chirp." Little Phoenix raised its head on Yun Nuoxing's head and chirped softly. Then, it lay down again. It had grown a little in the past month, but it was still a small ball. Since they're all gone, let's go too. The Golden Crown Princess, Jin Shenhuang, and the others walked out of the great hall and saw the empty courtyard. They walked to Yun Nuoxing's side. The former patted his head and smiled. Say, sister, where are you going? Yun Nuoxing was about to call her senior, but immediately changed his words and asked. I heard that there are some strange movements in Taiyuan territory. We're going to take a look, Princess Jean said with a smile and pinched Yun Nuoxing's face. Taiyuan territory? The news spread too quickly. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. Speaking of Taiyuan territory, he was reminded of the past. In his mind, a red, playful and lively figure floated past. His eyes couldn't help but darken a little. But after a moment, he covered it up and no one saw it. We got the news before we came out from the shrine. We're just going to take a look. Princess Jean winked at Mei Mao and said with a smile, We're leaving. Little star, be careful. Amen. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Just as he was about to wave goodbye, he saw that there was no one left. This speed of leaving is too. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. According to his estimation, Princess Jean and the great elder of Lightning Divine Hall were at least god emperors. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to scare Qi Yu and Qi Wei away. But this speed was a little too shocking. They couldn't even see them and they disappeared. The few of them laughed bitterly. They really came and went without a trace. Where are we going next? The few of them weren't in a hurry to leave. They sat down on the stone chairs in the courtyard and asked Xian. That's a problem. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. He propped his elbows on the stone table and rested his chin on his hands. He looked like he was in deep thought. This made the few of them quiet down. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and took out the treasure map. He spread it out on the stone table and waved his hand, inviting the few of them to discuss. According to the way we're going, the next stop should be the Eastern Sea's Burning Mountain. On the way, we'll go to these marked places and see if we can keep them. He pointed at a few places and finally stopped at a mountain on the map. It was surrounded by a vast ocean. He said, Although we're going, there's no need to rush. No one can subdue the origin of fire anyway. We'll just wander around. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xian, as if he was asking for her opinion. Xian was stunned. She smiled gently, ran her fingers through her hair and said, Little star, we'll follow your arrangements. Yuan Shi nodded. He had come out with them to gain experience. He suddenly thought of something and said, Nuoxing, I remember that you're a blacksmith, right? And a part-time pharmacist, although not an alchemist, Xian added. Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked at Yuan Shi. He asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Isn't there a lot of people gathering in Lihuan City recently? Someone opened a blacksmith's trade fair. It's said that you can exchange materials from the 2nd level to the 6th level. Yuan Shi paused and said, I heard from Jin Jinwang and the others that your 2 heaven-grade weapons were damaged. I wanted to mention it to you and see if you're interested in going. Trade fair. Yun Nuoxing repeated in a low voice and tilted his head. The Netherruin sword was still in the 1st level, but the Linghong sword was already in the 2nd level. He didn't have many low-level materials. He had only bought some last time, and most of them were of the earth element. In order to fully repair it, he needed the 5 element. In other words, he had to find materials of the other 4 element. That's good too. Go buy some low-level materials, or you can practice forging on the way. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He could now forge without hiding in the blacksmith's shop. After all, he had the fire and metal element. The dark room was prepared for people who didn't have the fire element. He could now forge weapons at will. The alchemy world and the blacksmith world will hold a competition at a specific time. All the people in the heavenly realm who boast of their skills will participate. Nuoxing, you can control the 5 element. You'll definitely be famous in the alchemy world. Yuan Shi smiled. Come on, famous? That'll only make me die faster. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands. As a spiritual godly body, the best way was to hide from the world, hide from the world, hide from the world, and hide from the world, until the day of great success, the day when the sovereign ruled the world, otherwise it would always be coveted by others. Although it was very boring, but only after enduring for 1,000 years could one be able to see the wonders of the world. Moreover, I'm not interested in fame or whatever. Yun Nuashing smiled, then flicked his hair and grinned. I just want to be a quiet handsome man. Narcissist. Xian and the others rolled their eyes at him. Chapter 366. Su Ming, who was the one who forged you? In a dimly lit secret room, Yun Nuashing sat cross-legged on a stone bed. A purplish-black sword that was longer than a person lay across her legs. A faint fluorescent light shone from within. Yun Nuashing's expression was calm. She sent her soul into the nethervoid sword and carefully observed the array patterns inside. Outside the thumb-sized core, there was a bright ball of light enveloping it. Vaguely, an extremely powerful soul ripple spread out. This ball of light was the soul of the nethervoid sword. Although it was still incomplete, it already had a considerable amount of energy. Looking at the complex array that seemed to be evolving into a universe, Yun Nuashing scratched her cheek and couldn't help but ask. I don't know. It's not you, said the nethervoid sword. Nonsense. Even ghosts know that I didn't forge it. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. The nethervoid sword had been forged countless years ago. She hadn't even been born then. I don't have any memories either. My soul is shattered. However, it shouldn't have been forged for a short period of time. The nethervoid sword paused, then said, Why? Nothing. I'm just a little curious. Who made such a complex array? Sighing, Yun Nuashing shook her head. The complexity of this array could really scare Jin Jinwang to death. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Nuashing said, Speaking of which, won't you reject me? That forger spent so much effort to forge you. He should cherish you. Moreover, you are the most unique divine sword in the world. How did you end up in my hands? The nethervoid sword was silent. Yun Nuashing felt a little awkward. She didn't know if she had asked the wrong question. The nethervoid sword trembled and floated to the side. It poked Yun Nuashing's waist with the body of the sword and said, Don't think too much. I naturally have my reasons for being here. Moreover, my soul is connected to yours. Isn't the first question a little redundant? Yun Nuashing screamed in surprise from the itch. She jumped up and touched her waist. She pouted and smiled bitterly. All right, it's unnecessary. Sitting back down, Yun Nuashing sent her soul energy into the nethervoid sword to observe the runes and runes. A long time later, she said, Nethervoid, which of the 5 elements should I repair first? The nethervoid sword. Let's start with fire. The fire element just so happens to complement your purple night flame to increase its destructive power. Right now, it's just a fire attack, so the enhancement isn't that big. The nethervoid sword was speechless. You're the blacksmith, so why are you asking me? I'm just asking for your opinion, Yun Nuashing muttered. By the way, I don't know how to fix it, Yun Nuashing muttered again. Huh! The nethervoid sword was stunned. Its body trembled as if it was frightened. Because the nethervoid sword is a proper weapon, but you have your own soul. Sigh, I don't know how to fix it. Yun Nuashing poked the sword with her 2 index fingers and lowered her head innocently. The nethervoid sword was suddenly scared. It hurriedly said, Then don't fix it first. I reckon that if I can find all the soul fragments, I'll be able to restore it. All right. Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. She thought for a moment and asked, If, and I'm saying if, you can find all the soul fragments, will your memories be restored? The nethervoid sword was stunned. After a moment of silence it said, I don't know. Not necessarily. I'm not sure. Actually, the world's understanding is a little wrong. You should say that other than him, no one else knows what the truth is, said the nethervoid sword. Truth. Yun Nuashing was stunned. What truth? I'm a person, and the Nethervoid sword is like an incarnation of me. The two can be switched. He didn't forge a sword, he created a life. Creating life, giving a soul. How? How is this possible? When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he was stunned. Creating life was an ability that only gods could have. However, to bestow a soul and make it a unique life was a taboo. Even a heavenly god might not be able to do it. It's true. You'll know when you've restored my soul. The Nethervoid sword knocked Yun Nuoshing's head and said with a smile, I'm very beautiful. How can a sword have a gender? It's not like I haven't seen beautiful women before. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and couldn't help but mutter. She even said the last sentence very softly, afraid that she would hear it. I already said that I'm a person. The Nethervoid sword patted her in annoyance. Good. You're a person, not a sword. Yun Nuoshing grabbed her hand and flicked her with a smile. Lihuan City had an extremely good reputation in this region. In addition to the matter of the heavenly god Glaze's inheritance, its reputation had become even stronger. Under the situation where the residual heat had yet to dissipate, someone, or rather, a force, took advantage of this momentum and opened a trade fair. Anyone could enter. Of course, not everyone wanted to go, because this place was filled with a faint smell of iron and an indescribable fragrance. This was a place where blacksmiths liked to come and go. It was their trade fair. Although it was built temporarily, it wasn't a low-level place. This was because the space here was filled with an astonishing fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. Because it was built temporarily, it was located on the outskirts of Lihuan City. In the empty area created by Yun Nuoshing, a huge spatial wormhole that was hundreds of meters wide was slowly rotating. A strange suction force slowly spread out from it. The wormhole was at the bottom of this sunken basin. In the sky above this basin, there was a line of large words floating in the void. It was very eye-catching. Welcome to all tourists. Signed by the Nightwalker Alliance. When Yun Nuoshing saw the signature, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Even Xian couldn't help but touch her small mouth with a look of shock on her face. Yuan Shi, who was standing at the side, was a little confused. I give full marks to this alliance. Yun Nuoshing clutched her chest and said with difficulty. Even Ming, who was in her arms, stared at the wormhole speechlessly. The Nightwalker Alliance is a huge relay station jointly built by several forces. It's also a merchant alliance. It's very famous in the entire realm of the god. Its forces are spread all over the place. Because it spends a lot of time in Shankala, where birds don't lay eggs, it has an unusually large amount of resources and has friendly relations with many forces. Yuan Shi explained, then looked at Yun Nuoshing and said, I asked you to come to this place because the Nightwalker Alliance has all kinds of rare and precious materials. Although it's not a large-scale hyperspace trade fair, this temporary gathering is still of high quality. Yuan Shi smiled. From time to time, there would be figures with majestic auras flashing down from the basin. They would rush into the wormhole and disappear. Also of high quality. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times. This wormhole was already built, and he still said that it was of high quality. This was considered a big deal. Seeing the surprise on the faces of Yun Nuoshing and the other three, Yuan Shi smiled, scratched his neck, and said, Let's go in and take a look. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing and the others nodded. The three of them moved and rushed down the basin. In a few flashes, they appeared in front of the wormhole. From time to time, people would come over from the surroundings of the wormhole. They looked at them strangely for a while, then looked at Xian and the two little girls, and finally plunged into the wormhole. Feeling these gazes, Yun Nuoshing just glanced at them, then turned away and followed Yuan Shi into the dark wormhole. Xian followed closely beside her. The moment they entered the wormhole, they clearly felt an inexplicable energy sweep across their bodies, causing Yun Nuoshing to suddenly shiver. It was so big that Yuan Shi clearly saw it. Don't worry, it's just a probe. Yuan Shi patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and smiled. Yun Nuoxing nodded. As the energy faded, their vision suddenly turned dark. Then, a faint light bloomed in front of them, accompanied by a loud noise. When the colors changed in their eyes again, the world in front of them had turned into the appearance of a small town. It wasn't too big, and the buildings were basically made of wood. In the sky above the small town, a small sun was sprinkling warm light. Although it was another world, there were still blue skies and white clouds. It was not much different from the outside world. If one had to describe it, the sun was much smaller. After all, it was man-made. A self-created world. This alliance is really generous. Yun Nuoxing looked into the distance, but couldn't see the end of this world. She smacked her lips and couldn't help but comment. The celebration of the Nightwalker Alliance, the trade fair, and so on are all held in a self-created world. Of course, it's not as big as the realm of the gods, but it's more than enough for some activities. Yuan Shi put his hand on his forehead and looked into the distance for a while. He smiled and said, "The people of the Alliance come from several large regions, and there are all kinds of races. There are even high-level gods among them. Their control of the power of space has reached the acme of perfection. They can probably build a vast and boundless space." Yun Nuoxing nodded. To be able to open up a space specifically for activities and trade was already very impressive. That small sun above her head was especially impressive. According to her guess, to be able to reach such a level and use the power of elements to such a degree, it was at least a god on the same level as Jin Jinwang, or even a little higher. On both sides of the street there were some stone platforms and jade tables. On the stone platforms there were some strangely shaped stones. They were multicolored and emitted powerful energy fluctuations. At a glance, one could tell that they weren't simple objects. Behind each of these stone platforms, there was a person sitting cross-legged. These people all had powerful auras. Obviously, they weren't masters to be trifled with. Earth Flame Stone, Grade 6 material. Mountain Shaking Stone, Grade 5 material. Nether Iron, Grade 6 material. A Haolite Mine, Grade 4. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across the stone platforms. Even though he had seen divine objects before, his eyes could not help but light up. Xian, who was beside him, was even more so for Mei Mao. As expected, this is what I should come into contact with at this stage. Yun Nuoxing could not help but smile as he softly said in his heart. He did not lack high-level materials, but low-level materials were pitifully few. Therefore, he could not help but have the idea of looting this place. Of course, he quickly killed it in the cradle. The street was not too long, only 1,000 meters. When Yun Nuoxing inadvertently walked to the end, he sighed and helplessly retracted his gaze. Although he was a little surprised that he had encountered something that moved his heart, it was not of much use to him. What he needed now was materials that possessed a single elemental energy, and not a mixture. Turning around somewhat gloomily, Yun Nuoxing was just about to walk towards another street when he suddenly froze. Looking into the distance, he fixed his gaze on a dark yellow figure in the crowd. His eyes met with his dark yellow eyes. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other from afar, and time seemed to have frozen. "Little star?" Xian saw that he had stopped and also stopped, calling out softly. That." Yun Nuoxing retracted his gaze and smiled at her. Then, he looked over again, only to discover that the person had already disappeared. He could not help but frown. From that pair of eyes, he could only see a kind of indifference, an indifference towards all things in the world. It could even be said that it was loathing, a loathing that was even deeper than the great Elder of Lightning Divine Hall. There was also a faint killing intent, this person. Yun Nuoxing was puzzled. He did not know him. Chapter 367. After turning a corner, the noise was obviously much louder, and the shouting that was close to roaring filled their ears. Colorful energy filled the entire space, and the astonishing energy fluctuation made Yun Nuoshing's eyes emit green light again, scaring the people around him to the point that they hurriedly shrank to the side. However, when a deafening demonic sound suddenly rang in their ears, Yun Nuoshing staggered and turned his head with a bitter expression. When he saw that the two of them seemed to be arguing about something, he immediately muttered, "It's like a wet market." Most of the shops on this street are run by the Nightwalker Alliance. They sell extremely rare materials. They might come from the core of the earth, from the endless star field, or from some deep mountain. There are basically no defective products. Compared to other streets, the items here are of a higher grade. Of course, the prices are much higher as well. Yuanshi couldn't help but laugh when he saw him like this. Colored glazed divine crystal. Colored glazed divine crystal. I want a colored glazed divine crystal. Yun Nuoshing muttered softly as he walked. The people around him who had sharp ears couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they heard him. They looked at him as if he was crazy, then quietly walked to the side. Nuoshing, there won't be anything like a colored glazed divine crystal here. Yuanshi whispered in his ear helplessly. Although the colored glazed divine crystal was a level 12 divine item that was exclusive to the gods, some high-level blacksmiths could also use it to forge a divine weapon that would shock the world. Therefore, very few people would take out level 12 materials to exchange at this blacksmith's trade fair. If there were, they would keep them for future use. I'm just muttering. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. He just wanted to try his luck and see if anyone had misjudged it. However, those who could come here were more or less extraordinary. It was impossible for them to let go of such a big loophole. You guys walk around first. I'll go find someone. Yuanshi suddenly patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and said with a smile. Then, he turned around and walked into an alley. Yun Nuoshing nodded. With a slight movement of her hand, the golden divine sword shot out from her fingertips and turned into an inch-long golden light that followed after Yuanshi. The golden divine sword stuck to his white robe, but the latter was unaware of it. After doing this, he walked forward slowly with the girls. It was better to be careful when they were outside. Moreover, this place was full of crooks and honest folk. Someone might recognize them, so it was better to be cautious. Ming suddenly tugged at Yun Nuoshing's collar. His little hand pointed to a distant place and said softly, "Big brother, that thing?" Following her gaze, Yun Nuoshing saw a stone that was wrapped in a pitch-black light. It was only the size of a washbasin, and even the evil spirit I could not see what was inside. A star stone. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He knew a little about this thing. It was originally an ordinary stone, but after staying in the starry sky for a long time, it had been contaminated by the power of the stars. It could have evolved into a top-notch material, or it could still be an ordinary starstone. Moreover, because of the rich power of the stars, many detection methods were not very useful. If one wanted to see what was inside, they could only directly split it open. Of course, even if they did not split it open, the starstone itself was a slightly unorthodox 7th-level material. Weapons forged with it would be contaminated with the power of the stars, and their power would increase by several times. "What's wrong with that stone?" Yun Nuoshing asked as he patted Ming's head. "Hee, I just think it's very pretty." Ming stuck out her tongue and giggled. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. He thought that this girl's treasure-hunting ability had sensed something, and was even a little excited. In the end, this girl said that she thought it was very pretty. Bringing Xian to the star-stone stall, Yun Nuoshing glanced behind the stone table. A youth with a cold and solemn expression was sitting quietly. He did not make a sound when Yun Nuoshing and the others stopped by. He did not seem to be here to do business. "Old mister, how much do I exchange for this star stone?" Although he looked very young, under the observation of the wood element with the evil spirit eye, he could see that he looked a little old, as if he had been through the vicissitudes of life. He did not look like a vigorous young man. Hearing Yun Nuoshing's words, the cold and solemn youth raised his eyes slightly and said unhurriedly, "A 7th-level material with the thunder element, or a 6th-level thunder element sword. Can I exchange it with black crystals?" Rubbing the star stone in his hand, Yun Nuoshing found that the power of the stars in his body resonated with it, causing his hand to tremble slightly. "If I can refine this star stone, perhaps my strength will rise to another level." Yun Nuoshing suddenly had this thought. The star stone was a material filled with powerful energy. Other than being used to forge weapons, it could also be refined into energy to increase one's strength. Although this was not the best way to use it, and in the eyes of blacksmiths it was a waste of natural resources, the power of the stars in the star stone resonated with the power of the stars in Yun Nuoshing's body. If he could refine and absorb it, his strength would rise to another level. However, if he relied on external forces to increase his strength, even if he had the spiritual godly physique that could automatically purify energy, there would still be some negative effects in the future. He knew this. Therefore, this thought was killed in a flash, and did not even exist for more than 3 seconds. "Okay, 150 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals," the cold young man said slowly. Yun Nuoshing smiled and did not want to waste time with him. He threw down 150 kilograms of Xian crystals, grabbed the star stone, and put it in Ming's hand. Then he pulled Xian and left. He was rich and overbearing, so he naturally did not want to waste his breath on others. 100 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals was nothing to him. Moreover, these people did not seem like people who would suffer losses. They passed by so many stalls, but they only heard people raising the price, not bargaining. After walking for a long time, when they disappeared from the sight of the cold young man, Yun Nuoshing slowed down. Looking at the cheerful Ming in his arms, he could not help but ask, "What's wrong with this thing?" Ming rubbed the stone wrapped in black energy with his little hand. He showed 2 cute canine teeth and said with a smile, "I'll tell my brother when we get back." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He touched her head and said with a smile, "Little girl, don't keep me guessing." Hee. Ming smiled and put the star stone into Yun Nuoshing's pendant. He flicked his long hair and looked at Yun Nuoshing. Suddenly, he had an idea. He climbed onto Yun Nuoshing's shoulder like a little monkey, held his head with both hands, and laughed happily. "So strange," Yun Nuoshing murmured. He grabbed the 2 little feet hanging in front of his chest, smiled helplessly at Xian, and walked forward. Behind him, Xian looked at Ming, who was laughing happily. He could not help but smile and quickly followed. This small town was not very big. There were no more than 10 intersecting ancient streets. There were many people, all of whom had strong auras. At this time, they were like ordinary people, arguing with each other in this place that had turned into a vegetable market. After strolling through several streets, Yun Nuoshing stopped. During this period, he bought a green leaf crystal with rich wood element and a sky-burning stone with fire element with a few 100 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals. He did not buy anything else. These 2 materials were very rare. Yun Nuoshing had once looked for the heaven-burning stone in a few shops, but he had found nothing. It was rare to find it here, but at the same time it was also fancied by someone. It was not easy to pay twice the price to snatch it. As for the rest, he did not buy anything. They stopped at a quiet place. This was probably the end of the town. The surroundings were empty, and it was not as noisy as the inside. Looking out, they saw a barren area. It was all yellow soil, as if it was an undeveloped area. Suddenly, Yuanshi came out of nowhere and patted Yun Nuoshing on the shoulder. He grinned and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Yun Nuoshing immediately became alert when he was patted on the shoulder. When he heard a familiar voice, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and saw Yuanshi with a smile on his face. He could not help but be stunned and said, "Did something good happen? You are smiling so happily." "Well, I guess so." Yuanshi scratched his head and smiled. Did you buy anything good? No, I only bought 3 stones. I didn't like the rest. Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook his head. Although the scale of this town was quite good, the materials he wanted were all expensive and rare. After all, these materials of single elemental energy were not that easy to come by. Most of them were found in areas with elemental themes. Even though the realm of the gods was vast and boundless, it was not to say that there were all kinds of materials in this kind of place. As far as the world knew, the only famous places with a single element theme were the forbidden areas. Yun Nuoshing had been there before and did not see any materials. I see. Yuan Shi nodded thoughtfully. Then, he hesitated for a while. Under Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing's strange gazes, he laughed dryly and said, Well, Nuoshing, lend me some money. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and said, How much do you need? Yuan Shi rubbed his hands. His cheeks were slightly red. He hesitated for a long time like a snake. Then, he stretched out 3 fingers and laughed dryly. About 3,000 pounds of celestial-grade glazed crystals. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and swallowed. He quickly stuffed the 3,000 pounds of celestial-grade glazed crystals into his hand. Then, he asked, What do you want to buy? It's so expensive. I saw something good in an acquaintance's shop. Yuan Shi smiled mysteriously. He patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and said, Thanks. I'll pay you back when the time comes. Hurry up. We've finished touring this small town. It's almost time to go out. Yun Nuoshing nodded and kicked him. Only after Yuan Shi disappeared around a corner did Yun Nuoshing sigh. Suddenly, he shivered, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He turned around abruptly, only to see a pair of crystal-clear but incomparably cold dark yellow eyes. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's you again. Yun Nuoshing could not help but mutter in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, his light purple eyes had condensed a bit of coldness. 2 pairs of gem-like eyes, separated by a distance, once again met each other, causing the temperature to drop by a lot. Just when Yun Nuoshing wanted to rush over and see what this person was all about, he lost sight of him again in the blink of an eye. He could not help but be stunned. He smacked his lips and asked in his heart, Ziyi, that person, the power of time. What? Before he could finish his question, Ziyi gave him 4 words. He was stunned and hurriedly asked, The power of time? What do you mean? Ziyi sighed and said slowly, Even from a distance, I can feel that the space he's in seems to have slowed down a lot. It's obvious that it's the power of time. However, it's not rich and he can't control it. Hiss, Yun Nuoshing sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of time was a power that only gods who had stepped into that level could come into contact with. In other words, the person who had met his gaze twice was actually an expert in the reincarnation mirror? But, thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing frowned again. He did not remember offending an expert in the reincarnation mirror, the Qi family? It doesn't seem like. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. According to Yuan Shao, there were pitifully few experts in the reincarnation mirror in this world. At least, there were no experts of this level in the great families. This meant that it had nothing to do with the 8 ancient families, let alone the 9 elemental temple. If it was someone from the 9 elemental temple, it would not have been so indifferent and murderous. Anyway, you just have to be careful. Even if it's not an expert in the reincarnation mirror, it should be an extremely powerful god who has mastered the power of time. You know the consequences. Ziyi reminded him in a low voice, which was rare. Yes. Yun Nuoshing nodded solemnly. Chapter 368. How do I break the power of time? Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but murmur. Mastering the power to control time meant that one would be invincible before the battle even began. It was just like the zero-time domain in the glass treasure mirror. Although it wasn't fully introduced, just a few short lines of words had given Yun Nuoshing a huge shock. She really didn't know what would happen if she experienced it herself. Speed suppression. This is your only choice and your only method. Similarly, it's your only weakness, Ziyi said softly. People who possess the power of time can control the flow of time as they wish. They can slow down or speed up time. Speeding up the flow of time for oneself and slowing down the flow of time for the enemy. Under the combination of the two, no matter how strong a person is, it's tantamount to being immobilized. Unless one has the invincible Vajra body, one will definitely die in such a state. Ziyi sighed. Can it be broken with the light element? Yun Nuoxing frowned. From the 4 words, she knew how terrifying this power was. No matter how strong the energy was, it could cause it to miss. No matter how slow the speed, it could still hit it. It was hard to imagine how one could resist such power. Well, let's think about it when the time comes. We still can't be sure that the person in dark yellow is looking for me. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and spread out her hands optimistically. That's true. It might not be a match, Ziyi agreed. With such optimistic thoughts, the two of them relaxed their frowns. After waiting for a long time, they saw Yuan Shi jogging back from the direction they had been just now. He came to Yun Nuoxing's side and placed a pendant in Yun Nuoxing's hand. He smiled and said, "This is for you." Yun Nuoxing tossed the crescent-shaped pendant up and down. She looked at Yuan Shi and asked, "What's this?" "You'll know when you see it for yourself." Yuan Shi grinned. Yun Nuoxing suspiciously controlled his soul force to enter the crescent moon pendant. Just as he checked it, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head in surprise, only to see Yuan Shi smiling to the point that her eyes were narrowed. This, Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. He saw a pile of materials in the hidden space of the pendant. Although it was not a huge amount, it was still very impressive. Moreover, these materials were all single-element materials, ranging from level 2 to level 6. According to his estimation, it was enough to make 2 or 3 level 6 weapons. I went to buy something from my uncle's acquaintance. He gave me a slight discount." Yuan Shi smiled and said, "What you need are single-element materials. It's hard to find them on the street. Although there are a lot of things here, it's impossible to have so many rare materials. So I'll look for someone, although it's quite expensive." "Well, thank you." Yun Nuoxing nodded, patted Yuan Shi's shoulder, and smiled. "It's nothing." Yuan Shi waved his hand and looked at the other end of the old street. He sighed and said with some regret, "Originally, there was a forging hall. The items traded there are really of high quality. However, to enter, you have to be a level 4 blacksmith or above. Nuoxing, you didn't get the title of a blacksmith, so you can't enter even if you rely on your connections." "Forging hall?" Yun Nuoxing blinked and followed his gaze. An ancient pavilion stood at the end of the street. A kind of vicissitudes of life could be felt from afar. It was as if it had existed since ancient times, making people feel reverence in their hearts. That hall is the core of the trade fair. Even some advanced blacksmiths can find materials that move their hearts in there. It's said that you can even find the purest single-element materials there. Uncle said that there might even be 7th or 8th rank materials there. Yuan Shi nodded, then leaned close to Yun Nuoxing's ear and whispered, "It's said that if your level is high enough, you might even be able to buy level 12 materials like the glazed divine crystal." Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva. His eyes lit up, then dimmed. He covered half of his face with his hand and smiled bitterly. "This is the first time I feel that it's a little inconvenient not to take the test. Can I take the test here? Can I take the test? Can I?" Yun Nuoxing grabbed Yuan Shi's shoulder and shook it hard, spitting saliva everywhere. When he heard that he could buy the glazed divine crystal, his rationality was instantly suppressed to the bottom. He needed the glazed divine crystal to refine his body to cultivate the glazed treasure mirror. The glazed divine crystal that kept burning in his soul was completely insufficient. He urgently needed this divine material now. "It's a pity. I'm going to faint." Yuan Shi was shaken dizzy, and even his eyeballs were rolling. Yun Nuoshing laughed embarrassedly and quickly let go of Yuan Shi. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue when he saw that Yuan Shi was dizzy for a long time before coming back to his senses. Yuan Shi shook his head and said, "This trade fair doesn't have a proper organization to test a blacksmith's rank. If you want to take the test, you can only go outside and find a proper organization to do it. Well, I also think that it's not a bad idea for you to find time to take the test. See if you can reach. I reckon it's only level 3. See if you can reach level 3. But you have to be level 4 to enter." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. "Who allowed you to enter? It's probably all bartering inside. Moreover, even if you go out and find an organization to take the test and reach level 4, you won't be able to make it in time. This trade fair won't always be open, so you can only wait for the next time." Purple Knight knocked on the glazed divine crystal that was wrapped in purple flames and sighed. "Sometimes, it's not a bad choice to hang a sign. It can make people revere you. Also, hang the sign of a blacksmith and an apothecary. When will you take the test to become a matrix master?" F***CK. Why do I have to take so many tests? When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he rolled his eyes. What he hated the most was the assessment. Wasn't it just showing off his skills in public? It was so embarrassing. No, wait a moment. Matrix Master? Why do we have to take the test for Matrix Masters too? No, why do we have to take the test for Matrix Masters too? Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing felt that something was wrong. Have you seen anyone like you who can casually set up a basket of Matrix Masters? Purple Knight couldn't help but facepalm. How much of this guy's common sense was lacking? Listen carefully. A Matrix Master refers to those who can weave Matrix Masters as they wish. They don't need an array diagram to set up a Matrix Master. Although you both come from inheritances, it's the same. You can be considered a Matrix Master if you can weave a Matrix Master directly, Purple Knight said speechlessly. Speaking of which, I think I saw Jin Wang and the others tearing apart array diagrams to set up Matrix Masters. After Purple Knight mentioned it, Yun Nuoshing recalled something. When they were attacking the sacred weapons shrine outside Yuyan City, Jin Wang and the others used array diagrams to set up Matrix Masters. Unlike Matrix Masters, if other people wanted to use a spirit array, they would need to use a spirit array diagram. That was to first weave the spirit array, and then engrave it on a scroll so that it could be opened directly. Similarly, only Matrix Masters could write spirit array diagrams. Tearing the spirit array diagram would open the spirit array. It was convenient and fast, and did not require time to weave. Matrix Masters are divided into 5 levels. Well, it's their corresponding rank. Mortal, Immortal, Devil, God, and Divine. Of course, I'll tell you when you meet them in the future. For now, you should take the test for Blacksmith and Alchemist, Purple Knight said with a smile. So troublesome. Why are there so many things to take the test? Yun Nuoshing facepalmed. This was the first time she heard that there were so many things to take the test. Well, it's just a type of profession. The God world has existed for so many years. One epoch is 100 billion years, which is a trillion years. It has spanned a total of 139 epochs. It's not surprising that something has been produced, Violet Knight said. 1 trillion, huh? That's a really long number. One era is like countless eras, Yun Nuoshing said with emotion as she raised her hand to block the small sun. Don't be like an old man lamenting the passage of time. You're only around 20 years old. Purple Knight was speechless. After a while, he smiled and said, Anyway, you should find a place to take the test first. You just need to get 2 tags. You should know that alchemists and blacksmiths are not only able to generate enviable profits, they are also hubs that connect countless people. Well, to put it simply, it's a favor. It's relatively easy for these types of people to find fighters, and they can even become guests of honor of some forces. Therefore, many people choose to specialize in a secondary profession. With a single call, the world is mine. Yun Nuashing nodded. Fire and metal elements are also relatively rare. Although you can use the fire of the dragon vein to refine medicine, it's still not as pure as your own elemental fire. Only these types of people can become alchemists. Those with metal and fire elements can become alchemists, but these types are even rarer. Purple Knight said with some regret. Forget it. Do you want me to take on 3 different professions? No, 4 professions? Yun Nuashing hurriedly waved his hand. How could he not hear the regret in Purple Knight's words? A person's energy was limited. Even if he really had the metal element and could become an alchemist, he wouldn't be able to master it. According to his thinking, he should put the Matrix Master aside and ignore it. Taking on the Potion Master and blacksmiths was already the limit. I'm already being merciful by not asking you to become a totem user. Purple Knight sneered. I didn't hear anything, I don't know anything. Yun Nuashing pretended to be a fool as she mumbled. Rolling her eyes, Yun Nuashing looked at Yuan Shi and Purple Knight, who had been looking at her, and said, "Oh, there are some places nearby where I can take the blacksmiths and potion masters assessment. There are some in some big cities. Why, are you going to enter other professions?" Yuan Shi smiled. "You can say that. I'll just take the assessment and get myself a level 4 blacksmith. While I'm at it, I'll also get myself a potion master and a matrix master." Forget about that. Yun Nuashing nodded and sighed. I don't want to encounter such situations in the future where I can't even take a look at the treasures when I see them. As far as I know, the Divine Sky City has the assessment, but... At this point, Yuan Shi looked at Yun Nuashing and raised his eyebrows. Ah, that's right. If there aren't any accidents, we won't go back. We'll still head out of the Fengyan Mountain, to the Sea God's territory. Yun Nuashing, who knew what he meant, nodded and said softly. All right, if there's nothing else, let's head out. Make some preparations in Lihuan City. It's about time for us to bid farewell to the land. Yuan Shi sighed. If they were going to sail for a long time, they would need to prepare a lot of things. At the thought of this, he looked at Ming, who was in Yun Nuashing's arms, and then at Little Purple Soul. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. At the very least, he had to prepare food for these 2 girls. Moreover, he had to buy a map of the East Sea. Brother, are we going to Shanghai again? Ming, who had been quiet all this while, instinctively sensed something after hearing this. She quickly raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and asked. Yes, I think we'll be staying at sea for a long time this time. Yun Nuashing patted her head and smiled. Although Lihuan City wasn't far from the East Sea and was still a short distance away, there weren't any other places to stay around except for a port city. I don't want to eat fish. Upon hearing this, Ming immediately scrunched up her little face and looked at Yun Nuashing with puppy eyes. Her pitiful look made people laugh. Don't worry. Yun Nuashing smiled and walked towards the wormhole. In the corner of the town, a pair of deep yellow eyes stared at the disappearing purple figure. After a long time, it also disappeared. Chapter 369. Early the next morning, Yun Nuashing and the others left the inn early when the first glimmer of light passed through the horizon and scattered across the land. They went to the market in the city to purchase some supplies and replenish their stock in the auction house. They also inquired about whether there were any organizations related to blacksmiths while they were at it. However, to their disappointment, there was no such building in Lihuan City. There were alchemists, however, which made them feel slightly refreshed. However, they couldn't help but sigh when they arrived. Multi-elemental alchemist. My lords, please forgive me. This place really doesn't have the qualifications for such a test. If my lords need such a test, this humble one recommends you to go to those big cities. This was the result that Yun Nuashing and the others obtained from this alchemy hall. It wasn't a large building, but there was a high-grade alchemist overseeing it. At this time, this noble alchemist was sweating profusely and lowering his posture. The others couldn't help but be speechless. They didn't expect that a high-grade alchemist would be so afraid just by hearing the name multi-elemental alchemist. After bidding farewell to this old man, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but chuckle when she thought of the former's terrified look. She didn't expect that an alchemist would be frightened by another alchemist. Forget it. If there isn't one here, let's go to the next city. If it still doesn't work, we'll go to the sea god's domain to test again. This matter isn't urgent. Yun Nuoxing spread out her hands and smiled. They slowly turned around a few slender streets and came out of the city. Yun Nuoxing looked back at this colossus and sighed. When he thought of how he was surrounded like a monkey when he just left the city, black lines drooped down on his handsome face. What was even more excessive was that when he looked back on the streets he passed by, not even a ghost could be seen. It was as if he had really become a bloodthirsty demon that everyone was afraid of. Let's go. The matter in Lihuan City has come to an end. Our journey is about to continue. Yun Nuoxing clenched her fists and laughed loudly. Yuan Shi and the others also laughed and raised their fists as if in agreement. Chirp! Even the little phoenix let out an excited cry and stretched its wings, making everyone laugh. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a purplish-black light streaked across the horizon. A thin layer of energy shield dispersed the incoming wind. After a long while, the purplish-black light turned into a black sword. It gradually slowed down, revealing the situation on the huge sword. In the center of the sword, a black-clothed youth sat cross-legged. Rich star energy appeared on the surface of the sword, enveloping the space within 100 feet. In the pitch-black energy, starlight floated up and down. It was as if he was really standing in a star field, mysterious and beautiful. After cultivating for a long time, the youth sensed that his speed had slowed down. His eyebrows trembled slightly and he withdrew the star power into his body. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the clouds below. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the empty sky behind him. Then, he looked at Yuan Shi who was playing with the two girls and breathed a sigh of relief. No one is chasing us anymore, right? Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, the three who were playing happily stopped. Xian also stopped cultivating and stretched lazily, showing her perfect curve. Yun Nuoxing's gaze unconsciously moved over, but when she looked over, it drifted away again. No one. With the power of the Netherworld Ruin Sword, Yuan Shi probed for a while. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief and complained, "These guys are really persistent. They've been chasing us for a whole month." Jin Wang and the others had just made their stance clear, but they couldn't wait to chase after us as soon as we left the city. This is a provocation to the Divine Palace. It should be the Qi family's doing. No, it's not just that. The kill order is also a bounty order. 8 super forces jointly signed it. I guess in their eyes I'm a big fat piece of meat. They all want to take a bite out of me. Yun Nuoxing said helplessly. Well, there's still a month. According to the speed of the Netherworld Ruin Sword, we'll reach the border between the Eastern Sea and the Northern Wastelands in a month. There's a port city there. Let's rest there for a while before continuing our journey. Yuan Shi took out a map and looked at it. There's still a month. Yun Nuoxing murmured. She looked at Xian, who was constantly yawning. They had been hurrying along this month with a group of people chasing after them like a pack of wolves. They hadn't rested at all. Although the Netherworld Ruin Sword was rushing along and they were cultivating, such a boring journey was really hard on the two lively girls. Yun Nuoxing and the others could endure it, but it didn't mean that they could. If this journey is like before, where it's easily half a year or a few months, I'm afraid we'll go crazy. Yuan Shi stretched and said helplessly. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and took out the treasure map. She looked at the area around the red dot, but it was empty. There was nothing. She put it away helplessly. Looking at the white world, she couldn't help but sigh. Accompanied by white clouds every day, this life is too boring. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Don't think about people at this altitude of 20,000 meters. Although we're not at the peak of the divine realm, The air is more or less thin. Fortunately, the Netherworld Ruins sword has its own barrier. Otherwise, these two girls won't be able to take it. Yuan, she said. Ha. Yun Nuoshing smiled and shook her head. Do you feel like you've reached the immortal rank during this period of cultivation? Yun Nuoshing looked at Xian and smiled. Not yet. I'm still at the half-immortal rank 8. I'm still a bit away. Xian shook her head. She had been cultivating during this period. Using the 5 elements body and the divine physique of acceptance spirit, she could sense a lot more energy. Her cultivation speed was also much faster. However, this kind of half-immortal cultivation was the slowest, especially the last rank. After all, the energy in her body had to be compressed to the point where it changed. For now, the energy in Xian's body was still the coexistence of Yuan Li and immortal qi. The latter accounted for most of the energy. The 5 elements body's cultivation speed is very fast. It's already very fast for you to reach the 8th rank. Although pills or profound crystals can help you reach the 8th rank in one go, I don't recommend it. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and said, Okay. Xian nodded. Although she said so, she still cultivated very hard. Because in her heart, she always wanted to become stronger and help Yun Nuoshing. Yuan, she is almost at the 10th immortal rank, right? When can you break through to the half-demon rank? Yun Nuoshing smiled and looked at Yuan Shi. How can it be so fast? The time for the divine physique to flourish is when I'm at the initial immortal rank. I'm not like you, who can casually advance in rank. Yuan Shi rolled his eyes and shook his head. Moreover, the most important thing in the immortal rank is to temper the power of the soul and the power of the element. My wind element hasn't reached the purest level yet. Also, the soul. I don't know how to cultivate it. Not everyone had the cultivation method of the soul. When Yuan Shi left the Yuan family, he hadn't reached the immortal rank. Therefore, he didn't have the cultivation method. If he tried to figure it out by himself, he didn't know how long it would take. In this world, there are wind elements everywhere. The consumption of the soul will increase. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. I know. Yuan Shi sighed and scratched his head. Yun Nuoshing curled his lips. Although he could help, for example, by using the heaven-refining great array to refine him a few times and drain his soul energy, he was only worried that if he didn't control his strength well enough, he would end up crippling Yuan Shi. That would be fun. Big brother, can we fly a little lower? While the two of them were talking, Little Purple Soul suddenly tugged at Yun Nuoshing's sleeve and pointed at the clouds below with a smile. Yun Nuoshing looked at the clouds below and nodded with a smile. At the same time, the Netherruin sword slowed down and slowly descended into the clouds. The hazy mist covered their feet, making it impossible to see the Netherruin sword. It was as if they were really riding the clouds. Hee. Ming pulled Little Purple Soul and ran around on the Netherruin sword. Their joyful laughter floated above the sea of clouds, easing the tense atmosphere. Be careful, don't fall. Yun Nuoshing shook his head in amusement when he saw the two girls playing around. Little Star, Little Purple doesn't seem to have grown up. She looks just like the first time we saw her in the images. Xian tugged at Yun Nuoshing's sleeve and whispered into his ear. Yes, she hasn't grown up. In the past 2 years, I haven't left a single mark on her body. It's like. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Halfway through his sentence, he forgot what he was going to say and frowned. Drifting outside of time? Yuan Shi asked tentatively. Yes, that's what I mean. Yun Nuoshing sighed and said, I've checked. There's nothing wrong with her. No, I should say that I can't find anything wrong with her. Immortality? Xian blinked at Mei Mao and said, I don't know. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He didn't know why Little Purple Soul was like this. If he had to say something, it wasn't just Little Purple Soul. Yun Nuoshing was also like this. After so many years, if he took off the snow flame mask, he would see a face that was as beautiful as it was 6 years ago. It was a face that was always mistaken for a girl's. It's probably because she's growing slower. Yun Nuoshing thought so. Although it seemed to be too slow for little purple soul. Pft. The sea of clouds suddenly churned. Then, Yun Nuoshing saw that the clouds beside him were like waves that rose dozens of meters high. It was as if there was some kind of energy explosion under the clouds. It gave the people on the Nethervoid sword a fright. What the hell? Yun Nuoshing was the first to react when he saw a white wall rising into the sky. He was so shocked that he froze. The moment he reacted, he grabbed Ming and Little Purple Soul to his side and steered the Netherworld Ruins sword to the side. Bang! An unknown force hit the Netherworld Ruins sword and sent them flying in beautiful arcs in the sky. Terrified screams echoed in the sky. By the time Yun Nuoshing and the others stabilized themselves and climbed onto the Netherworld Ruins sword, they were already thousands of feet away. What was that? Yuan Shi, who had just regained his footing on the Netherworld Ruins sword, looked at the expanding clouds and couldn't help but gulp. Whoosh! A huge black shadow pierced through the sea of clouds and tore the sea of clouds apart. The storm it stirred up hit Yun Nuoshing and the others, pushing them far away. They couldn't even open their eyes, so they couldn't see what it was. Netherworld Ruins. Get away! Feeling the aura that was still close at hand, Yun Nuoshing shuddered violently and hurriedly roared. Although he did not know what was next to him, his intuition told him that it was very bad, very bad. Buzz! Netherworld Ruins heard him and quickly responded. Some runes appeared on the surface of the sword and locked Yun Nuoshing and the others tightly on the sword. Then, it turned into a purple-black light and fled far away. Bang! The churning sea of clouds exploded completely after a dull sound. Then, a huge black object appeared in their line of sight. Its huge wings that stretched across the sky flapped gently, stirring up strong winds that caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. A dragon! They sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were full of shock. They had never seen such a huge dragon. Its wings were thousands of miles long. Even the dragon's scales on its body were countless times bigger than theirs. It was as if they were watching a mountain range fly across the sky. Under those pitch-black scales, the bulging muscles were like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open. Those wildly flapping wings made the space tremble. Yun Nuoshing didn't doubt that if he kicked it again, the space within a radius of 10,000 miles would turn into a pitch-black void in the blink of an eye. Purple! Purple! Purple night! Yun Nuoshing, who was completely stunned, shouted in panic. This was simply beyond his imagination. Even the little phoenix lying on his head was stunned. The pressure of the ancient bloodline and the dragon's aura automatically resisted each other, and the aftermath of the energy was felt by everyone. Don't yell and shout. Isn't it just a dragon? Well, although it is very big. Purple Knight was irritated by the shouting and shouted impatiently. However, his voice became weak, causing Yun Nuoshing to roll his eyes. It should be some ancient bloodline. Moreover, it shouldn't have survived for a short period of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have grown so big, Purple Knight said calmly. Then, he went silent again, as if he was thinking about something. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. With a thought, the Ling Hong sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the black mountain range with vigilance. They were far away from the dragon, and could barely see the whole thing. It filled their entire line of sight and made them feel that it was a little unreal. Fortunately, the dragon didn't pay any attention to Yun Nuoshing and the others. It didn't even turn its head and flew far away. It flapped its huge wings and disappeared from their line of sight in just a few breaths. It's just passing by. Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief. After he relaxed, he realized that his clothes were drenched. If it weren't for the whirlpool zither in his body resisting the vast dragon's aura, he probably wouldn't have been able to move at all. Fortunately, it didn't come out to look for food. Or does it look down on us? Yuan Shi patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. He laughed dryly. If they were used to feed the dragon, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Ahaha! Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Chapter 370. After more than 2 months of flying, Yun Nuoshing and the others were getting closer and closer to their destination. According to the guidance of the 2 maps, they would soon arrive at the port city. Everything was fine. Other than the encounter with a certain dragon that day, nothing else happened. Time passed in the boring flight. Even the Nethervoid sword began to lose its strength. It swayed in the sky at times, and when the endless journey broke through a layer of clouds, the silhouette of a huge city suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Looking out, it was like a piece of blue crystal. Looking out, they could see the boundless sea. Even at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters, they could smell the faint fishy smell of the sea. The port city, Nirvana City, seemed to correspond to the sea on the other side of the East Sea. It was the only sea route on the border between the northern wilderness and the East Sea. Anyone who wanted to enter the East Sea from the northern wilderness had to pass through here. After all, this was the only place with a professional sea route. If one went to the sea alone, without anyone to guide him, he would not even know if he got lost. The sea occupied a large area. Once one lost his sense of direction, he might not be able to find his way out even if he spent hundreds of years. Therefore, even if some powerful cultivators wanted to go to the East Sea, they would have to obediently come to Nirvana City and take a ship to the East Sea, even if they were unwilling. When Yun Nuoshing sniffed and smelled the fishy smell, her light purple eyes suddenly opened. A smile gradually appeared on her face. She stood up from the Nethervoid sword and hugged the 2 girls beside her. She smiled and said, "Ming, little purple, look down there. That is the sea. This is the largest sea in the realm of the gods, the East Sea." The Sea King City was also considered a sea. In addition, the sea in the Tana's water god temple was also abnormally large. However, that was only for mortals. If it was compared to the sea that occupied the entire area, the former was just a small pool. What a big pool of water! Little Purple Soul lay on Yun Nuoshing's head and looked at the blue sea that reflected the sunlight. Her purple-gold eyes sparkled with excitement. "We're going to eat fish again." On the other hand, Ming lowered his head when he saw the ocean and muttered unhappily. Yun Nuoshing and the others couldn't help but laugh. "Little foodie." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and rubbed her head. "So this is the East Sea. It's so beautiful." Xian blinked at Mei Mao and stared at the sea that was as blue as a mirror. She was a little lost in thought. Before this, she had never thought that she would come to such a faraway place. She had thought that she would live an ordinary life at home and die an ordinary life. She had never thought that she would come to the other side of the divine prefecture. She had entered and exited the forbidden lands several times. This life was already very exciting. The sky halberd suddenly appeared beside her, and then an equally blue figure emerged from it. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and her blue clothes clung tightly to her delicate body, outlining her beautiful curves. Her clothes swayed in the wind, and her snow-white skin was very dazzling under the sunlight. She looked like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Lan Xian seemed to have just woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with her jade-like hands. After a while, she looked at the blue sea below and smiled. "Is this the East Sea? I haven't been here before." Lan Xian's real age was only 18 years old. She had always been cooped up in her own country and had never gone out. Although she had seen the sea in Sea King City, it was not a real sea, so she was very happy at this moment. "Brother Nuoshing, have you heard of the legend of the East Sea?" Lan Xian walked to Yun Nuoshing's side and smiled. "The legend of the East Sea?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned, and then he shook his head. It was his first time in the East Sea, and he had not inquired much about the East Sea, so he did not know. About the East Sea." Lan Xian smiled. Just as she was about to say it, Mei Mao turned around and stuck out her tongue. She said, "Brother Nuoshing, jump into the sea and you will know." Yun Nuoshing's smile froze, and then he rolled his eyes at her. This girl, she was still keeping him in suspense. Exhilarating, tell me a little. Lan Exhilarating copied him and shrugged her shoulders. Her red lips were close to Yun Nuoxing's ear, and she said mysteriously, at the bottom of the sea, it is said that there is an empire buried under the East Sea. After that, Lan Exhilarating smiled again and said, during the mythological era, countless people had entered and exited the East Sea. In the later period, the conclusion should be to jump into the sea. Even in my time, exploring the East Sea was a popular thing. However, before I knew the results, I was sealed. How deep is the East Sea? Yun Nuoxing asked, tilting his head. The deepest abyss of the sea is said to be directly connected to the ground. It seems to be a few billion miles deep. Exhilarating is not sure. After all, it is Exhilarating's first time here, Lan Exhilarating said, scratching her head. Hearing this astronomical figure, Yun Nuoxing suddenly had a headache. Such a deep sea was already a place of no life. With the huge water pressure and the environment close to absolute zero, no life could survive. It was a completely forbidden land. However, not all places are so deep. There are many underwater races, Yuan, she said with a smile. Let's go down and take a look. We will understand the specific situation before we go out to sea. Yun Nuoxing clapped his hands and smiled. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of anticipation. When they heard Yun Nuoxing's voice, they smiled and sat down on the Netherworld Ruined sword. Lan Exhilarating did not go back. She grabbed the sky piercer and stuffed it into Yun Nuoxing's body. Then, she sat down next to him. Wait! Just as the Netherworld Ruined sword was about to dive down, a loud shout made it stop abruptly. The sudden break almost threw everyone off. What's wrong? They adjusted their hair and looked at Yun Nuoxing in confusion. However, they saw that he was smiling. I want to play. Yun Nuoxing grinned. Play. When they heard that, they were stunned. Suddenly, an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. They shuddered and shrank back. They laughed dryly and said, Play what? How do we play? Yun Nuoxing smiled and looked down at Nirvana City. Although they were far away, they could still see the huge silhouette of the city. Moreover, it was not far away. They could probably reach the city gate if they landed in a straight line. However, there was still a distance between the city gate and the buildings in the city. Densely packed black dots were moving around the city gate. Of course. Yun Nuoxing smiled evilly. He reached out and stuffed Ming and Little Purple Soul into Xian and Lan Exhilarating's arms. Then, he pulled one in each hand. They were confused. Then, he laughed at Yuan Shi and said, Bungee jumping. As soon as he finished laughing, Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. He immediately put away the Netherworld Ruined sword. The golden chain shot out and tied Yuan Shi up. Then, he rushed down quickly. Boom. Nuoxing. No. Little star. Brother Nuoxing, you're breaking the rules. Brother. In the sky, a golden light shot straight down to the ground like a shooting star. At the same time, there were several mournful cries. The golden light suddenly fell into the city wall. However, just as it was about 10,000 feet away, a huge energy shield suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked the mountain range. Boom! The golden light hit the energy barrier like a spear, and a huge muffled sound resounded through the sky. The people below raised their heads in shock and saw that the energy barrier was constantly rippling. Just as they were worried that the energy barrier would shatter, the golden light was directly deflected, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of person is this? He doesn't know the rules. Doesn't he know that Nirvana City can only be entered through the city gate? If he flies, he will be blocked by the energy shield. The energy shield of the energy tower in Nirvana City can withstand a full blow from a legendary expert like the Emperor of the Underworld. One look and I can tell that he is new. He is flying randomly and doesn't know the entrance. Back then, I also mistakenly entered from the sky. In the end, I was shot out and seriously injured. TSK. Everyone looked at the golden light that was shot out and shook their heads. They didn't pay too much attention to it and continued walking forward. In the forest outside the city wall, Yun Nuoxing jumped out of a big hole. She was still carrying a few people. She landed at the edge of the hole, twisted her neck, and sighed. She looked at them and couldn't help but shake her head. At this moment, Yuan Shi, Xian, and the others were a little dizzy and disoriented. Their faces were slightly pale. Although they had been ravaged by Yun Nuoxing's light element and thought that they had developed a resistance, they didn't expect that today's incident would tell them that they were still far from it. Looking at Yun Nuoxing's unscathed appearance, they couldn't help but want to give her the middle finger. "Are you all right? Bungee jumping is like this. Do you have to go so far?" Seeing them like this, Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue. The wood element broke out of her body and surged into their minds. She thought that since they were all immortal level experts, it would be fine to play like this. But in the end, she was told that she was thinking too much. "Of course you didn't feel it. We don't have the light element." Yuan Shi and Xian rolled their eyes at her in unison. On the other hand, the two girls Ming and Lan Xiner were fine. They just looked a little dizzy. "You'll get used to it," Yun Nuoxing said earnestly as she patted Yuan Shi's shoulder. Yuan Shi was speechless. After tidying up for a while, Yun Nuoxing and the others walked toward the city gate. Because they were worried that they would cause too much of a commotion, they didn't stay for long. Just as they left, someone immediately descended from the sky. Judging by the appearance of the person in black armor, they should be the guards on the city wall. They blended into the crowd and passed through the city gate without any surprises or dangers. Perhaps it was because Yun Nuoxing and the others all had outstanding appearances, but they attracted a lot of attention along the way. Although they had the Qi family's kill order, Yun Nuoxing was too lazy to change her appearance. Therefore, she could feel many murderous gazes. It seemed that the arrest order had also been sent here. "Your arrest warrant is pasted on the city gate. Are you sure you're a man to strut in like this?" Yuan Shi used her elbow to poke Yun Nuoxing. Her gaze pointed to the dark city wall as she transmitted her voice. "I'm lazy. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to change." Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said, "Normally, no one would be foolish enough to provoke us. After all, even if the whole world doesn't know that the god weapon is in my hands, at least 50 to 60% of the people know about it. As long as they are smart, they won't cause trouble for us." Yuan Shi nodded when he heard that. After all, whether it was Ling Hongjian or the Netherworld Ruin's sword, none of them were to be trifled with. Even the Emperor of the Dead was defeated by them. Who would dare to provoke them? Yun Nuoxing thought for a while as she looked at the people flying over her head. Then, she said, "We've passed the border. There's still some distance before we reach Harbor City. Shall we fly over?" The others nodded. After more than 2 months of running around, they were tired and wanted to find a place to stop and rest. Seeing that the others nodded, Yun Nuoxing didn't hesitate any longer. She took the lead and flew into the distance like a shooting star. The others followed closely behind her. Yun Nuoxing and the others stopped outside a spacious and luxurious hotel. They looked up at the height of the hotel and tilted their heads to look at the tall tower. Then, they walked into the hotel. As soon as they entered the hotel, a group of people walked towards them. Yun Nuoxing, who had just turned her head, almost bumped into them. After she steadied herself, Yun Nuoxing smiled apologetically at the group of people. Just as she was about to lead Xian and the others around them, the man standing at the front said something that stunned everyone. "It smells the same as back then." Yun Nuoxing was also stunned by this sentence. Although she knew that the other party might not have said it to them, she still turned her head subconsciously and looked at the man at the front. Her expression froze at this moment. Liao Ming? Chapter 371. The man in front of them was only in his 20s. He was dressed in snow-white robes, and his handsome face had a hint of femininity and masculinity. His gentle eyes were bright and full of vigor, and his thin lips were pursed into a straight line. He was the kind of person who would appear charming after looking at him for a long time. At this moment, his delicate and handsome face was filled with an expression of disbelief. His expression was as if he had seen a loved one that he had not seen for a long time. This caused the few people beside him to be somewhat stunned. They had never seen such a determined and resolute person have such a wavering side to him. God's son? Beside the white-robed man stood a beautiful woman in white. She was about the same age as the man, and her skin was as white as snow. Her fine black hair was tied up into a noble phoenix hairpin with a jade hairpin. Her beautiful face had a cold indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Her pair of phoenix eyes had a hint of coldness, and when she narrowed them naturally, she looked as if she hadn't woken up yet. Next to her slender waist was a sword that was 5 feet long. She looked like a cold weapon that was about to be unsheathed. However, when the woman looked at the man, her frozen face seemed to have thawed, and there was a hint of unique spirit. "I'm fine." Liao Ming was pulled back to reality by a call. He shook his head and gently turned his head. When he saw Yun Nuoxing and the others had just paid the room fees at the boss, he couldn't help but frown. Yun Nuoxing was very calm. Although it had been 6 years, she still remembered the infatuated man she met in the ghastly forest. At that time she, who was almost crowned as the goddess of Taiyuan, had met Liao Ming once. She still remembered that he was the young master of the Liao family. In the end, the latter was beaten up violently for being a fairy. Yun Nuoxing thought that they would never meet again in this life. After all, one was in the Taiyuan region, while the other was at the border between the northern desolate region and the eastern sea. The distance between them was unknown. Moreover, the realm of the gods was so big. If two people didn't have a special affinity with each other, it would be very difficult for them to meet again. God's son? Could it be that this fellow is a seed of some force? Yun Nuoxing frowned when he heard how the girl addressed Liao Ming. According to his understanding of Liao Ming, he was the young master of the Liao family in the peace camp in the ghastly forest. Although he was surprised that Liao Ming appeared here, even if Liao Ming really crossed a huge distance to come here, could there be some hidden reasons? Shaking her head, Yun Nuoxing was too lazy to think so much. He was just a passerby in her life. She didn't need to care so much about him. She paid the hotel owner for a big room. She just needed to rest for a while. One big room was enough. One room. Xian tugged at Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and said softly, "There are 3 beds in a big room. Don't worry, I'll sleep on the sofa." Yun Nuoxing smiled and transmitted her voice. Xian tilted his head and didn't find anything wrong with it, so he stopped thinking about it. "Brother, please wait a moment." Just as Yun Nuoxing and the others were about to go upstairs, Liao Ming suddenly walked up and called out softly. He frowned and looked puzzled. Everyone was a little stunned. They didn't know what was going on. The people following Liao Ming looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. They walked forward and stood behind Liao Ming. They looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others strangely. Stopping her footsteps, Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked at Liao Ming. She said lightly, "What's wrong?" Liao Ming smiled faintly. He looked at Yun Nuoxing doubtfully and then looked at Xian, who was beside him. He sniffed and the uncertainty in his heart disappeared at this moment. It was replaced by a kind of ecstasy. However, after he glanced at Xian, he was a little stunned. She was a little different from the dreamlike figure in his heart. Seeing Liao Ming sniffing, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Were you born in the year of the dog? How could you smell someone else's scent? Moreover, it's been so many years. How could you still remember me? I don't have any scent on me." Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing sniffed her shoulder suspiciously. However, she didn't smell anything special. The strange expression on her face couldn't help but deepen. "What's the matter? If not, we'll leave first," Yun Nuoxing said lightly. He didn't say it directly. He was afraid that once the matter was revealed, Liao Ming wouldn't be able to bear the shock and would lose his mind. After all, although the dream lover looked like a girl, he was actually a man. This fact would probably drive people crazy. The fact that the goddess of Taiyuan was a boy didn't seem to be spread much. It should be said that compared to the big things like Ling Hongjian, these small things were ignored. After speaking, Yun Nuoxing wanted to avoid Liao Ming and go straight upstairs. Hey, wait! Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was about to leave, Liao Ming hurriedly stopped her. The people behind him also took a few steps forward and blocked Yun Nuoxing's path. What are you doing? Their actions made Liao Ming frown. He couldn't help but scold them. Then, he looked at Xian, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, I'm Liao Ming. Fairy, do you remember me? Hearing that the conversation was suddenly directed at her, Xian was also stunned. After listening to the question, she was even more confused. She frowned slightly and looked at Liao Ming's unfamiliar face. Then, she shook her head and said, I've never seen you before. This answer made Liao Ming startled for a moment. He looked at Ziyan suspiciously. Compared to the image in his memory, Ziyan was indeed not very similar. Moreover, her temperament was completely different. Yusin gave people the impression of being cold and aloof, while Ziyan had a little bit of mystery and beauty. Could it be that I've mistaken her for someone else? Liao Ming laughed self-deprecatingly. He looked at Xian, clasped his hands, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I've mistaken her for someone else. Beautiful fairy, please don't mind me. Goodbye. After speaking, Liao Ming waved his hand and left with his people. He couldn't help but look back at Xian, and then at Yun Nuoxing. He smiled and shook his head. God's son, who are they? Behind Liao Ming, the girl quickly followed. She frowned and looked at Xian strangely, and asked in a low voice. No, I've mistaken her for someone else. Let's go. Liao Ming smiled and waved his hand. After watching Liao Ming disappear from sight, Yun Nuoxing looked away. She helplessly scratched her head and muttered softly, This guy still remembers things from so many years ago. When Xian and the others heard this, they were stunned for a moment. When they saw Yun Nuoxing's helpless face, they were all confused. After thinking for a moment, a thought suddenly appeared in their mind. Nuoxing, that Liao Ming. Yuan Shi poked Yun Nuoxing and said, The person he's looking for is Yusin, not Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and interrupted him. Then she sighed and said, It's wrong. Let him continue to be wrong. Let Yusin exist in his memory. Don't expose all of this. Otherwise, there will be another patient in the mental hospital. That poor child won't be able to bear it. After saying this, she went upstairs without looking back. Xian and the others chuckled and followed behind her. After resting in the hotel for half a day, when the four of them got out of bed, they saw an icy blue moon rising in the east. The cool moonlight quietly entered the room and sprinkled on the handsome faces. Almost at the same time, Yun Nuoxing and Xian opened their eyes. They smiled at each other from 2 feet away and quietly got out of bed. They left Ming, Yuan Shi, and the others in the hotel and quietly walked out. It's like a secret rendezvous. So sneaky. After leaving the hotel, Xian pursed her lips and chuckled. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and coughed dryly. This situation was indeed like a secret rendezvous. However, she didn't want to wake Yuan Shi and the others up because they were sleeping soundly. Moreover, they just came out to collect some information, not all of them. Originally, Yun Nuoxing planned to come alone. However, Xian insisted on following, so she had no choice but to bring her along. When they arrived at a map shop, Yun Nuoxing gently pushed the door open and entered. This was a quaint shop, less than 20 meters in length and width. Bright lights shone from the roof along with the moonlight. The gentle light made it seem very comfortable. The shop was filled with long cabinets filled with colorful scrolls that seemed to record the appearance of various places. In the innermost part of the shop, Yun Nuoxing saw an old man still bent over the table. His old hand was holding a pen, and writing on a piece of paper. Yun Nuoshing gently walked up and whispered, "Boss, a map of Donghai. The more detailed, the better." When the old man heard this, he raised his head and glanced at Yun Nuoshing. His pale hair hung down messily, covering half of his face. His old face was full of wrinkles, so thick that they could squeeze a fly to death. His old eyes were empty and lifeless. He didn't say a word when Yun Nuoshing and Xian arrived. He slowly stood up from the chair, walked to the cabinets, and slowly began to search. Seeing the old man searching, Yun Nuoshing looked around the small shop full of cabinet. She walked to a long cabinet and looked at the dazzling array of scrolls. She couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. She turned around and saw the old man's unhurried manner. She couldn't help but blush with shame. "Little star," Xian suddenly called out to him. Her slender finger pointed to a cabinet that was one level higher than theirs. Yun Nuoshing followed her gaze and looked over. In a pile of neatly arranged scrolls, he saw an azure book, which made him slightly stunned. The blue book was only about 100 pages thick, but it was 1 foot tall. It flickered with a blue light, like the bright moon in the sky. The scrolls on the bookshelf were all neatly arranged. There wasn't a single book in sight. The same went for the scrolls on that level. However, there was a book quietly standing there. It seemed a little strange. She didn't know if the old man did it on purpose or if there was another reason. She turned around and looked at the old man. When she saw that he was still slowly searching, she turned back and looked at the blue book. She frowned and hesitated for a moment before gently taking it down from the cabinet. "It's so heavy." As soon as the blue book left the bookshelf and landed in Yun Nuoshing's hand, its weight suddenly increased by several times. It was as if it had turned into a huge rock, heavily pressing down on Yun Nuoshing's hand. It weighed at least 5,000 pounds. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly used some strength to prevent it from falling to the ground. Placing the book on his left arm, Yun Nuoshing gently flipped it open. He was slightly stunned. This wasn't a book, but a box. The cover was half open, and there was a hole in the bottom page. Inside, there was a piece of broken jade lying quietly. The dazzling light reflected on Yun Nuoshing's handsome face. This piece of broken jade was engraved with beautiful and complicated patterns. The broken surface was very smooth, but it wasn't cut. Instead, it looked like it was broken by hand. Because the broken surface wasn't a regular line, there was a small dent. However, looking at the whole thing, it should be half of a piece of jade. It was slightly longer than a head. "This is..." Xian stretched out his hand and stroked the piece of jade. He looked at Yun Nuoshing in confusion and asked. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He didn't feel anything different from the piece of jade. He couldn't see anything wrong with it even with his evil spirit eye. He asked in his mind, "Ziyi, this is?" "I don't know." In the spiritual world, Ziyi was controlling the flames to continuously burn the divine glass crystal. When he heard Yun Nuoshing's words, he was stunned. He took some time to look at the piece of jade. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, "I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. 1,000 gold coins." At this moment, the old man walked behind Yun Nuoshing. His withered hand gently held a deep blue scroll. His old and hoarse voice sounded out. It was like fingernails scratching glass, giving people goosebumps. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing fiercely trembled. He hurriedly took out a white card and handed it to the old man. He then took the scroll from the old man. The old man took the card and slowly walked back to the table. Yun Nuoshing looked at him, then looked at the book and the jade slip in his hand. He quickly opened his mouth and said, "Old mister, this book. Take it if you want it." Before Yun Nuoshing could finish speaking, the old man interrupted him and said concisely. Then, he slowly sat down on the chair and steadily grabbed the pen with both hands. He continued to draw on the paper just now. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing was stunned, but he didn't say anything. He knew that some people were eccentric and didn't want to say anything. He had already made it clear that if he wanted it, he could take it. Since that was the case, he might as well put away the map and the Azure book. He then cupped his hands at the old man and pulled Xian out of the store. After the two of them left, only the old man was left. He gently swayed the brush in his hand. Chapter 372. After walking out of the store, Yun Nuoshing let out a sigh of relief. He looked up at the bright starry sky and felt an inexplicable sense of joy. He had taken an unknown broken jade from this unknown store. To be honest, if Violet Knight had not said something, Yun Nuoshing would not have taken this thing. After coming out of the store, the two of them were not in a hurry to return to the hotel. They looked around and walked in the direction of the harbor. Before going out to sea, Yun Nuoshing wanted to know how those who walked on the sea all year round were able to identify directions. Although he now had a complete map of the East Sea, he did not see too many obvious things that could be used as markers. On the map, there was an azure area with scattered brown islands. However, in the middle of the map, there was an erupting volcano. Yun Nuoshing was very familiar with that place. It was the place they wanted to go, Fanyen Mountain. Slightly to the north of Fanyen Mountain, a huge island stood majestically. The words, Sea God's Domain, were very obvious. Obviously, this was the Sea God's Domain, one of the 4 great holy cities of the Divine Prefecture. It was the holy city at the center of the East Sea. The entire area is filled with water. We'll probably get lost. After looking at the approximate location, Yun Nuoshing nodded and sighed. It was not a problem to be able to distinguish between north, south, east, and west on the sea. Looking up at the sun or the moon, one would know which side was east and which side was west. The biggest problem was that they did not know where they were. Oh right, the treasure map has. Suddenly remembering that the treasure map had a positioning function, Yun Nuoshing was slightly delighted. However, it did not last for more than a second before his eyes dimmed again. This was because he remembered that there were no islands in the area of the East Sea marked on the treasure map. Even the 4 great holy cities were not marked. Yun Nuoshing was also very speechless about this treasure map. It was said that the 4 great holy cities had been passed down from ancient times. However, there were no traces of these 4 cities on this map. Yun Nuoshing was a little unhappy when he saw this, so he simply added it himself and drew the Divine Sky City. Maybe they didn't draw it because they don't need 4 holy cities. Yun Nuoshing thought. Although there were no 4 great holy cities, there were still a few restricted areas. Yun Nuoshing also relied on it to go to the underground cave and the Tana's water god temple. Nirvana City was a little quieter at night, but some areas were still very lively. For example, the street where the auction house was located was still brightly lit. Many people were going in and out of the street. Occasionally there would be a burst of noise. It was truly a nightless area. After walking through a few streets, they unknowingly came to a large market square. This was the only way to go to the port. Although it was nighttime, it was not yet deep. Just like the auction house, the lights here were flickering. Groups of people gathered together, shoulder to shoulder. Yun Nuoshing, who was walking at the front, had no choice but to hold Ziyen by his side, so that they would not be separated if they were not careful. Yun Nuoshing gently pushed through the crowd and pulled Ziyen to the end of the street. However, as they weren't in a hurry to leave, the two didn't walk very fast. They walked and stopped, occasionally stopping at small stalls. Yun Nuoshing didn't mind. He treated it as if he was shopping with Ziyen. After all, he had been shopping with Yuan for so many times that he was already immune to it. At least, he wouldn't break his leg like before. When Ziyen took a fancy to some trinkets and wanted to buy them, Yun Nuoshing would pay for them without hesitation. His attitude of treating money like dirt made Ziyen speechless. However, for someone whose net worth was in the hundreds of billions, this amount of money was nothing. Although Yun Nuoshing was half a miser, when he saw Xian holding the trinkets and fiddling with them happily and smiling so brightly that it seemed as if the light of the world had gathered, Yun Nuoshing's vanity, which rarely appeared, was satisfied like never before. Yun Nuoshing was momentarily stunned when he saw the gorgeous girl in purple jumping and laughing in this crowded place. Mei Mao was as bright as the stars in the sky. He even filtered out the noise on the street, leaving only the girl in his eyes. "Little star, let's go. Why are you in a daze?" Xian suddenly held Yun Nuoshing's hand and laughed as he pulled the latter, who was still in a daze, to the end of the street. Yun Nuoshing's heartbeat suddenly accelerated when she saw the two of them holding hands. The harbor was very quiet at night, and there was no one around. Many huge ships were docked at the harbor, like giant beasts crawling under the night sky. However, these ships all had their own unique symbols and were of different shape. They obviously came from different forces. The civilian ships were all docked at the far left, and all of them were identical. These were all ships that belonged to Nirvana City. At this moment, they were all anchored at the harbor by energy chains. If the chains were cut, the person who placed the restriction would sense it, so there was no need to worry about it being stolen. The sea at night was cold and formless. Even a pool of pitch-black water reflected the endless stars in the sky. A crescent moon floated on the surface of the sea. Standing at the highest point of the harbor, Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt very comfortable as she listened to the soft chirping of insects and looked at this rare scenery. Looking at the empty harbor, Yun Nuoshing exhaled softly. She turned her head and smiled at Xian. "Let's go. It's too late to find out anything today." Xian nodded in agreement. Then, he turned around and held Yun Nuoshing's hand as they walked away. Chi. When they turned around, they didn't walk too far away. However, they had only taken 10 steps when a dazzling light suddenly cut through the silence of the night. It appeared from the void behind them and suddenly stabbed toward Yun Nuoshing. Under the light, a sharp dagger dripping with blood rushed to the back of Yun Nuoshing's head in a flash, stabbing toward the top of his head. It was so quiet that it even escaped his soul detection. Ever since Yun Nuoshing had been assassinated, he had been very vigilant of his surroundings. His soul force was operating almost all the time. With his powerful soul that could rival that of a demon-rank powerhouse, and with the blessing of the 5 elements, it was reasonable to say that no one should be able to escape his detection. However, it wasn't until the cold wind licked Yun Nuoshing's neck that he suddenly shuddered. Only then did he react. He immediately condensed the light elements and grabbed Xian. His figure flashed, leaving behind a ball of golden light, and directly appeared 100 meters away. Chi. However, even if Yun Nuoshing was fast enough, there was still a longsword that seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. It slashed across her shoulder, bringing out a string of scarlet golden blood. It was very dazzling in the night sky. Little star. Xian was shocked by this sudden attack. By the time she reacted, she had already seen that Yun Nuoshing was injured. She immediately cried out in alarm and rushed forward to help. Chi. Before Yun Nuoshing and Xian could do anything, a huge torrent of energy broke through the sky and shot out from the attic in the city. In the blink of an eye, it rushed past the distance of less than 10 meters and rushed directly in front of Xian. Damn it! Yun Nuoshing, who had just stabilized her lower body, did not have time to care about the injury on her shoulder. She was tripped by the attack that came one after another. She hurriedly pulled Xian into her arms and the light element surged in her body. She stomped her feet on the ground and rushed into the sky with her. Bang! However, just as Yun Nuoshing thought that she could rush into the sky, she suddenly crashed into the barrier of Nirvana City. The dull impact caused the barrier to ripple rapidly. It seemed that she had already forgotten about the barrier that she had crashed into the first time she had rushed into Nirvana City. This damned barrier! Yun Nuoshing, who had crashed into the barrier, felt pain all over her body. She grimaced and sucked in a breath of cold air. She opened her mouth and cursed angrily. Before she could take out the Netherworld Ruins sword to cut open the barrier, she was bounced back by the barrier. Furthermore, she crashed into the ground at the same speed, sending up a cloud of dust. Bang! Chi! Just as Yun Nuoshing landed on the ground, a 1,000-meter-long sword aura shot out from the attic in the city. It brought with it a series of sonic booms that sounded like a clap of thunder in the silent night. Do you think I'm unreasonable if I don't draw my sword? Yun Nuoshing's angry roar could be heard from the billowing dust. Immediately after, a 1,000-meter-long purplish-black sword aura shot out like lightning and ruthlessly collided with the sword aura. Boom! The two sword auras collided in midair. It was like an earth-shattering explosion. Energy fireworks bloomed in midair, and the flames tore through the night sky. Everyone in the city noticed the abnormality and revealed shocked expressions. Fighting was prohibited in Nirvana City. Who was so bold to actually fight in the city? Chi. In the energy storm, a purplish-black sword aura shot out like lightning. Looking at its dimmed appearance, it had clearly expended a lot of energy to resist the sword aura. However, it had not been destroyed. After all, a strike from the Netherworld Ruins sword could easily produce a huge destructive force. It was not easy to deal with. Chi. The sword aura shot out like lightning in the direction of the attack. However, it merely streaked across the void and left a thick crack in the hard ground. There was no blood. Clearly, the person who had attacked first had already left that position. Which bastard is ruining my mood? Yun Nuoshing roared angrily. Majestic spiritual energy erupted from between his brows and surged into the void. It rapidly spread out and scanned the space within a 1,000-meter-long radius dozens of times. His expression became increasingly ugly. This was because he did not sense the aura of the attacker. In other words, the person who had attacked earlier might have already disappeared. Clearly, this person, or rather this group of people, had come prepared. They knew that they had no chance of winning if they fought Yun Nuoshing head-on. Therefore, they had resorted to such a despicable method like a sneak attack. Now that their attack had failed, they had decisively hidden themselves in the void and left the battlefield. Yun Nuoshing held the Netherworld Ruins sword tightly in his hand. Purple flames surged out of his palm and coiled around the sword like a fire snake. At the same time, he used these two vast energies to detect the situation around him. The result was still the same. It seemed that the person had really left. Seeing the blood flowing out of Yun Nuoshing's shoulder, Xian frowned and asked anxiously, "Xingxing, are you all right?" Yun Nuoshing shook his head. The 5 elements along with the purple night flame surged into the wound and expelled traces of black energy from the wound. Then, with the help of the divine flame, this hideous wound slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the blood had evaporated completely. Really, it's rare for me to be in such a good mood. Someone actually dares to cause trouble for me. Yun Nuoshing sighed and frowned. Although he had thought of this situation before, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. He had originally thought that the appearance of Princess Jean and the others would deter many people who had bad intentions towards him. At the very least, he would be able to live peacefully for a year and a half. He did not expect that he would be pursued as soon as he left Lihuan City. Although there was no danger along the way, he was ambushed when he arrived at Nirvana City. People from the Qi clan? Qinghai Palace? Or the 12-star palaces? These names flashed through his mind. Currently, only these few forces had issued the order to kill him on the surface and were not afraid of the Temple of Elements. However, who knew how many more people were moving in the dark, wanting to take his life and snatch Ling Hong's sword? Someone is coming. Let's go first. Yun Nuoshing sighed and was too lazy to think so much. He grabbed Xian's small hand and said softly. Then, the light element surged and at the same time, the boundary of the Netherworld Ruin sword was displayed. The two of them disappeared in an instant and rushed into the night. As soon as Yun Nuoshing and the others left, dozens of people came to the port. Seeing the traces of battle here, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. At the very least, 2 demigods, or 2 real gods, must have fought here. Luo Yunyang thought. This destructive power. Let's go and report to the city lord. Chapter 373. In front of the door of the hotel room, a purplish-black energy barrier suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, it slowly dissipated, revealing 2 figures. The light shone on their faces. They were Yun Nuoxing and Xian, who had just left the port. With the help of the barrier and light element of the Netherworld Ruin's sword, they managed to return to the hotel safely without bumping into anyone. As soon as the 2 of them appeared from the barrier, they immediately picked up their divine artifacts and looked around vigilantly. The energy in their bodies was roaring and surging, ready to explode at any moment. After a while, they did not discover any danger. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief and put down their divine artifacts. They looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Then, they pushed open the door and walked in. In the room, Yuanxi had woken up at some point. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and a vast and ethereal divine qi was circling around him. On the other bed, Ming and Little Purple Soul were huddled together, still sound asleep. Sensing the energy waves coming from outside the room, Yuanxi slowly opened his eyes. When he realized that it was Yun Nuoxing and Xian's aura, he heaved a sigh of relief. While he was cultivating, he was also vigilant. He was unfamiliar with this place, and there was a wanted criminal beside him. He would not even know if he was careless and got eaten. Creak. Just as Yuanxi was about to continue cultivating, the door was gently pushed open. Then, Yun Nuoxing and Xian tiptoed in. As soon as they poked their heads in, they saw Yuanxi sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking at them calmly. They could not help but be stunned. Then, they saw the 2 girls sleeping soundly on the bed and sighed. Ladies, did you 2 go on a date? Did you do something naughty? Yuanxi stared at the 2 of them as they sat down on the bed. She took in their fatigued looks. She sized them up with a smile in her eyes, then pointed at their clothes and teased them. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing and Xian were stunned. When they saw his gesture, they lowered their heads at the same time. Then, their faces turned red at the same time. Although the small fight just now didn't result in any bloodshed, it made him look very embarrassed. His clothes were messy. If this happened to one person, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it happened to 2 people, it was worth investigating. After all, with such a situation, people who didn't know would think that the 2 of them went out to have fun. Xian reacted in an instant and cried out in surprise. She quickly turned around and tidied up her dress before turning back. Her beautiful face was still a little red and looked very attractive. Ahem, it's not what you think. Yun Nuoxing blushed and coughed dryly. Then, she rolled her eyes at Yuanxi. She didn't even tidy up her clothes and said directly, "Oh, you were attacked at the port? Even a god came to be an assassin. Now, it seems that little star, you have become a piece of delicious cake that everyone wants to take a bite out of." After hearing this, Yuanxi nodded as if he suddenly understood. Then, he looked at the 2 of them with a smile and teased, "You really didn't go to the port to have sex?" "No." Yun Nuoxing and Xian shouted in unison. Then, they each picked up a pillow and threw it at Yuanxi with all their strength. "Oh, they're saying the same thing, aren't they?" Yuanxi chuckled as she dodged the 2 pillows. "I'll fight it out with you." Yun Nuoxing, who was embarrassed and angry, let out a hysterical roar. She stepped over the bed with her 2 long legs and pounced on Yuanxi with bared fangs and brandished claws. "Oh, little star, my little body can't take your violence." Seeing Yun Nuoxing go crazy like an angry kitten on top of him, Yuanxi grinned and waved his hands to play with the former. Looking at the 2 joking around, Xian shook her head helplessly. She took the long sword that Yun Nuoxing gave her and quietly slipped into the bathroom, leaving the 2 men wrestling on the bed. "So, do you have any clues?" Those people might have followed us all the way from Lihuan City. Do you have any contact with them? Do you know which force they are from? After wrestling on the bed for a long time, Yuan Shi and Yun Nuoshing stopped when they heard the sound of water. They each sat on a bed and tidied up their messy clothes. Yuan Shi said seriously. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. I don't know. I only saw black energy, but I don't know which force has that kind of strange black energy. It's not elemental energy, nor does it look like devil chi or divine essence. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head in distress and sighed. Black energy might not be elemental energy. With this kind of color, it's probably related to cultivation techniques. Actually, I don't know either. There are many people in this world who have black energy. Maybe it's not the Qi family, Yuan Shi said helplessly. Yun Nuoshing and Yuan Shi. After saying these two sentences, the two of them suddenly fell silent. They both frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. This made the solemn atmosphere here even more dignified. Even the air was so stuffy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Yuan Shi was the first to come back to her senses. She looked up and saw that Yun Nuoshing was still frowning. She was puzzled. Only then did she sigh and say, "Are you planning to?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and thought for a while. After a while, she sighed heavily and slapped her thigh. She stared at Yuan Shi with bright eyes and shouted, "Sleep down." After saying that, she fell on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. Yuan Shi was speechless. Looking at the bathroom, Yuan Shi smiled and also fell on the bed. He reached out and pulled the blanket over to the other side. With his back facing Yun Nuoshing, he said jokingly, "Sister-in-law is coming out. I'm going to sleep first. I'll kill you with a pillow." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and scolded him jokingly. Phew! Yuan Shi let out a steady breathing sound, as if he had really fallen asleep. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. She simply rolled up the blanket and changed into a comfortable sleeping position. After a while, she jumped up again. With a thought, dozens of divine weapons shot out and hid in every corner of the room. They surrounded the room seamlessly and were just short of the heaven-refining array. After doing all this, Yun Nuoshing lay down again. Not long after she laid down, waves of drowsiness swept over her, causing her eyes to close uncontrollably. Before her consciousness completely fell asleep, Yun Nuoshing seemed to feel something touching her lip. After a while, she felt the bed in front of her pressing down slightly. The next day, when the sun had just climbed up the eastern sky, 3 pairs of eyes in the hotel opened at the same time. There was a shocking amount of energy flowing in their eyes. 6 rays of light shot out from their eyes and pierced through the roof. At the same time, Yun Nuoshing suddenly put away all her divine weapons. A golden chain shot out from under her windbreaker and pulled Ming and Little Purple Soul into her arms. She grabbed Xian and Yuan Shi with one hand and the light elements whistled. She directly brought them out through the wall. Boom! In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the bed and reappeared 1,000 meters away with Xian in tow. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the floor of the hotel where they had just been. An energy storm that was tens of thousands of feet wide pierced through the sky and earth. A destructive energy swept out like a storm. The entire Nirvana city shook violently. Dozens of spatial cracks spread out like a spider web with the hotel as the center. The sudden destructive energy was like a bolt of lightning in the morning. It shocked everyone in Nirvana City. However, most of the energy shot towards the sky and pierced through the energy shield of Nirvana City. It seemed like the person who had launched the sneak attack did not want to cause too many casualties. Otherwise, this attack alone would have vaporized half of Nirvana City. The energy storm raged for a minute before it was suddenly disintegrated from the inside by a huge amount of energy. It did not cause too much damage, only causing some of the surrounding buildings to collapse. Who dares to cause trouble in Nirvana City? At the moment when the energy storm was annihilated, several figures suddenly rose from the ground in Nirvana City and rushed into the sky. A vast aura swept across the sky like a storm. A few pairs of flickering eyes swept across the city continuously. It was a breathtaking sight. In an instant, the noisy Nirvana City quietened down. The City Lord has personally appeared. It seems like Nirvana City will not be peaceful for a while. I really don't know what kind of person would do such a thing. Is it fun to disturb the people so early in the morning? Tisk, didn't the godly physique Na Ling come to Nirvana City? I think it's the work of those who want to kill him. Tsk, so it's him. He's probably done for this time. The godly physique Na Ling only has the strength of an immortal. Such a powerful energy is enough to kill him tens of thousands of times. The City Lord of Nirvana City is said to be an underworld king expert. However, the person who attacked him managed to break through the energy barrier. I wonder if the City Lord can deal with it. When the few figures appeared in the sky above Nirvana City, a series of discussions broke out in the city. Many people even guessed the truth of the matter. Those few silhouettes did not stay in the sky for long. They stayed for less than a minute before dispersing and rushing to every corner of Nirvana City. Some people even sensed a powerful probing wave being emitted. It must have been done by those few people. Tsk, they don't even let us sleep. How can we live? Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but shake her head as she looked at the place where the smoke kept coming out. Fortunately, they were staying on the top floor. Otherwise, they would have implicated others. Such a huge amount of energy. I didn't sense it before. It should be some powerful forbidden weapon. Yuanshi frowned and said in a deep voice. They looked like they were sleeping soundly. However, they were alert to their surroundings. That was how they managed to escape the disaster. If they were caught in the center of the storm, they would have died without a doubt before the Netherworld Ruins sword appeared. How big of a grudge is this? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. A forbidden weapon was extremely powerful. However, it could only be used a limited number of times. It would shatter after it was used up. Wasn't it too wasteful to use it to deal with a defenseless, immortal-level brat like her? However, it was more like they were using it to deal with a divine weapon. Ling Hongjian's defense could indeed block the impact. This person was meticulous. It wasn't a bad choice to treat Yun Nuoshing as an underworld emperor expert. Moreover, they didn't reveal themselves during the two attacks. Now, Yun Nuoshing didn't even know who was attacking them. Let's hurry up and leave. If we stay here any longer, we will implicate others. The battle will affect a huge area. It's fine for us. Once we feel that something is wrong, we can use the light element to escape. However, the others can't take it. Yun Nuoshing said. This time, he dared to make a move within the city. Next time, he would be able to brazenly start a battle in front of everyone. However, many of his methods were of a large area of effect, and definitely couldn't be used in a crowd. This way, his battle strength would be infinitely weakened, and he could only use the light element to passively escape. In Yun Nuoshing's words, damn it. When have I ever been chased away by someone? Yun Nuoshing said resentfully as she stomped her feet angrily. You were chased away in the Divine Sky City. Xian couldn't help but mutter. Little girl, don't expose me. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at her and rubbed her head vigorously. Xian shook her head and smoothed her long hair. She rolled her eyes at Yun Nuoshing and said softly, Little Star is right. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Once we reach the sea, we will have a way to deal with them. That's true. It's better for us to leave the Nirvana City first. Yuanshi nodded in agreement. Chapter 374. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. With this ruckus, everyone in the city will know that we're here. If we're found later, it'll be even more troublesome. Yuanshi said, nodding towards Yun Nuoshing. All right, the game of escape begins now. Yun Nuoshing grinned and waved his arm, pointing at the dock. Let's run for our lives with all our might. I hope that we'll be the ones to announce the end of the game in the end, and not someone else. Pfft. Xian could not help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw Yun Nuoxing's heroic yet bitter smile. Yuan Shi also laughed out loud. This metaphor was really appropriate. If they did not want to be eliminated, they had to run with all their might. Yun Nuoxing looked back at the hotel one last time and sighed. He took out the hat that he hadn't worn for a long time and put it on properly. He couldn't think of what he should look like with the Shuiyin mask. Moreover, there were 4 living people beside him, all of whom had distinct appearances. It was useless to cover them up. Now, he could only pray that no one would recognize Ziyin and the others. Didn't Big Brother become Big Sister? I thought Big Brother liked to play like this. Ming raised his head when he saw Yun Nuoxing putting on the hat. He could not help but say something that made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Yun Nuoxing stumbled and almost fell off the roof when he heard that. He pretended to glare fiercely at the girl, then rubbed Ming's head and said, "Cough, don't talk nonsense. Since when did I like to play like this?" But Big Brother always turns into Big Sister. Little Purple Soul, who had been sitting on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and hugging his head, laughed foolishly and gave Yun Nuoxing a hard stab. "Little Star, it's okay. We won't mind. Everyone has their own hobbies." Xian was shaking with laughter, but she forcefully covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing. She held Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and giggled. "Actually, Yun Nuoxing is quite pretty." Brother, I don't mean to look down on you. Really, you're a crossdresser after all." Yuan Shi was also shaking with laughter. He patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and laughed to the sky. Looking at the 4 of them laughing so happily, Yun Nuoxing instantly narrowed his eyes. He glanced at the 2 of them, then took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After a while, he scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, all right, if I look like a girl, then I'll admit it, all right, haha." Half an hour later, at the port of Nirvana City, the place where the battle had taken place yesterday, it looked brand new. It didn't look like a battle had taken place yesterday. The huge crack caused by the Netherworld Ruins sword had disappeared as well. It was as if nothing had happened. Yun Nuoxing stood there and slowly turned around. He couldn't see clearly in the dark last night, but there was a huge city gate standing in front of him. It was about 10 feet tall, and there were 2 watchtowers on both sides of the iron gate. Yesterday, the person who had attacked him had forced him to use the Netherworld Ruins sword here. He had almost lost control and cut Nirvana City in half. Unlike the night, he could see the entirety of the port now. From the highest point of the port, he could see dozens of docks. A huge ship was anchored at each dock, and every dock was filled with people. It was bustling with activity as they squeezed to board the ships. These crowded places were more obvious on the civilian ships on the left. There weren't many people on the dozen ships with unique symbols on the right. These should be the private ships of the factions. At this moment, some young people were talking hard in front of the dock. They were sweating profusely from all the shouting. There were also many people around them, but they were too far away. Yun Nuoxing couldn't hear what they were saying. He could only see people boarding the ships occasionally, while others stayed behind to continue listening. There were also some who ran to the ships next door and listened attentively. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing had some guesses. These should be the factions calling out to the mercenaries who wanted to go to the East Sea. There weren't many people who settled down in the East Sea because there wasn't much land. The only large-scale settlement was in the sea god's domain. However, the East Sea was such a huge ocean. It was full of magical beasts and monsters, especially aquatic beasts. To them, this was a paradise. There was no other place more suitable for them to live. However, the East Sea wasn't completely a deep sea. Most of it had underwater continents and underwater mountains that formed platforms. There were also many underwater ruins. Most of these ruins belonged to the original marine tribes or the original inhabitants. However, due to the rise of the sea level, they changed from land to sea and became underwater ruins. Most of these ruins were left behind from ancient times, such as the mythological era. Therefore, the East Sea was said to be the place with the most traces left behind from the mythological era. Every year, countless people would go there to explore the underwater ruins, hoping to find some treasures that would allow their strength or the faction they represented to make a qualitative leap. However, the East Sea also had countless dangers. It wasn't surprising that a large area was used as a hotbed to breed all kinds of marine life. Therefore, there were many people who went to explore the East Sea every year. However, less than 10% of them returned after going deep into unknown areas. The rest were almost all buried at the bottom of the sea, becoming floating bones or digested by the giant beasts at the bottom of the sea. Exploration required a lot of manpower. It was far from enough to rely on one faction. Sometimes, in addition to gathering mercenaries, there were also scenes of several factions attacking together. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Yun Nuoxing looked at the civilian ship on the left and the gathering mercenary team on the right. Then, she tilted her head and looked at Xian and the others. Then, she raised her feet and landed on the right side at the same time, walking down the stairs. There were two types of mercenaries who went to the East Sea. One was a mercenary group that had been strictly organized by a faction. This type of mercenary group had a large number of people. Rather than calling it a mercenary group, it was better to call it a fleet. Moreover, the strength of the members was mostly above the immortal stage. The captains of the fleet were all at the demigod stage or even the demigod stage experts. Even more, for example, those first-rate factions that entered the East Sea might have god-level figures leading them. The other type was some temporary mercenary teams. These teams were usually disbanded after completing a one-time mission. They gathered a little here and there to form a large fleet. It was equivalent to a group of people working together to complete some difficult missions. They weren't as organized as the former type, let alone have any tacit understanding. At this time, the mercenaries who were shouting loudly at the dock belonged to the second type. Walking along the stairs to the right, Yun Nuoxing and the others did not immediately join any fleet. Instead, they secretly observed which fleet looked more rigorous and stronger. After all, in this area with countless dangers, any bit of carelessness would directly lead to the tragic fate of being annihilated. They did not want to rush over and send their heads to their death. Although Yun Nuoxing herself had the strength to break the rules, and it wouldn't be a problem for her to fight against hundreds of fleets alone, it was still more convenient to group together. Yun Nuoxing wanted to find a team not only because there were more people there, but also because most of these mercenaries were veterans. They knew where to go in the Eastern Sea, where to go, 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 where to be dangerous, and where to be slightly safer. To put it bluntly, what Yun Nuoxing wanted was the knowledge of these mercenaries. While Yun Nuoxing was looking for a team as she wished, there was a sudden commotion at the dock. At the dock with 6 large ships, there was an excited shout that suppressed all other voices. Liao Tiange is going to the northeast of the Eastern Sea to explore the ruins. Liao Tiange's godsons and goddesses are going with him. There are only 100 spots, and their strength must be at least in the 8th level of the immortal realm. Gentlemen, don't miss this opportunity. The loud shout silenced the noisy dock for a moment. Even Yun Nuoxing and the others were a little confused. After looking at each other for a while, they were a little tempted. Liao Tiange's 2 seated disciples were going to the ruins in person, which meant that there was something there that even people of their level would covet. There was another kind of situation for mercenaries, and that was the first type of mercenary group. Because of the lack of manpower, they had to gather at the last minute. Following this kind of strictly organized mercenary group would increase their survival rate by a lot. The crowd was silent for a few seconds. Those who reacted first immediately rushed toward the young man wearing Liao Tiange's clothes. Some people even used their movement skills and rushed to the young man in a few breaths. Staring blankly at the crowd that suddenly went crazy, Yun Nuoshing and the others widened their eyes and looked at each other. Without the slightest hesitation, after a few leaps, they directly landed beside the young man from the sky. A gentle force was emitted, allowing them to successfully blend into the crowd. Following a large professional fleet into the Eastern Sea, and an experienced fleet at that, they could generally avoid danger very well. As long as they could smoothly reach the ruins, Yun Nuoshing and the others could safely slip out of the team and rely on themselves. However, the return journey or the next destination would be a little troublesome. After all, they didn't know the direction. However, they had the treasure map, so they could still find their way into the sea god's domain. There are still 5 spots left, hurry up and join. The young man waved the sheepskin scroll in his hand and shouted loudly at the crowd. Here. 3 in a group. Yun Nuoshing's clear voice sounded in front of the young man. It contained a bit of energy and suppressed the shouting of the crowd. The young man was stunned and quickly turned around. He lowered his head and saw a handsome young man wearing a hat in front of him. He was only 17 or 18 years old and had 2 children, a beautiful young girl and a young man in his 20s. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "Little brother, exploring ruins is very dangerous. Our minimum requirement for this trip is the 8th level of the immortal realm. Only people of this level have the ability to protect themselves. Listen carefully, it's the 8th level." The young man emphasized the 2 words, 8th level. Obviously, he didn't believe that these 3 young youths met the requirement. In those places, relying on numbers alone was useless. "Kid, this is not a place for you people to play adventure games. Hurry up and go home. You idiots, go home. The 3 of you are not good enough. Yeah, the Eastern Sea is not a fun place. Come back when you grow up." Seeing that the 3 of them had taken up more than half of the space, the mercenaries immediately laughed and scolded them. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked around when she heard these kind reminders. Then, she placed Ming and Little Purple Soul in Xian's arms. She walked out of the crowd and stood on the edge of the sea. She casually took out a long sword, raised it high above her head, and slashed at the sea with all her might. Boom! 100-meter-tall sword rays shot out from the long sword like a crescent moon. It split the sea water in front of her and split it to 2 sides, forming 2 spectacular waterfalls in the distance. Their strength is much higher than mine. Is that enough? Yun Nuoshing put away the long sword and casually clapped her hands. She turned around and looked at the jaws of the shocked crowd. Okay, it's enough." Hearing this indifferent voice, the young man immediately closed his jaws that had fallen to the ground. He shook his head and then said with a smile, "Okay, these 3 people are yours. The reward is 50 kilograms of premium glazed crystals. Half of it will be paid before the ship departs, and the other half will be paid when we come back." "Okay." Yun Nuoshing nodded with a smile. She led Xian and the others around the young man and walked onto the huge ship behind him. She did not care about the 50 kilograms of premium glazed crystals. It was enough as long as they could get there. The last 2 places. Come quickly. After watching Yun Nuoshing and the others walk onto the ship, the young man came back to his senses and shouted with all his might. "Damn it, I have reserved this spot. This spot is mine. F***CK. F***CK, you Geoduck. Don't fight with me." Hearing this shout, the originally quiet group of mercenaries suddenly boiled up again. They were all red-eyed and thick-necked. Yun Nuoshing and the others shook their heads helplessly. Chapter 375. On the calm ocean, 6 huge transport ships sailed in an orderly manner. The moment the mercenaries had finished assembling, Liao Tiange's fleet sailed out of the dock. Because they had already prepared for a long time, they didn't need to spend much time preparing. Among the 6 ships, 5 of them were Liao Tiange's men, and the last one was the newly assembled mercenaries. However, there were also quite a few of Liao Tiange's men on this ship. Otherwise, it would look like they were going to deliver their heads to the enemy. The ship was still quite relaxed, and it wasn't as depressing as imagined. Although the large group of people were touching the weapons at their waists, they were alert and prepared to deal with any unexpected situation at any time. The sea within 10,000 nautical miles of Nirvana City is a safe zone. There's no need to be so alert. Relax, everyone, the captain of the mercenary ship, who had been sailing in the East Sea for many years, said while drinking wine. He was an old sailor who was known as Old Sly. Old Sly looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His body was very sturdy, and his white beard had grown a circle. Even his hair was white, making him look very old. There were many hideous scars on his dark face, and he even wore an eye patch over his left eye. It wasn't hard to imagine how serious his injuries were. If he wore a headscarf, he would look like a pirate. He hit it off very well with these mercenaries, and chatted non-stop along the way. This ship sailed at the rear left, and the other 5 ships surrounded the ship in the middle. These ships weren't made of ordinary wood, but were all made of precious materials. Under the sunlight they emitted a metallic luster, and looked very hard and difficult to break. Liao Tiange's 2 seed disciples weren't seen on this ship, so they were probably on the largest ship in the middle. It was a dragon-headed ship that was made of 8th-grade materials. It was 1,000 meters long, and looked like a pavilion on the sea. Its white sails fluttered in the wind, and it looked very luxurious. Its entire body was crimson red, and thick armor covered the deck, faintly emitting a majestic energy. Yun Nuoshing and the others stood at the stern of the ship, enjoying the cool sea breeze. Their long hair fluttered in the wind, and they felt very comfortable. This place was much quieter than the center. Perhaps it was because the combat strength they had just displayed had shocked everyone, but at this moment no one came over. It made their ears feel much more comfortable. They were happy that no one came to disturb them. Ming and Little Purple Soul were running back and forth at the end of the boat. They seemed to have an endless supply of energy. Ever since Little Purple Soul returned, Ming would play with her whenever he had the time. Yun Nuoshing and the others could not help but exclaim at the same time. It's good to be young, however. When they were lamenting this sentence, they seemed to have forgotten that they were only young people in their 20s. Putting aside Yun Nuoshing, who always felt that she was old, Xian and Yuan she were not as old as him. What's wrong, lads? It's the right of the old to be lamenting about how short life is here. Young people should be more energetic. A strong and loud laughter came from behind, causing Yun Nuoshing and the others to be stunned. They turned their heads and saw Old Cunning walking towards them with a pot of wine. He even raised his head and took a big gulp. Then, he stomped the wine pot on the edge of the ship and laughed. Oh, this old man was wrong. There's a little girl here. Old Cunning laughed and said, "What's wrong, lads? Are you homesick after just going out to sea?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing and the others could not help but laugh. Shaking her head, Yun Nuoshing said in a low voice, "No, I'm just thinking about the road ahead. Looking at the boundless ocean, where is the other shore? Where is the end? The road ahead is the other shore. The road ahead is the end. As long as we keep going forward, we can reach the place we want to go." Old Cunning laughed and took another gulp of wine. Then, he said something that Yun Nuoshing and the others could not understand. "Young people, cheer up. You have the capital to be young. It's important to enjoy the moment, but it's also important to work hard. Only those who dare to risk their lives are considered young." Old Cunning stroked his beard and laughed. "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha." After saying this, Old Cunning raised his head and took another big gulp of wine. Then, he laughed and walked away, leaving Yun Nuoshing and the others confused. 10 days passed in a hurry. Every day they would see a fireball rise from the east and be kicked to the west by the moon. The cycle repeated again and again. What remained the same was the calm ocean. It was always blue and there were no more waves. During these 10 days, no one visited the area at the stern of the ship. It was as if it had become the exclusive territory of Yun Nuoshing and the others. Other than Old Cunning, who would come over every day to chat and drink with Yuan Shi, Yun Nuoshing would have the thought of kicking them into the sea every time she saw the two men standing at the stern of the ship with their arms around each other's shoulders and drinking wine with the moon. Brace yourselves, lads. Let me see your weapons. The peaceful days have come to an end. Next, it's time for you to show your skills. Early in the morning, Old Cunning stood at the highest point of the ship and looked down at the people below. His single eye flashed with an intimidating light. He carried a huge longsword without an edge on his shoulder. At first glance, it looked like a big club. It was 10 feet long, and when he swung it, the whistling sound of the air could be heard. Old Cunning roared at the top of his voice, causing the veins on his forehead to pop out. His deep and sonorous voice clearly spread throughout the entire ship, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. They straightened their backs, and then, in unison, they pulled out the weapons that were either pinned to their waists or kept in their mystic artifacts. Each and every one of them was dazzling to the eye. Do you have the confidence to complete this mission? Old Cunning turned his neck and roared. Do you know what you have to do? Under these two roars that could swallow mountains and rivers, the group of mercenaries responded loudly. They raised the weapons in their hands high up into the sky. Beams of energy light shot up into the sky and condensed into an unparalleled battle intent. The few ships beside them were shocked. Yun Nuoshing, who rarely walked out from the back of the ship, was also shocked and stunned. He looked at Old Cunning strangely. His ability to incite people was really off the charts. This group of people didn't have the tacit understanding that I had imagined. They got excited after I roared at them twice. These guys are very unruly. If I don't show them some imposing manner, I won't be able to incite them. My throat is already hoarse after I yelled at them. After making some arrangements, Old Cunning walked over. He lifted the wine pot pinned to his waist and drank a mouthful. He grinned and said, "Next up is the Sea of Death. If I don't raise my spirits, no one here will be able to survive." The Sea of Death? Yun Nuoshing asked doubtfully. This sea, or rather, we are about to pass by a sea abyss. There are countless corpses buried here. It is said that all ships that pass by here will sink. This is the first time I have come here. I want to see how it will sink. Old Cunning drank a mouthful of wine and said indifferently, "You seem to have unknowingly said something terrifying." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing widened his eyes and said, "Since you know that it will sink, why don't you change the direction?" Moreover, Yun Nuoshing looked around. It was a resplendent and glowing sea. It was exactly the same as what he saw a few days ago. He said, "Moreover, I haven't seen any landmarks along the way. How do you know that this is the so-called Sea of Death? That sea abyss? Little fellow, you are still too young." Old Cunning laughed loudly. He drank a mouthful of wine and panted for a while. He said, "This old man has spent most of his life in the Eastern Sea. I know where I am even with my eyes closed. This sea abyss is too long. If we go around it, we will have to walk a very long distance. That time is enough for us to go back to Nirvana City and come here dozens of times. We don't have that time now." Everyone knows? Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and asked. "Anyone who has sailed the sea knows." Old Cunning smiled and said, "This is also the reason why Liao Tiange spent so much effort to summon another ship. He was worried that there would not be enough manpower. He was worried that we would encounter an unexpected situation here and end up with no eggs left intact. There has to be a reason, right? Why would a ship sink here?" Yun Nuoshing asked. It was his first time coming to the Eastern Sea. Naturally, he did not know anything. There are countless dangers in the Eastern Sea because there are endless secrets in the sea. Old Cunning grinned and said, "I'm not too sure about what I've heard, so I won't tell you. You'll know why when we reach that area." Old Cunning laughed loudly and patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Then, he turned around and walked towards the bow of the ship. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. This old man was still keeping him in suspense. Looking at the noisy deck, Yun Nuoshing shook his head helplessly. He turned around and returned to the stern of the ship. He saw Xian and Yuan Shi playing with Ming. He could not help but smile and walked over. Seeing Yun Nuoshing walking over, Xian put down Ming and looked up at him. He was stunned and could not help but ask, "What's wrong? You look gloomy." Gloomy? Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled. He said, "Is it that obvious?" "It's very obvious. Did something happen?" Yuan Shi nodded. Just now, Yun Nua Planet had heard a big commotion at the bow of the ship, so she went to take a look. She didn't expect that when she returned, it would be overcast. It seemed that they had heard some bad news. "There's something." Yun Nuoshing sighed and told them what old Cunning had told him. "It feels very dangerous." Yuan Shi listened and looked surprised. However, there was not much panic on his face. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. He was not worried about falling into the sea, but he was afraid of encountering something in the sea. The sea was not their battlefield. They could not smash it. For Yun Nuoshing, who had destructive tendencies, the sea was really a place to suffer. After a moment of silence, Yun Nuoshing took out a few jade bottles from his pendant and put them in the hands of Xian and the others. Looking at their puzzled expressions, he could not help but smile and said, "Water avoidance pill. It can allow the user to adapt to the underwater environment. Although it was not refined by me." At the end of his sentence, Yun Nuoshing stuck out his tongue. This water-repelling pill was at the immortal grade, and one pill could last for a long time. Naturally, it was not refined by him. It was given to him by Xian Yin. He found it in a pile of Medicine Mountain. It seemed like it was prepared for him to enter the East Sea, and there was a lot of it. Yuan Shi listened and opened the bottle cap with interest. A wave of intoxicating pill fragrance drifted out, causing his whole body to tremble. He carefully tilted the jade bottle and took out a blue pill. He looked at it in his hand and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so surprised that his mouth was wide open. On the blue pill there were patterns of 7 colors. The connection between each 2 colors was seamless, like a few ribbons. He could faintly feel an extremely large amount of energy flowing in it. The dense pill fragrance even drifted to the few ships at the side, causing everyone to suddenly turn their gaze. However, before they could find the source of the pill fragrance, they lost the direction. What a rich pill fragrance! It must be at least the highest grade or above. Could it be that some alchemy master is refining pills here? No, refining pills of this level will cause strange phenomena. It is impossible to be so calm. Someone must have taken out the pill. It seems to be coming from the mercenary ship. At the stern of the ship, Yun Nuoshing covered the bottle with her hand. Her palm was emitting a golden light. She used her origin energy to isolate the jade bottle containing the water-repelling pill and put it into her pendant. Hearing the discussions, some cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She never thought that taking out the pill would cause such a big commotion in less than half a minute. Even Yuan Shi couldn't help but wipe his forehead. He leaned on the edge of the ship and looked at the horizon as if he didn't know anything. However, he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Yun Nuoshing. F***CK. 7 colored patterns. 7 elemental alchemy master? Little star, when did you know such a terrifying person? One had to know that just gathering 7 elements was enough to frighten a god to the point of swallowing his tongue. To perfectly integrate 7 elements into a pill and promote it to a higher level, this method was simply unbelievable. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Yun Nuoshing sent a voice transmission and chanted a few times. Hearing this, Yuan Shi took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. However, his heart was still in a perilous situation. A 7 elemental alchemy master. In the entire realm of the gods, there were probably less than 5 of them. After waiting for a while, there was no more discussion. Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief and stuffed the jade bottle back to Yuan Shi. This time, the latter didn't dare to open it again and hurriedly put it into his artifact. Chapter 376. The next day, Yun Nuoshing and the other lazy bums got up unwillingly when they heard some noise from the ship. They opened their eyes and took a deep breath of the sea breeze that blew in through the small window. Then, they walked towards the deck. When Yun Nuoshing and the rest arrived at the deck, there was already a group of people dressed neatly standing in a group. They were even in a state of battle readiness. Yun Nuoshing could feel their soaring fighting spirit. "Don't leave our side later, okay?" Yun Nuoshing walked to a place where it was not too crowded. She put down Ming and Little Purple Soul and squatted down. Then, she rubbed their heads and said seriously, "Okay." The two girls nodded. Their four gem-like eyes stared at Yun Nuoshing with a smile. Yun Nuoshing did not know if they really understood what she said. Yun Nuoshing frowned. After thinking for a while, she was still a little worried. She looked around and made sure that no one noticed them. Then, she nodded and took out a jade bottle. She condensed a trace of origin energy on her palm and dyed it golden. Then, she quickly took out 2 azure blue pills from the bottle and quickly closed the jade bottle. The golden light also surrounded the azure blue pills, so that their energy could not leak out. After taking out 2 water-repellent pills, Yun Nuoshing held one in each hand and stuffed it into Ming and Little Purple Soul's mouth. The two girls swallowed the pills with their eyes rolling. After a while, they swallowed the pills and said at the same time, "It's so sweet." Yun Nuoshing staggered and almost hit her head on the edge of the ship. She was speechless. At the same time, she was a little confused. Did the pills have a taste? The azure blue ocean and the sky merged together in the distant horizon. The sun shone lazily on the cloudless horizon. The sea here was gradually approaching the northern part of the East Sea. The 6 ships were built with special materials and were quite fast. However, the sea was too monotonous. In the past 10 days, except for 1 or 2 ships at the beginning, there was not even a ghost in sight. There were not even seabirds in the sky, which meant that there was no land nearby. On the ship, Yun Nuoshing and the others were leaning on the side of the ship as they looked at the faraway front and at the bow of the ship. Old Cunning had a stern expression on his face. Today, there wasn't even any sound of laughter. It was completely different from the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere of the past. He didn't even have the interest to go around and tease people to drink wine every day. He held the huge sword that was 10 feet long tightly and turned his wrist slightly, revealing the nervousness in his heart. The same scene was happening on the other ships as well. Yun Nuoshing, with her sharp senses, had already sensed the activation of an array formation. Through her evil spirit eye, she could see that on the other ships, the people wearing the same clothes all had grave expressions on their faces. The Sea of Death seems to be quite dangerous. We haven't even arrived and it's already making people so nervous. Yun Nuoshing muttered softly when she saw the serious expressions on everyone's faces. After pondering for a while, Yun Nuoshing sighed. The pattern on her arm glowed faintly. Then, a few divine weapons floated out. Yun Nuoshing grasped them in her hand and then handed them over to Xian and Yuan Shi. "Just in case." Yun Nuoshing smiled and said. Xian and Yuan Shi also nodded. Looking at the tense atmosphere, they knew that something would happen later. It was better to be prepared in advance and have a divine weapon in hand than anything else. The rocking of the ship continued for about 3 hours before it suddenly stopped. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing and the others who were laughing and chatting turned serious. She grabbed the 2 girls Ming and brought them back to her side. Looking ahead, they could see that the ocean not far away had suddenly turned dark blue, so dark that it was almost black. In the previous section of the journey, they could clearly see the mountain range under the water. But now, it was as if they had suddenly fallen from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea. The dark blue ocean was very wide. Looking horizontally, they couldn't see the end even after it disappeared at the end of their line of sight. With the help of the evil spirit eye, they could see the blue water in front of them about 10,000 miles away. In other words, the trench was 10,000 miles wide, and its length couldn't even be seen. When the 6 ships stopped, Yun Nuoshing's soul power, which had been spreading out, suddenly heard the sound of weapons rubbing against each other. It seemed that this was the Sea of Death that old Sly had mentioned. The 6 ships stopped for a while. Yun Nuoshing could vaguely hear loud and clear shouts coming from the 5 ships, followed by a series of responses. Then, except for their ship, the other 5 ships quietly moved forward on the water surface. Compared to the speed in front, they were much slower. Boys, get ready to enter the Sea of Death. Are you prepared? While Yun Nuoshing and the others were observing, old Sly stood at the bow of the ship, waving his big sword and shouting in a deep voice. Ha! As old Sly's shout fell, it was immediately followed by a series of responses with soaring aspirations. Charge! Old Sly shouted exaggeratedly. With a wave of his hand, the ships started moving again. Then, they slowly moved into the deep blue sea. Little guy, later on, if you have any skills, just throw them as hard as you can. If anything happens, I have a favor to ask of you. On the big ship in the middle, there are Liao Tiange's trusted subordinate. Try your best to take them away. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. Just as he was about to open his evil spirit eyes to look under the water, a deep voice suddenly came from behind him. He was stunned and turned his head. It turned out to be old Sly. Liao Tiange's 2 god seeds are much stronger than me. What can we do to help? When the time comes, we'll be lucky if we can protect ourselves. Yun Nuoshing adjusted his hat, shrugged and said, Hee, little guy, you still want to fool this old man. Hearing this, old Sly laughed. Then, he patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and said with a smile, Although this old man is old, I haven't reached the point where my eyesight is blurred. From the first time I saw you, I knew that you were definitely not a simple guy. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. What kind of look was that? He didn't do anything, yet he was labeled as, not a simple guy. The stern of the ship is a good place to cool down. Do you know why those people don't go to the stern of the ship? It's because they're afraid of you guys. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that you guys aren't easy to deal with. Seeing his expression, old Sly laughed again. Only then did Yun Nuoshing come to a realization. Back then, he chose the stern of the ship because it was a cool place. He was still wondering why no one followed him to cool down. So this was the reason. However, he was also a little confused. How could he tell that they weren't easy to deal with? They didn't do anything. He also dared to pat his chest and guarantee that no one recognized his identity as the divine physique of spiritual absorption. Otherwise, they would have killed him while he was at sea. The assassins didn't seem to have followed him. All right, I'll do my best. Yun Nuoshing curled his lips and said with a smile. Hearing Yun Nuoshing's words, old Sly smiled with gratification. Then, he said something, turned around and walked back to the bow of the ship, closely monitoring the movements in the nearby sea area. At this moment, the fleet had already slowly entered the Sea of Death. No one knew what they were afraid of. The 6 ships were quiet. After the group of people entered, they also slowly closed their mouth. They were all conversing with their telepathic thoughts. It felt as if they needed to be sneaky when passing through this place, so as to avoid waking up something. On both sides of the ship, there were many people standing. They were all grasping their shining weapons in their hands. Pairs of eyes were vigilantly looking around. Yun Nuoshing frowned and also walked to the side of the ship. His bright evil spirit eye slowly opened and then looked down. His line of sight broke through the layers of seawater. He didn't know how deep the sea was. It had already become pitch black and nothing could be seen. Even with the evil spirit eye's unique piercing effect, he couldn't see anything. It was as if there were no living things underwater. Shaking his head, Yun Nuoshing retreated from the side of the ship with Ming in his arms. He stood in the center of the ship, together with Xian and the others. The fleet did not encounter any problems amidst this tense atmosphere. Half an hour later, they arrived at the edge of this deep blue sea region. At this spot, one could vaguely see a green-blue color appearing in the distance. Clearly, they were about to reach the end. Seeing this, almost everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts at the same time and patted their chests. And just as they heaved a sigh of relief, Yun Nuoshing, who was standing quietly, suddenly shivered. He felt that something was staring at them. His soul power suddenly spread out from between his eyebrows, enveloping an area of 1,000 miles in an instant. Just as his soul power was released, the entire sea area suddenly trembled. Countless splashes of water surged, as if the sea was boiling. Then, Yun Nuoshing sensed that something was rapidly approaching from the bottom of the sea. Damn it! Full speed ahead, we've been discovered! Looking at the movement in the sea area, Old Cunning's face instantly turned ugly. He roared angrily, and the large sword on his shoulder sliced through the air. He held it tightly in his hands. At this moment, the moment the shout fell, the ship suddenly emitted a bright light. The roaring sound of energy rolling resounded in everyone's ears. The same situation occurred on the other 5 ships. Then, the speed of the fleet suddenly increased by a lot. They turned into shadows and rushed out of the sea of death with all their might. Boom! Just as the fleet accelerated, the sea area in front of them suddenly expanded. A wall of water rose from the surface of the sea, forming a tsunami that was 1,000 feet high. It suddenly smashed down on the fleet. Damn it! Other than a storm, a fleet of ships was most afraid of encountering a tsunami. Moreover, it was this kind of unnatural tsunami. Every time they encountered one, it would definitely lead to the annihilation of the entire fleet. While everyone was in a daze, the 1,000 feet high wall of water, which was mixed with a great force, suddenly slammed down on them. Buzz! Before the tsunami came down, a soft buzzing sound came from the few large ships. Then, 6 huge barriers were suddenly propped up, forming an enormous barrier in midair. It enveloped the 6 ships and blocked the tons of seawater. Something's coming! Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing shouted. Everyone who had just heaved a sigh of relief suddenly tensed up their bodies. They gripped their weapons with even more force. Boom! Just as Yun Nuoshing shouted, the seawater in front of them suddenly exploded. Then, a crimson shadow broke out of the sea, shocking everyone. When they saw what it was, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was an octopus's leg, but it was 1,000 feet long. It was like a pillar that supported the sky. Densely packed suction cups moved on it, and each suction cup was 10 meters long. If it weren't for the suction cups on that tentacle, I would have thought that I saw a giant snake. Yun Nuoshing swallowed. So disgusting. Xian's pretty face trembled. She quickly hid behind Yun Nuoshing and clutched his clothes tightly. It was like an octopus leg dancing like a dragon. The moment it appeared, under everyone's horrified gazes, it smashed into the barrier below with a splash of water. On the other side, 7 crimson dragons soared into the sky and swept towards the fleet. Chapter 377. What entered his eyes was a deep blue. The cold seawater with a slight saltiness stung his eyes, and his taste buds gave him a taste of saltiness and bitterness. A series of roars faintly lingered in his ears through the thick seawater. In front of him, a red dragon that was thousands of meters long cut through the water, causing the seawater to churn violently. His blurry vision looked at the surface of the sea that flickered with spots of light. He saw the dragon dancing wildly, and things constantly fell from the surface of the sea. 6 huge pieces of wreckage were gradually sinking into the sea, and intense energy fluctuations came from the sky. In front of him, many slender black figures were moving the things that had fallen into the sea. Yun Nuoshing shook his dizzy head and felt that his hands seemed to be grabbing onto something. Although he was a little dazed, he still subconsciously pulled the thing that he was grabbing onto tightly. Little star, little star. As if he heard someone calling him, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. His vision was still blurry, and he pulled his hands back. It was as if he had used all his strength and could no longer do anything else. "Little star." A sweet and clear anxious voice clearly sounded in his mind. Although his consciousness was blurry, he could still tell that this voice should be Xian's. His soul power circulated rapidly, and his blurry consciousness became clearer. Before he could fully regain his consciousness, Yun Nuoxing felt his mouth being pried open. Then, a round thing was stuffed into his mouth and slipped into his body. It emitted a gentle azure light, and he suddenly felt his body become much lighter. "Brother!" He could feel a pair of small hands shaking his shoulders. Yun Nuoxing blinked hard and finally recovered. Four anxious faces came into view, and he was stunned. The scene just now was still replaying clearly in his mind. A few minutes ago, Yun Nuoxing saw the octopus's foot break through the air and swing towards the boat. He subconsciously protected Xian and the others behind him and went forward alone. However, he was still swatted down along with the boat and fell into the sea. The sturdy boat that was made of special materials was smashed to pieces under the octopus's foot like paper. Almost everyone on the boat was swatted into the sea, and at this moment, those who still had strength were fighting on the sea. Shaking his dizzy head, Yun Nuoxing looked at the four people who were not injured and heaved a sigh of relief. He took the time to look at his hands. It turned out that he was holding on to Xian and Little Purple Soul. However, it should be said that Xian and Little Purple Soul were holding on to him. In his dizzy state, he did not react at all. If no one held on to him, he would sink. It would be fun if he drowned. "Are you all okay?" Yun Nuoxing smiled. After being swatted by the huge octopus's foot, even God and underworld masters would not be any better off. If it were not for the protection of the divine artifacts, he would have been smashed to pieces like those boats. It's okay. Compared to this, it's more important to run. That's not an ordinary octopus. It has the bloodline of a dragon, and dragon scales can be seen on the octopus's body. It's out to look for food. Yuan Shi quickly shook his head. They were protected by dozens of divine artifacts and were not hit directly. They could see the octopus clearly. "Oh, so we're here to deliver food? This tentacle monster has a really good appetite." Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Yeah. Do you want to ask, Mr. Octopus, do you want to eat the boat first or me first?" Yuan Shi smiled bitterly. It did seem like they were here to deliver food, and they passed by when the other party came out to look for food. "Let's find a place to hide first and wait for things to calm down before we go out," Yuan Shi said. "Wait a minute. Don't be in a hurry to hide. I want to find something." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and smiled mysteriously. "What are you looking for?" Yuan Shi was stunned and asked. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked. At this time, there were not many people in the water. He did not know if they were hiding in the sky or had been torn to pieces. He could smell a little blood from afar, and he did not know how many people had died here. However, what Yun Nuoxing was interested in was not these. What he was aiming at was the wreckage, or rather, the core of the boat. Every magic tool has a core. Even if it's destroyed, as long as the core isn't damaged, it can be repaired. Moreover, these cores can be smelted again to strengthen the weapon. It's much better than raw materials. Yun Nuoxing said with a smile. So it can be used like this. Yuan Shi suddenly understood. He was not a blacksmith, so he did not understand the relationship on this level. Yun Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and let go of his two small hands. He rubbed Xian's head and said with a smile, "You guys wait for a while. If anything happens, leave first. I can catch up with you." Xian nodded and asked softly, "Is everything okay?" Yun Nuoxing shrugged and handed a pearl condensed from rich light elements to Xian. He then turned around and disappeared, leaving behind a ball of dissipating light particles. The speed of light elements seems to be slower in the water. Yun Nuoxing, who had just flown out 1,000 meters, frowned. He had consumed the same amount of energy, but he felt that his speed was a bit slower. However, he soon forgot about this situation. Although it was a bit slower, it was still very fast. Yun Nuashing carefully swam to the side of the sunken boat and poked his head out of the water to look around. When he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he sighed in relief. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly came from the sky. Dazzling energy exploded in midair, causing Yun Nuashing to shrink his head. He carefully raised his head and looked at the sky. He could not help but be stunned. Ahahaha! Old Sly raised a 3-meter-long greatsword and waved it like a windmill. He cut open countless wounds on an octopus leg in front of him. Dark purple blood fell like rain and dyed the sea into a different color. Outside Old Sly's body, a silver-blue wolf was howling. Lightning flashed all over its body, and every time those lightning bolts struck the scales on the octopus's feet, a series of ding-ding-dang-dang-dang sounds would ring out. The beast soul of the Thunder Wolf. Looking at the huge Thunder Wolf, Yun Nuashing opened his mouth in surprise. The beast's soul was unique to the body of a magical beast. If it was refined in the body, one could obtain the magical beast's abilities. However, not everyone could refine it. Even if they could, it could only be refined once. In other words, once the beast's soul was refined, it could not be refined again in this lifetime. Therefore, most people would wait until they found the best beast soul before choosing to refine it. Other than Old Sly, there were 5 other people who were also resisting with all their might. Although the 6 of them were resisting with all their might, it was obvious that they were not as strong as they wished. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. I don't want to see an octopus ever again in this lifetime. Looking at the densely packed suction cups on the octopus leg, Yun Nuashing felt disgusted and rolled his eyes. Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing returned his gaze to the sunken ship at the side. The Netherworld Ruin sword swept out and was held in his hand. With a slash, he cut the solid material into 2 halves and then entered it. The core of a magical weapon was the origin of the power output. It was the heart, and the power output of a ship was usually at the bottom. Although there were a few layers of thick deck, under the power of the Netherworld Ruin sword, any material was just a decoration. Therefore, Yun Nuashing touched the location of the magical weapon in just a few minutes. The core of the 7th level has been reforged. It's equivalent to 500 kilograms of 7th level material. The magic circles and charms that came with it are perfectly preserved. Looking at the core formed by the silver-blue magic circles, Yun Nuashing could not help but smile. Looking at the connecting lines that extended out from the core, Yun Nuashing casually waved his sword and cut them all into pieces. Then, he reached out and caught the core, and put it away in his pendant with satisfaction. A small hole was opened in the wall of the ship. Looking out through the hole, Yun Nuashing could still see that a few people were retreating step by step. The octopus seemed to be able to absorb energy. Every time energy was shot at it, it would make it more powerful. Let's hope they can hold on for a while longer. Yun Nuashing nodded. He felt that there was no problem for the time being. He looked at the other ships and then rushed over. After working for half an hour, Yun Nuashing finally broke off the cores of the 6 ships. There were 5 7th level and 1 8th level core. The 8th level core was the largest ship in the middle. In fact, 7th and 8th level materials were not too rare, but they were not very plentiful either. Generally, people who were not rich and powerful would not choose to forge them into transportation tools. In addition to these cores, Yun Nuashing also dismantled parts of the wreckage of the other ships and put them away. After he was done with all this and stretched, he suddenly felt that it had become very quiet outside. He was stunned and quickly ran to the window to look out. Then, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not know when the battle outside had ended. The octopus and the 6 people were gone. The sea was so calm that there were no waves. Only a few sunken ships were bobbing here, but they would soon fill up with water and fall into the deep sea. When everything settled, the sea would return to its original state. No one would know that a massacre had taken place here. His soul energy shot out from between his eyebrows and enveloped an area of 1,000 miles around him. After that, he carefully investigated the area, but he couldn't find any traces of living beings. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat because even Ziyan and the others had disappeared. F***ck. Yun Nuoxing was anxious. He suddenly rushed out of the cabin and dived into the sea. Now that the octopus had probably left, he did not have to deliberately hide any traces. He directly returned to his original position and was stunned. In his original position, although there were no traces of Ziyan and the others, there was a light yellow mark left behind. It was emitting a faint light in the sea. In the distance there was also a similar mark, which seemed to be guiding him. Yun Nuoxing looked at it and did not hesitate at all. Astral power surged out of his body, and he broke through the sea and swam quickly in the direction of the mark. Something's wrong. After swimming underwater for more than 10 minutes, Yun Nuoxing felt that something was wrong. The distance he had traveled was too long, and he did not travel in a straight line. This meant that when Ziyan and the others left, they did not use the light element to leave. Moreover, it was impossible to leave such a neat mark even if they used the light element. Although he was puzzled, Yun Nuoxing still swam down. After another 10 minutes, he had already left the area of the Sea of Death. The sea turned from dark blue to azure blue. He could vaguely see small mountains or platforms below. Clusters of colorful corals grew on the rock. Seaweed several meters long swayed gently in the water. The sea fishes were swimming along the edges of the mountain walls. This place was like an underwater kingdom. However, when Yun Nuoxing saw a huge sea anemone sticking to the mountain walls with dozens of tentacles dancing, he was disgusted again. He did not have time to look at such a beautiful scene and fled. Following the mark, he came to a cave under the mountain wall. Yun Nuoxing hesitated for a moment, and his soul power surged out. When he sensed the aura of Ziyan and the others, he heaved a sigh of relief and swam in with ease. There was a huge empty space in the cave that was not covered by water. There were more than 10 people standing on the shore. Ziyan and the others, as well as Old Cunning and the others, were also there. It seemed that the latter had used some kind of method to escape from the fish's mouth. They were all wet. As soon as they came out of the water, a campfire rose slowly. The few of them leaned on the campfire to dry their clothes. Everyone looked gloomy. Obviously, this kind of thing had happened before they even reached their destination. This made them lose all their fighting spirit. Splash! Yun Nuoxing's head popped out of the water, causing everyone to look at him vigilantly. When Old Cunning saw that it was Yun Nuoxing, he laughed even harder. Ah ha 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 ha! You really didn't die, kid? When Yun Nuoxing heard this familiar laughter, he casually wiped his face. When his vision cleared, he saw that Ziyan, Old Cunning and the others were all there. He heaved a sigh of relief, then rolled his eyes and hurriedly climbed to the shore. Brother, how have you been? I didn't expect you to get involved in this mess too. On the other side, a man smiled inexplicably, causing everyone here to be stunned. Judging by his tone, could it be that the two of them knew each other? Liao Ming. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Since he was here, he was obviously one of Liao Tiange's people. Combined with the way the woman beside him addressed him, this Liao Ming was probably Liao Tiange's divine son. Chapter 378. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and stood up from the water. He looked at Liao Ming strangely. Although he had guessed it before, he never thought that he was Liao Tiange's son of God. After all, the first time they met was at the Ghost Forest. The latter was the young master of the Liao family who guarded that area. No one would have thought that he would be related to Liao Tiange, who was so far away. Ziyan reached out and pulled Yun Nuoxing ashore. He took a towel and wiped his face, asking, "Are you okay?" Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and smiled. When he finished taking the things, the octopus had already disappeared. Naturally, nothing would happen to it. Not bad, little brother. You're actually unharmed. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was still alive and kicking, some astonishment flashed across Old Cunning's eyes. Then, he patted his shoulder and laughed. This oceanic beast should be the heavy military force that guards the sea abyss border. Thinking about it this way, those ships that sank in the past have a reasonable explanation. That big fellow has the strength of an underworld king elite, and it also has the bloodline of a dragon, which makes it even more powerful. Guards. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. This explanation is quite interesting. So, what do we do now? Yun Nuoshing asked as he casually removed the water on his body with water element. What do we do? Of course, we have to save people first. Then, we have to think of a way to leave this godforsaken place. It would be great if there was a seahorse at this time, Old Cunning said as he rubbed his chin. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes wide. You still want to save people in this situation? Are you sure you're not going to feed others? An ancient beast of the underworld king level with the bloodline of a dragon. Unless the god of the underworld king himself came to subdue it, no one could do anything to it. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's expression, Old Cunning was also stunned. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, Little brother, you've misunderstood. We're not going to save the people who were eaten by that big guy. We're going to save other people who were kidnapped. Other people? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Mermaids. At this moment, Liao Ming stood up and walked to the two of them. He mysteriously spat out these two words with a faint smile. Of course, in layman terms, you can just call them fishmen. Sly Old Fox nodded and said, The Merfolk clan is a very large clan in the entire Eastern Sea. It can be said that the entire Eastern Sea is their residence, and we are just some outsiders. The relationship between the Merfolk and the human clan is not good. It is not wrong to say that they fight as soon as they meet. Therefore, the human clan that enters the Eastern Sea must be extra careful, lest they accidentally enter their territory. Usually, the men of the defeated human race would be captured as slaves, while the women. Liao Ming smiled and didn't continue. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at Liao Ming in confusion. She didn't know why he stopped talking. Seeing him like this, Old Cunning scratched his head and looked at Xian, the two girls, and the woman in white with some apprehension. After thinking for a while, he used a finger to draw a few circles in front of his temple and said telepathically, Beast. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's face stiffened. As smart as he was, he understood the meaning of this action and this word. Suddenly, he felt uncomfortable. It seemed that he was sending sheep to the tiger's den by bringing the three beautiful girls to wander around the Eastern Sea. Little star? What's wrong? Seeing Yun Nuoshing's face turn pale in an instant, Xian asked a little worriedly. She touched his forehead with her lily-white hand. Yun Nuoshing heard this and laughed dryly. Then, he shook his head and didn't say anything. How could he talk about this kind of thing? Well, the rest of the mercenaries are either dead or scattered, so there are only a few of you left. Let's not talk about this for now. Many of our Liao Tianga's experts have been captured as well. When I fell into the water, I saw those mermen catching people at lightning speed. You guys are quite capable to be able to escape this calamity. Those guys are not easy to deal with. Old Cunning stroked his chin as he looked at Yun Nuoshing with a smile. What's wrong? Yun Nuoshing asked with a dry laugh. Goosebumps appeared on his skin from this smile. Little brother, since you're so strong, why don't you come with me and help me save people? Old Cunning said with a smile. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. As expected, this was his plan. However, he didn't really want to make a move. If he did, he would attract attention and might even expose his identity. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's expression, Liao Ming smiled and threw out a very tempting offer. Hee brother, I'm sure you're also going to the ruins. Let's not beat around the bush. If you can help, I'll give you the map of the ruins. What do you think? As expected, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He was following Liao Tiange's fleet to the ruins. Originally, he had planned to go there alone if something happened. Unfortunately, he didn't have a map or coordinates. Now, Liao Ming's offer was undoubtedly what he wanted. What do you think? Liao Ming put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly, as if he wasn't afraid that Yun Nuoshing would refuse. Rubbing his thumb and index finger gently, Yun Nuoshing's face was a little dark. He didn't have to worry about going alone, but if he had to bring along a beautiful flower, it would be a little troublesome. After a long time, his rubbing fingers stopped. Yun Nuoshing sighed heavily and scratched his head. Then, he looked at Liao Ming and said softly, "Okay." After getting his answer, the smile on Liao Ming's face widened. He nodded and looked at Old Cunning. "Uncle, let's go then." "All right." Old Cunning laughed loudly. His laughter echoed in the cave, and it sounded a little creepy. Yun Nuoshing looked at him strangely. If he didn't know that he didn't fight in front of everyone, he would have thought that his identity was exposed. Sighing, Yun Nuoshing turned around and patted Xian's head. He said with a serious face, "If anything happens later, stay by my side. You must be within my sight. Don't be more than 2 meters away from me. Do you understand?" Yun Nuoshing didn't feel at ease leaving Xian here alone. Of course, he had to bring her along. However, he had to remind her, in case this flower disappeared in the blink of an eye. If that happened, he would have to cry. As for what he would cry about, So, for various reasons, he had to protect her. Okay. Xian nodded solemnly. Although she didn't know what Yun Nuoshing heard that made him become so serious, she would always listen to him. Since he didn't want her to leave, then she would just follow him. Thinking of this, Xian immediately held Yun Nuoshing's hand in the blue sea. A few huge bubbles floated past. Each bubble contained a person, but there were 2 bubbles that contained 2 or 3 people. The sunlight penetrated the sea, which wasn't too deep, and the people inside could be seen. It was Yun Nuoshing and the others. At this time, they were flying along the mountain range at the bottom of the sea. The corals and seaweed formed a primeval forest, and the anemones that stuck to the rock walls were incomparably huge. It was as if they had come to a forest on land. When they came to the edge of the mountain range, a huge trench appeared in front of them. It was pitch black at the bottom of the sea, and nothing could be seen. It was as if it led to hell, separating the 2 mountains. If they were on land, people who couldn't fly would definitely be blocked. However, they were in the sea. Whether they could fly or not, as long as they could use their hands, they could cross. There seems to be air in the sea? After crossing this huge trench, Yun Nuoshing felt something. He poked his head out of the energy layer, and felt a gust of fresh air rush into his nose. He didn't even need to breathe, and there was no water flowing in. The Eastern Sea is a sea of life. It's the largest sea in the realm of the gods. Although most of the things that live in the sea are marine products, after a human heavenly god's modification, the sea can also breathe. In other words, humans can also live in the sea. However, whether or not they can adapt to it depends on how the humans think. Old Crafty smiled and said, "In the Eastern Sea, there are many demon beasts and magical beasts. The only large-scale human settlement is the sea god's domain. Even if there are many people there, they only account for 1 in 10 million of the total life in the Eastern Sea." Liao Ming thought for a while and said, "Moreover, in the sea, there are a few largest clans. Merepeople Dragon Clan, Demon Whale Clan, Divine Turtle Clan, and so on. Among them, the Merepeople Clan is the largest, and the strongest clan is the Dragon Clan. However, the Dragon Clan is also divided into many clans. Moreover, they are not unified. Each clan has its own battles. After all, the Dragon Clan is the most warlike clan. The Azure Sea Palace is a subsidiary clan of the Azure Dragon Clan, which has the Azure Dragon bloodline. The Azure Dragon bloodline in their bodies is relatively thin, and not as thick as the orthodox Azure Dragon bloodline." At this point, Old Cunning paused and knocked on his head. After a long while, he said, "It seems that the Azure Dragon Clan is currently the most powerful dragon clan." Sigh, I'm old, I forgot. Dragon Clan. Yun Nuashing was stunned, and then some joy flashed across his eyes. Speaking of the Dragon Clan, he thought of dragon eggs, and wanted to take one back. However, he also thought of the Void Spirit Dragon's egg in the pendant. That egg might be the only one left in the realm of the god. It used to be the king of the Dragon Clan. Although it had been taken out of the Saint-grade mysterious crystal, it was still in a deep sleep. Yun Nuashing himself could not say for sure when it would hatch. The major clans of the Dragon Clan. The Azure Dragon Clan, the Black Flood Dragon Clan, the Emerald Dragon Clan, the Dragon of Life. I can't remember too many of the rest. Most of the Dragon Clan is very low-key, and they don't have the heart to compete with the world. Therefore, many of the Dragon Clan are hidden from the world. If one day an unknown clan about the Dragon Clan pops up in the realm of the gods, it wouldn't be strange. Liao Ming rubbed his chin and said slowly, "Why do I feel like we've come to an incredible place?" Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. There were so many clans in the sea. No matter which clan it was, they could be compared to the first-rate forces in the realm of the gods. This was the place where the magical beast world gathered. Indeed, because in the Eastern Sea, every sea area is divided by several major clans of magical beasts. We are now in the northwest part of the Eastern Sea, in the territory of the Merfolk clan. This clan is also a very ancient clan. There were rumors about them in the primordial age. At that time, they were already a big clan. After so many years, they must have become a transcendent clan. Moreover, the reason why the Merfolk clan is so powerful is not only because of their own relationship, but also because they are somewhat related to those ancient giant beasts in the deep sea. It's said that they share a symbiotic relationship with the Merfolk clan. When Old Cunning said this, his expression became serious. Those ancient giant beasts were the overlords of the sea that had survived for countless years. Even if the Dragon Clan were to fight against them, they could not say for sure that they would win. They both had ancient bloodlines, so it was really hard to say who was stronger. For example, that big octopus? Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Yes. Old Cunning and Liao Ming both nodded at the same time. There was a faint trace of fear in their eyes. It seemed that what happened today had really left a deep impression on them. As the few of them were chatting, they reached the end of the flatbed at the bottom of the sea. The terrain suddenly dropped a few hundred meters, and they were already close to the territory of the deep sea. However, there was still light in front of them. At the bottom of the cliff, there seemed to be something emitting a bright light. "We're here. This is the place where the Merfolk clan was stationed, the closest to where our fleet was destroyed." Old Cunning stopped at a place near the cliff. He waved his hand for everyone to stop as well. Then, he slowly squatted down, looked at the bright area in front of him, and took a deep breath. Chapter 379. Below the cliff was a rocky campsite on the seabed. Scattered starfish were stuck to the rock walls, and huge colorful seaweeds swayed like banners. The huge seaweeds swayed outside the campsite with the current and wrapped tightly around the campsite. Schools of small fish darted through the seaweed and frolicked. Every now and then, 4 or 5 rays would cross the sky, and the frightened fish would immediately flee into the forest and disappear. Dozens of irregular natural stone pillars stood in the campsite. Square pavilions were built on the wide stones. On the stone platform, mother-of-pearl shells several meters wide opened and closed gently, spitting out a large ball of bubbles. Huge pearls were either inlaid or placed randomly in every corner of the stone platform. The light they emitted made it seem like it was daytime. "It's so beautiful." It was the first time she saw the undersea forest. Xian's Mei Mao shone with a strange light. She was a little dazed, and Yun Nuashing couldn't help but take a few more glances. For a moment she was stunned and muttered, "It's quite beautiful." When Zai saw this scene, he suddenly whispered softly, You're standing in front of the cliff looking at the scenery, and the person looking at the scenery is looking at you from the side. Look over there. Yuan Shi, who had been paying attention to the bottom, didn't notice the two people who were stunned. His eyes suddenly saw something, and his pupils shrank slightly. He quickly tugged on Yun Nuoshing's clothes and pointed down. When they heard this sound, the two people were stunned for a second. When they came back to their senses, they turned and looked in the direction Yuan Shi was pointing. Then, Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. On the giant stone platform, other than the 5-meter square pavilions, there was also something that looked like a cage. Inside the cage were pearls that were larger than a person. Of course, what made Yun Nuoshing's expression serious was not the pearls, but the fact that there was a person inside the pearls. Moreover, judging from their clothes, they were the people who were kidnapped by Liao Tiange. Looking at them, they seemed to have fainted, and there were still weak signs of life. Around the square pavilions and the giant stone platform, there was a group of creatures with human bodies and fish tails swimming quickly. They had long pointed ears, and their arms were covered in scales. They were bigger than humans, and their bodies and fish tails were more than 10 feet long. Apart from these, they were really no different from humans. Don't be fooled by their appearance. Once something happens, their performance will exceed your expectations. If mermaids insist on being classified, they should belong to the demon clan. Their combat power is generally higher than humans of the same level. Moreover, the water is their main battlefield. Little brother, you have to hold on to the person in front of you. If this girl is taken away, her life will be over. Old Cunning nudged Yun Nuoshing with his elbow and whispered to her through telepathy. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's smile instantly froze. However, before she brought Xian out, she already knew that she would not let anything happen to her. Therefore, she only froze for a moment before returning to normal. Then, she whispered, "Don't worry." While they were talking, a red shadow flew across the campsite and stopped on the largest stone platform. Then, it put down the person in its hands and stood aside. If one looked closely, one would find that the purple gold robe on this middle-aged man had been torn in many places. One could vaguely see the unique mark of Liao Tiange. The exposed skin was full of wounds. Obviously, this person was also a powerhouse of Liao Tiange. Moreover, looking at his luxurious clothes, it was obvious that his status was not low. However, this person seemed to have been tortured severely. There were 6 or 7 mermen standing on the stone platform. One of them had white hair and a beard, and there were 2 curved spikes on his shoulders. He had a long brown fishtail that looked like a bow, and his wrinkled old face was expressionless. Only when the merman left the man behind did he slowly open his eyes. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to pierce through one's soul, causing one to involuntarily shiver. "Humans, you have invaded our territory many times, disturbed our peace, and hunted our people." The old merman took a deep breath. His sharp gaze swept past the middle-aged man inch by inch. He said, "But this time, you even kidnapped the pearl of our clan. You all deserve to die." The ones who said this were the 6 people standing beside the old merman. Their vicious eyes made one shiver. The powerhouse of Liao Tiange, who was lying on the stone platform, heard this and trembled all over. He supported himself up with his hands with difficulty and raised his head, revealing a face full of scars. His eyes were filled with confusion. He said, "We were just passing by. We did not disturb your peace." In Liao Tiange's map, this sea region was just a place they were passing by. They had no intention of stopping. What they said definitely had nothing to do with Liao Tiange. Nonsense. When the old man heard this, he raised his eyebrows. His sharp voice made the man tremble. 3 months ago, the human race invaded the palace of my race. They disrupted the lives of my people and destroyed my home. After that, we discovered that the princess of my race had disappeared from the palace. Apart from you humans, who else would be so vicious? Hand over the princess. We can even let you die a quick death. Otherwise, you and your people will never have peace." The 6 people beside the old merman shouted in unison. Their majestic aura stirred up the nearby water. The man was suppressed by the aura and pressed his face against the stone platform again. His entire body was stuck to the stone platform like a flattened shrimp. He even sank a little. Under such pressure, his bones creaked. However, the man clenched his teeth and did not make a single sound. The pearl of the mermaid race has gone missing. No wonder it's said that entering the Eastern Sea is very dangerous. So this is the reason. After hearing their conversation from afar, Old Cunning touched his chin and turned his head. When he saw Yun Nuoshing's puzzled expression, he explained, "The mermaid race's reproductive ability is not as strong as the human race. However, due to their large population, there won't be a shortage of people. However, the bloodline of the royal family seems to be a little lacking. Moreover, this is the pearl of the race. This time, the entire Eastern Sea will probably not have peace." Royal family? Yun Nuoshing was stunned when she heard this. Could there be a royal family? Not the same race? Although the mermaids are said to be one race, there are also subraces. Those whose bloodline has been passed down since ancient times and has not appeared until now are the royal family. This is the royal family's territory. Those in other areas are the royal family. Compared to the royal family, their bloodline is slightly thinner. This is because the waters in the northwest are the purest and the underwater terrain is very suitable for the mermaids to live in. Therefore, the royal family chose to take root here, Old Cunning said. They actually passed by such a dangerous place. Yun Nuoshing gasped when she heard this. A magical beast or a demon's royal family was comparable to a first-rate force in the realm of the gods. She did not expect them to sneak past this territory just now. Don't be so afraid. Although Nirvana City is a city that lands on the Eastern Sea, many routes do not directly pass through the royal family's territory. This is because Nirvana City is in the south while the mermaid's territory is in the north and east of Nirvana City. As long as you don't deliberately go there, you won't invade their territory, Old Cunning said. Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. However, she was still a little worried. After all, since there was a royal family's camp here, it should not be too far away from the royal family's territory. Let's talk about this later. The captain can't hold on any longer. With his strength that has just stepped into the elementary god level, he can't withstand the pressure of a godly underworld expert. At this moment, Liao Ming suddenly spoke. He then looked at Old Cunning and said, "Uncle, think of a way to lure that godly underworld expert away. I will go with this brother to save them." Old Cunning laughed bitterly when he heard this and said, "Tomorrow there are still 6 godly emperors there. Sai, are you asking me, this old bag of bones, to send my head to them? Just lure them away. Run as fast as you can. No one should be able to stop you, uncle." Liao Ming scratched his head and laughed inexplicably. Hearing this inexplicable voice, Yun Nuoshing turned her head strangely. She saw Old Cunning's mocking smile and thought of his title. After thinking for a while, she understood something. She then said strangely, "God of Escape? Go to hell." Old Cunning was instantly unhappy when he heard this. He slapped Yun Nuoshing's head and growled, "This is a life-saving technique. Isn't he just good at escaping? What's there to say?" Yun Nuoshing touched her head and muttered, feeling wronged. "Let's go. The captain will die in a while. A godly king isn't that easy to cultivate." However, Old Cunning didn't refuse. After all, he was the only god present. If he didn't do it, Yun Nuoshing would have to do it. In that case, these merpeople would cry. Once the Netherworld sword was used, those who weren't emperors of the underworld or godly emperors wouldn't be able to block it. Ahem. Old Sly coughed heavily and stretched his body. Then, under the astonished gazes of the few people from Yunhua planet, he suddenly jumped out. His figure turned into an arrow and charged towards the camp. With a single thought, a majestic energy erupted from his body, causing the surrounding seawater to be swept up into a turbulent current. The merpeople in the campsite sensed the sudden energy and raised their heads in surprise. They saw a dazzling meteor wrapped in energy streaking across the campsite and stopping in front of the largest stone platform. Boom! When Old Cunning stepped onto the stone platform, a few powerful auras suddenly burst forth and swept out like a storm. The expressions of the experts in the campsite changed abruptly and they hurriedly retreated. The terrifying pressure formed by 6 godly emperors and 1 godly underworld expert pressed down on Old Cunning like Mount Tai. Feeling this terrifying pressure from afar, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly took out the netherworld sword. He still couldn't resist the pressure of a godly underworld expert. "You little fishes without legs, your grandfather is here. Why aren't you coming over to greet him?" Old Cunning laughed loudly. His vast aura was like a giant dragon, and it resisted the powerful pressure formed by the 7 people. In comparison, he was still a little stronger than the godly underworld expert. Although there were a few godly emperors helping him, it wasn't an obstacle. "Human." Seeing Old Cunning's unbridled manner, the old man immediately narrowed his eyes. His slender fingers slightly clenched into a fist. Just as he was about to shout out coldly, he was interrupted by Old Cunning's loud laughter. "Stinky legless snakes, you really are a bunch of brainless fellows. If it wasn't for the fact that your princess is pretty, you would have been destroyed long ago." Old Cunning laughed loudly. At this moment, he looked a little like an old hooligan, which made Yun Nuoshing and the others speechless. Looking at his boastful look, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. While Old Cunning was making trouble, Yun Nuoshing left the netherworld sword to Xian and swam down alone. The Linghong sword appeared in his hand and a rich spatial energy spread out and wrapped around him. He had to go and save the princess now. It was more convenient for him to do this alone. Liao Ming saw him go down alone and was stunned. He wanted to follow him but was stopped by Yuan Shi. The latter shook his head and said, "It's more convenient for him to do this alone. If we go, we'll be in the way." Hearing this, Liao Ming laughed bitterly. However, seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he was relieved. Her Highness the Princess is in your hands?" Hearing Old Cunning mention the merfolk's pearl, the old man immediately raised his head. The lazy look on his face disappeared and was replaced by shock and anger. One could even feel a murderous aura. "Ah ha 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 ha!" Old Cunning laughed loudly. As soon as he finished laughing, he slowly raised his hand and gently clenched it at them. Twist. As the word "Old Crafty Fox" was spat out from his mouth, Yun Nuoshing saw the seawater within a radius of 10,000 feet suddenly boil. A light blue wolf head surfaced from his body, after which, a silver-blue energy storm suddenly formed and swept towards the campsite. Boom! The energy storm, which was 10,000 feet in size, gently crashed into the campsite. The seabed platform suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Huge cracks spread from the bottom of the abyss to the top and finally extended into the distance. "Defend!" The old man and the others frowned deeply in the face of the storm that tore through space. They worked together, and a strange ripple spread out from their bodies. After that, it swiftly spread to the center of the storm, and even the seawater in the region began to move. After this ripple spread, Yun Nuoshing and the rest saw that the enormous energy storm seemed to have met with some kind of resistance as it slowed down. Even the area of the storm became smaller. After which, in a few breaths' time, it was forcefully reversed and finally disappeared. "Hey! Rumor has it that the stinky snake can borrow the energy of the sea. It's just as I expected." Old Cunning was not surprised to see that his attack, which was aided by the beast soul, was easily repelled. He glanced at the devastated campsite, and then at Pearl, who was in the campsite, and no one was there. Only then did he relax. He looked left and right a few times, and then picked up the corporal. Taking advantage of the fact that the mermaids had not completely retracted their energy, he flashed and instantly disappeared. "Humans!" destroy. The old man and the others heaved a sigh of relief after dealing with the energy storm. When he turned around and wanted to say something, he realized that Old Cunning had disappeared. Even the captain was nowhere to be seen. The old man's eyes widened. The divine emperors looked at each other, not knowing what had happened in such a short time. Find them. Go and find them. They can't have gone far. Catch them. Dead or alive.